Join us every Wednesday for In Focus, a weekly talk show produced by the SKNIS Nevis Information Service, where we provide exclusives with key persons within the government and discuss pertinent, relevant, and interesting matters that affect us all. Tune in every Wednesday, live on ZIZ Radio and streamed live on Facebook at SKNIS Media and ZIZ Online. In Focus, your government, your business.
A full
exclusives with key persons within the government and discuss pertinent, relevant, and interesting matters that affect us all. Tune in every Wednesday, live on ZIZ Radio and streamed live on Facebook at SKNIS Media and ZIZ Online. In Focus, your government, your business.
I'm Ian Richards, welcoming you to In Focus, a weekly program that takes a closer look at what's happening within and across the government of St. Kitts and Nevis. Well, St. Kitts and Nevis may be a small nation by geography. Of course, we are the smallest independent country in the Western Hemisphere. But its people, our people, have built communities and made lasting contributions in countries across the globe. Through investment, advocacy, and the perseverance, the Kittitians and Nevisians abroad continue to make a meaningful contribution to national development. Today, we'll discuss the work of the Regional Integration and Diaspora Unit. They recently hosted the inaugural Diaspora Heritage Emergence Program, and so we'll learn a lot more about that. And it was designed to reconnect young members of the diaspora with their ancestral homeland. Now, we will also explore the support available to nationals who are considering a return home. With us today is Her Excellency Dr. Christine Walwyn. She is the Diaspora Ambassador. Desiree Huggins, Assistant Secretary in the Regional Integration and Diaspora Unit. And Aline Morris, a Senior Clerk also at the Regional Integration and Diaspora Unit, which we call REDU. Stay with us for In Focus for a discussion highlighting one heritage, connecting our global family.
Money is for buying snacks.
Kids have big dreams.
My mom says to save it.
Let's give them the tools to reach them.
I'm going to invest in something called stocks.
1,000 easy dollars for every St. Kitts and Nevis youth citizen. Savings, investments, financial education. Sign up for Aspire at aspire.gov.kn because they deserve to dream smart.
Thanks, Aspire.
Thanks for staying with us, and allow me to welcome for the very first time Ambassador Christine Walwyn, Regional Diaspora. Welcome, Ambassador.
Thanks for having me.
And you brought along with you Desiree Huggins, who of course, and Aline Morris, who of course work in the Regional Integration and Diaspora Unit. Welcome to each and every one of you.
Thank you.
And of course, all of you are first timers, although Desiree would have participated sometime around last year, around this time, in a conversation series which is hosted by the Independence Committee. And so it's good to have you back here, Des, as well too. And so we want to jump into REDU, as I call it. It's the Regional Integration and Diaspora Unit. Can you give us a sense of, for those who may not be aware, what is the role of REDU?
Okay, REDU is an integral part of the Prime Minister's office, and it's the link between, it stands for Regional Integration and Diaspora Unit. It's the link between what happens in the region, in the diaspora, and the government of St. Kitts and Nevis, or maybe I should say it reverse. From the Prime Minister's office going abroad to the folks in the diaspora and giving and connection with the regional integration, such as CARICOM OACS.
Well, we'll focus a bit more today on the diaspora unit. Of course, that's an important part of the work that you do within the unit. And of course, we have, as I mentioned at the top, persons everywhere. Recently had a conversation with someone, and he told me they were they were traveling with the band to Belgium, and the person was approached by someone who said they're from St. Kitts and Nevis. They've been living overseas for 40 years. She lives in Belgium. We have persons everywhere.
Yes,
right.
Basically everywhere we go, we can almost find someone from St. Kitts and Nevis.
And it certainly is a proud moment for us when we come across them. Tell us a bit about your role as Diaspora Ambassador for St. Kitts and Nevis. What does that involve?
Basically, like I said, it's connecting, communicating and connecting with the folks who live outside of St. Kitts and Nevis and us as the government entity. We do that through different avenues, direct communications where we actually go out and meet the people throughout the region. We do it through our Diaspora Digest. I think is something that we are very proud of, that we every 3 months or so we put together a publication that informs the diaspora of what's going on within and amongst them.
So again, tell us a bit about this digest. What does that entail?
Well, the Diaspora Digest, as we dub it, it's a quarterly newsletter that we publish. And we try to highlight, every quarter we try to highlight an individual in the diaspora that's making significant stride in whatever fields that they may be in, renewable energy, a doctor, anything that we see is significant to St. Kitts and Nevis. We also take that opportunity to highlight projects that are presently ongoing in St. Kitts and Nevis. We have a theme every quarter. So if we have a theme, say sustainable energy, we will highlight the projects that the government are presently undertaking to promote sustainable energy. Also, we take that digest to promote our partners. Redo has a strong base with the corporate world. They assist us greatly in all of our undertakings. So in the digest, we are able to put this, what it is they're offering to persons in and outside of St. Kitts and Nevis. We also take the opportunity to highlight activities that are going on in the different countries that our diaspora lives in, like in New York. If there's a picnic happening by a certain association, we would post a flyer. If there's a dance, if there's anything of significance that persons in those specific areas want to know about, it's in the digest. We also have a listing of all the diaspora associations from the US to Canada, the Caribbean, the UK. They're all posted there with their contact information. So the digest is for all persons in the diaspora to St. Kitts and Nevis. You know, we highlight persons, we highlight the country, we highlight investments. You know, it's a plethora of information.
And it's produced digitally and available
digitally,
online.
yes.
Right. And importantly, that digest is not necessarily just for persons who live in the diaspora, but persons here as well.
Correct, correct. And we've had persons here who actually look at it and they comment and they didn't know certain things were happening with some companies or work that the diaspora has been doing that we highlight also in the digest. So it's a good thing to know what it is, how we are interacting with both local persons and persons in the diaspora.
And so that contact, as you mentioned, Ambassador, there is the face-to-face communication. And I would want to say that that is perhaps the most important one, because that is when you really get a feel and get an opportunity to acknowledge and absorb what is happening, what our people out there is doing within their community, within their space, as we term it as. Tell us a bit about that face-to-face interaction and how that would take place.
Over the past year, we've had a few. For example, I think our last one would have been in Bermuda, where we attended an event in Bermuda, but we took the opportunity to have a diaspora meeting. And I was accompanied at that time by the Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Candy. And we had about 80 to 100 persons attend this meeting of Haitian and Nevisian descent, living in Bermuda, very large diaspora. And we updated them on the happenings in St. Kitts and Nevis, we took the learns, especially about becoming citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis, because 2 or 3 generations ago, that's where we had the movement to Bermuda. And now there are a lot of interest in the descendants wanting to come back and be part of it. Before that, we had a meeting in Canada, in Toronto, Canada, where at that point in time we featured. And again, this was a very big meeting. Some of the same questions and concerns. Mm-hmm. Of course, when you moved from different places, the concerns become different. Right. And very successful event.
The Minister of Sustainable Development and also the Minister of Public Infrastructure, that would be Dr. Joyal Clark, Honorable Dr. Joyal Clark and Honorable Conrys Maynard. They would have participated at a recent UN meeting, and in fact, Dr. Clark was sharing some information about that last week. And of course, they did have a town hall as well too, with persons in the diaspora. Is there any linkages to that, or is that something that is done separately? Is there any sort of feedback that is?
Yeah, there's no linkages. And I must say, in our last Diaspora Digest, we actually featured renewable energy and basically the information that takes part in the Ministry of Sustainable Development and Public Infrastructure. Mm-hmm. So we actually featured that, and then they went out and gave the information on it. We want to work together and share our information as we go along, and we're very open to doing that, and we do that at times.
Mm-hmm. How can persons look at this digest? You mentioned it in seconds before. Where do you find that digest?
The digest can be found at www.diaspora.gov.kn. Yeah, and it's there, it's accessible, and all past Diaspora Digests are also there. And as I said, every quarter we have a specific theme. So information related to that theme is in each of the digests.
Ladies, how would you describe the current state? And I appreciate that you deal with it at different levels. But how would you describe the current state of the diaspora?
Diaspora is very vibrant, very active. They want information. They want to be tied with us. You can see an example of the Diaspora Heritage Emergence Program just now, where we had 20 persons come to St. Kitts and Nevis. They are mostly descendants. A few of them were born here. Mostly descendants who are anxious to know about St. Kitts and Nevis and understand, because we worked with organizations who are in the diaspora, they understand the term needed to keep the young people who really weren't born here involved and interested in St. Kitts and Nevis, to look at sustainability of the organizations, etc.
And can you give us a sense in terms of the organizations, as you mentioned, how many associations are registered with the unit? And also, if you have an idea where they're located. You mentioned New York earlier.
Mm-hmm. Well, our unit have 32 organizations registered with us. And they are mostly in the US. In New York alone, you have quite a few. In Georgia, there's Texas. In Miami, Philadelphia, one just opened up in Connecticut. Those as far as the ones we know who are registered with us. In Toronto, there's 2, St. Kitts and Nevis, or St. Kitts, Nevis and Nevis, NEVCAN. In Montreal, you have, and in BC, that covers Canada. Within the Caribbean, well, starting with Bermuda, then in the Caribbean, you have the USVI, St. Croix, St. Thomas, BVI. We have contacts with St. Martin, but I'm not sure if there's an established association. Mm-hmm. And then the other side of the Atlantic, in the UK, there is London, Slough, Birmingham, there are 2, Manchester, Leeds. And we also have one in Lebanon, which is mostly citizens by investment, but they have a organized an organization that they meet on a regular basis, etc.
A credit to them to ensure that they're registered with their country.
Yes, yes, definitely. I'm very supportive of us. For example, in the Diaspora Heritage Emergence Program that we just undertook, the organization in Lebanon was a sponsor of one of the program. Yes.
And can I add to Ambassador Warren, when you spoke of the current state of the diaspora, there was at one point that when we realized our reach as it relates to the digest, we had a little technical issue, and some persons and organizations who weren't able to receive the digest, there were lots of calls. We were so surprised to see how many calls we got to say, well, we know that the digest comes out quarterly, the time has passed, I haven't seen it, but I explained, well, we had a little technical issue, so we will resend it to you. But it was amazing to see how many persons reached out to the ambassador, reached out to the office to say, well, I did not get my copy of the Diaspora Digest this quarter. So that to us, it showed the unit that, you know, we do have this connection with the diaspora. So we're happy to say that.
Mrs. Morris, you're quiet down there. How did that make you feel as the office, the fact that there's so many persons who are reaching out? It basically says that your work is not going for granted.
And that is true, because we really do a lot. We not only want to satisfy a tick at the end of the year, but we want to ensure that our persons, our citizens and our nationals in the diaspora are well aware, so that when they come to visit, they know what's happening on the ground, and they don't have to wait for family members to be calling and saying, no, so happened, and yes, I know, got the digest, fully updated, yes. You know, and so it is commendable.
And that certainly is important in the age of social media, where everyone seems to be a citizen journalist out there, persons who could use it to spread whatever angle, to spread whatever story that they feel is important to them, not perhaps sometimes recognizing or even caring about the damage that they can cause to the Federation. So it's important to get that information where it's highlighted and coming from a credible source such as REDO.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And just a final question on the associations. You get a sense of, as we speak about how REDO is engaging with them, how active these associations are out there. How do they regularly engage persons? You mentioned, of course, that some of it is featured in the digest. I imagine there are some who are more active than others.
Yes, naturally, there's some who are more active than others. But what we try to do with the digest also is every time the digest goes out, we feature a different organization in a different country. So you become aware of the association, what they're doing, the organizations, what they're doing, what their interests are, etc. A lot of the association, of course, focusing on getting the people of St. Kitts and Nevis together, but also making a commitment to back home. So we see that the St. Kitts and Nevis Association in Toronto, for example, last year they were focused on getting money to send to the cancer associations here. I think this year they're doing on diabetes. So their gala this year for independence will be focused on raising funds to send to the Diabetic Association here in St. Kitts and Nevis. There are some organizations in New York who's committed directly to sourcing supplies and equipment to different organizations, like they receive a lot. There's associations in the UK who constantly send directly to the children's home. So they have main focus, and they actually exist to help back home, you know. And so one of the things one of the discussions we had with them recently is like, yes, you're going towards back home, but let us help you with the descendants. Because in order to keep the association alive, you have to have the associations getting involved. And hence the reason for the program that we just did. Right. Because we brought these young folks here, taught them about St. Kitts and Nevis in all different forms. and from governance to culture, you name it.
Well, let me stop you there, Ambassador, because I don't want you to get ahead of our discussion. That is something that we actually are going to talk about next. And so it's about this time for us to take our first break.
Okay.
So we're going to do that, and then we can jump into that.
Yes.
And for persons who are looking at us on television or on social media, during our break, they're going to see some videos, some video montage of some of the photos that were taken during that engagement that those persons have here. And so we'll discuss that a lot more when we return from our break. Stay with us, viewers and listeners. We'll be right back with more In Focus. Welcome back to In Focus. We are continuing our discussion with Dr. Christine Walwyn, Her Excellency, who is, of course, is the Regional Ambassador, and she's supported by Desiree Huggins and Aline Morris of the unit, which is the Regional Integration and Diaspora Unit, which, of course, we call REDO. So, Ambassador, you hinted at it twice before we even prompted. It shows, I think, the vision behind the Diaspora Heritage Emergence Program. It shows that there is a lot of connection, and the aims of that really ties into the work. And it's clearly you're very excited about it, as I mentioned. you mentioned it twice before. So tell us all about that. It's something that was recently hosted by REDO. When was it? What was it?
Just going back, the reason for the program was not necessarily just to bring youth here to St. Kitts, to give them education and enjoyable time, but looking forward, looking in the future for the organization. That's why I keep tying back to the organizations, because the organization exists right now to keep the people of St. Kitts and Nevis together, to send information back home, etc. But we need to understand that when they move on, what happens? Who's going to take up the slack? Is the organization just going to go dormant because there's no one there who remember what St. Kitts and Nevis is like, etc.? So hence the program, we were trying to get some new ambassadors.
Give us a sense of the makeup of those associations. Basically what you're saying, it sounds like there are persons who physically have lived here and they're transitioning out.
Most of the organizations are like that. We find, though, in the UK especially, we have a lot of descendants. As a matter of fact, one is the folks who basically moved from St. Kitts and Nevis to Birmingham. So there's a St. Kitts and Nevis organization.
And that would be back in the day, of course.
And recently there's a new organization which are called as Descendants of St. Kitts and Nevis, Association of Descendants of St. Kitts and Nevis. So they've already gone to the next generation. Folks who were born in the UK, but who have some interests in. And that is where we now need to encourage, because we've basically come to the end of the migration phase. We have been looking at our...
So you were speaking about a concept, all of that?
Yes, depth. Call it depth. Yes. So that basically, we wanted to make sure that we can get descendants interested in St. Kitts and Nevis so that they can carry on the mantle, carry on the organizations, etc. And so we needed to have a strong educational program, etc., so that they can move forward. The DEP program was held July 18th to the 25th, so we just recently completed it. Basically designed to inspire, like I say, youth out on the outside living in diaspora to become ambassadors of St. Kitts and Nevis, to learn more about the heritage, and be able to basically showcase and sell St. Kitts and Nevis abroad. The participants were mostly descendants. They engaged in a week-long program, which I would call a very successful program from, all ends, and we can go into depth about the success of the program, the formation, etc.
Right, but I want to touch on, because you mentioned it just now in terms of the applicants. You mentioned the term youth. What does that mean? Anyone can be a youth. Tell us a bit about who qualified, who were eligible.
Okay, well, we had participants range from age 18, I think it was to 16 to 22. 16 to 22. So we had to tailor a program that's suitable for the young persons, So it was a program that not only had heritage and culture, but some information in terms of governance and structure. Because we found that even though a few of them, some were from heritage in Nevis, some had heritage in St. Kitts, and those that would come home, maybe came home once or twice before, go straight over to Nevis. So they didn't have very much knowledge of St. Kitts. Same thing with St. Kitts. Some of the persons who come to St. Kitts, they didn't have much knowledge of Nevis. So the program was very, very successful in that way, in that we were able to expose them to both islands, so they could have an appreciation of the what do I call it, the specialness of each island. They were exposed to the heritage, the culture, the governance. They were able to meet with members of the NIA in Nevis. They were able to meet with persons in St. Kitts and Nevis from the government, the Attorney General, the Speaker of the House, and the Prime Minister had a one-on-one discussion with them. So I find that, the age range, as we go back to, it was suitable for them,
Was it just age that qualified you to participate in this program? I imagine that there must have been some sort of, as you speak about the connection with the association and ensuring that there is that sustainability, that there must have been some sort of a link between ensuring that you are a part of the association or you came through the association or something like that.
Yes, and they would have been given the support of the association. One of the features of the program is that the association would have provided funding to get you to St. Kitts and Nevis. That was the support that we asked of each association.
How many persons participated? Before we even get there, how many persons applied and how many persons were successfully chosen?
30 plus. We had about 30 plus applications, which we reviewed, and at the end of that process, we ended up with 20 persons participating.
What tilted the scales in favor of one person over the other?
Most of it was age. Most of it was availability for the period that we held it. Some persons would have indicated after we would have said yes, that they ended up having clashes and so had to decline. But all in all, if it were not for those issues, would have had a strong 30 participants.
That was the target number, it seems.
Yes.
30 persons.
Yes, so we would have had that.
Okay, and experiences. There was mention of governance engagement with senior members in government. Tell us about the experiences that they had while here.
First off, there was a spiritual experience because we took them to church and a Sunday morning worship, where some of them weren't familiar with. We had
a culture shock for many of you.
Yes. Historical and heritage tours, meetings with the government officials, as you indicated before, leadership and civic education sessions, visits to national institutions, community engagement, island tours, and most important, cultural performances. Each person was given a clown suit, and they learned the clown dance after 3 sessions, and was able to perform on Friday evening a full clown dance. Right?
Yes.
And most important to the networking opportunities. Right up front, after the second England, talking to the girl from Texas, you know, that type of stuff. And so networking in between themselves and with us. So we trust that this cohort will, having been the first, will be a model, and that they can connect amongst themselves also, and, you know, lean on each other for different, you know, different reasons, different opportunities.
So you mentioned the young man from England relating to the young lady from Texas, the persons who were accepted from. And that's for anyone.
Mm-hmm. Again, based on our statistics and where we live. New York. New York had, you know, the most applicants, the most participants. I come back. So let's start with the UK. There were 2 from the UK. Canada had 2. 4. Bermuda 1. That's 5. Then Georgia has 3. Texas 1. DC, Maryland area had 2. York.
Ireland.
Oh yes, I'm sorry.
2 from Ireland.
Yes, and then the rest will be from New York.
And the connection with those 2 for Ireland was so strange. When I sat with them, I asked them, I said, Ireland, St. Kitts and Nevis, tell me, explain that to me. And she goes, well, my mom is from Nevis, and my dad is from Nigeria. She moved to London, and she worked for international institution, and she met my dad. And we moved to Ireland. We were both born in Ireland. I was like, could you imagine that? That is so, you know, it's so far-reaching.
Yeah, and the last names.
Yes.
We were confused with the last names because they have African last names,
yes.
double last names. So first we were like, who are these people? Where are they from? Like, should we even be speaking with them? You know, but very, very strong Nevisian heritage.
Yes.
Very strong. They know
strong.
the history of Nevis, yes.
So how did you balance the emergence program between itinerary, which I would say would be more the fun, the tour, versus the curriculum, which would include the sessions with the government ministers or government officials, and more or less, I don't necessarily want to say classroom work, because it was not a school setting, but of course it's an educational program. How did you balance the difference between the 2?
Basically 8 to 10 were what you will describe as the classroom setting. And then we did culture after that, and after that the tours, that type of stuff. And engagement with our national institutions like the cable, National Bank, Bank of Nevis, etc. Yeah.
Tell us a bit about some of the topics that were covered during the sessions, the educational sessions, because you mentioned earlier governance. There was a discussion on governance. In the pictures, we would have seen the Speaker of the House, would have seen the Attorney General, and I believe that there was some linkages in terms of the Attorney General's office, who he consistently has said, try to clarify to persons. We actually had a special line in focus on a particular, how descendants or nationals from St. Kitts and Nevis, how persons can qualify to become citizens. That is something that his office is particularly interested in. So tell us a bit about some of the sessions that they had and how they engaged with. I imagine the Prime Minister, that must have been a very interesting discussion.
I would start by telling you that all the government officials ran over time.
Yes.
They were all allocated an hour and took much more time than that. The engagement between the young people and them was heartening. to say the least. We had topics such as constitutional and political governance, the role of the national identity, citizenship, economic development, entrepreneurship, financial literacy, youth leadership, and diaspora engagement. It was very interesting. I think I would say the politicians came and thought they were going to give a little speech and walk away. And that didn't happen. The youth, they were ready. They were very engaging. They asked some tough questions that most of us are afraid to ask.
Give us an example.
For example, the destiny question was asked directly to the Prime Minister and the Premier. And basically, I remember the young lady said, give me five positives that could happen to destiny and three negatives. And let's see what you're going to come up with. And, it was that type of questioning. And all of them were very appreciative of the folks. Like I said, they end up extending the time and having us running over from one to the next. And in another case, the Premier actually asked for another session with them because he was so impressed with what was being said, etc., and the questions that were asked, and the eye-opening questions, and the hard question that people are afraid to ask because that's the Premier talking or that's the Prime Minister talking. They were very bold, and they got the answers.
Do you think that was culture? In the sense that growing up in a different culture, here in St. Kitts and Nevis, we are typically more reserved.
Yes.
Unfortunately, and I say unfortunately, we encourage our children not to necessarily be as expressive, to keep a child's pace, as we call it. When certainly there are opportunities for children, I should say, to express themselves. They must be willing and encouraged to speak openly about anything and everything, because a parent is there to guide them. Do you think that having that exposure to that culture would have helped to guide that engagement that they had with the Prime Minister, with the Premier and other ministers and government officials?
Definitely. And especially some of the descendants asked about their right to citizenship. Why is it because I'm over 18 and I'm second generation, I can't have citizenship? And you sell citizenship. These were everything. I want to belong here. This is my heritage. I want to be a part of it. I would like to come back here and give my contribution to what I have. Not necessarily on a full-time basis, but this is my home, and I would like to come back and be a part of it. And why do you have things in place that can stop me from doing this when my grandparents or my great-grandparents are from here?
I think that most of the presenters were amazed at the wealth of knowledge that they had about what was actually happening in St. Kitts and Nevis. They were up to date. They knew exactly what was happening, so they were able to target the questions about things that are happening now, and they gave those questions. And like I said, the Prime Minister himself was like, okay, but I think they welcomed it to know that they could have this type of engagement with persons in that age group. You don't normally find a 16 to a 22-year-old person asking about the Destiny Project, so it was quite impressive, the kind of questions that they brought and the feedback that they gave.
And of course, special economic zones are nothing new in the international circle. There are a number of countries that have them. And so while it is new here to an extent at that level in St. Kitts and Nevis, and so we would understand, of course, there are a number of questions, and it's good that they were able to have that opportunity to ask those questions, as it was afforded also to locals to ask questions ahead. And Ambassador, just one note I would like to mention in terms of the citizenship aspect of it. You mentioned that we sell citizenship. I think the Prime Minister always is careful to note that what we do is that we afford opportunity for persons to invest.
Yes.
And there's an opportunity to become a citizen if they choose as well too. So just wanted to
I was quoting.
So that is what they said.
Yes.
That's how they viewed it.
Exactly.
And of course, I'm sure they will be able to be guided accordingly in terms of the investment options.
Yes.
That was a direct question, actually, to the Prime Minister about citizenship. What is the ratio they asked to persons actually from St. Kitts and Nevis to economic citizens. Yeah, they ask questions of that nature. What was the ratio? And what is he going to do to control that balance? There were discussions of that nature.
And the conversation was not necessarily just on that. They spoke about health and education and, you know, sustainability
IT.
and
IT, yes.
Yeah, IT, very heavy on IT.
Right. We saw electronic identification, of course, being in the news recently with the new Prime Minister in the UK, who decided to not move forward with that program, while a country like St. Kitts and Nevis certainly is taking up that mantle and doing it as it tries to integrate more technology into doing business with making us more efficient. Feedback, because of course we're running out of time for this segment. What was the feedback like from those persons who participated?
The feedback from the participants, overall, it was good. They appreciated the program that was presented. They were happy to have engaged in the activities that were planned for them. They took lots of pictures, and for the sessions that they had to, they asked their questions very comfortably. No apologies made. We need to know when we're coming back, this is what is going to be here, this is what we're going to inherit. So they took the opportunity whenever they could to ask of presenters that were in front of them any and every question. From the foods that we ate, breakfast, lunch, dinner, to local delicacies or things, maybe some Kittitians and Nevisians take for granted now, like cane and mango and sugar apple. We went for them, and they were like, and they asked for those things. Guineas, when are we going to get those? So on the tour, on the Monday, the island tour, we took them to Cooper's for lunch, and when they got to Cooper's at the end of lunch, they had cane. And everybody had cane. We didn't have enough cane for everybody to have cane to take back, and they enjoyed the cane. So it was, as Ambassador said earlier, very heartwarming to know that those were the types of things that they craved for, that they asked, that they appreciated. You know, not junk food or I wanted, but they appreciate. Cook up, they ask for goat water. When are we going to get, you know? So we really felt wowed that it hit where it was supposed to hit. We didn't miss at all.
Right.
You know, we didn't miss at all, and we had that perfect audience to engage and to stretch us and to challenge us and say, okay, next time we need to go harder this way, you know, because this is what they actually came from.
And what's expected of them now that they have returned to their various lives? What's expected of them coming out of this program?
To keep in touch. Not necessarily with us, but with each other, through the organization, and spread the word of St. Kitts and Nevis. Spread the positive word of St. Kitts and Nevis. And they have first-hand information, which will be able to guide the rest of the folks, that, you know, the naysayers, etc. So we hope that they'll be our communication guide and get the word out.
And of course, you mentioned that how you use the term successful. You said it was a successful program. Does that suggest that there's going to be a follow-up, that there will be a similar activity held?
We trust that we'll be able to do this again. We're on a 3-year cycle, and if you've been following us, we've done a diaspora breakfast one year around independence, where we gathered all the folks who came in for independence and had diaspora breakfast, and we worked with our partners, some of our partners who are still on board with us, the TDCs, the National Bank, etc., the cable. And then the following year we did the diaspora conference, which was for at the adult level. People from the diaspora come and sit down and present and communicated on the 7 pillars. Yes.
Of the Sustainable Life and State Agenda.
Exactly, yes. And then now we've had the program geared towards the youth. So we would
start over or something new? Start over or something new?
We would look into, for next year actually, we're looking not to have a diaspora program itself, but to partner with ANSAR, which I can tell you more about. We will focus on ANSAR next year, and then we'll start the process over again after that.
Okay. We're just about time for this segment, but I did wanted to get that part, and I'm glad that you mentioned the partners as well too. But I do want to have a discussion on persons who are interested in coming back to St. Kitts and Nevis. Of course, that is something that is very important to the government and very important to your unit, as it has to facilitate that. And of course, you'd have heard some of those expressions as well, to even dealing with the young people. And so we want to have a discussion on that. When we take our break, we'll have some more photos of persons in the Diaspora Heritage Emergence Program. We'll see more of the fun side. You spoke about the cake. I believe there's a shot of that. If you're listening on radio, please go and find a television, go and find a social media stream and take a look at the pictures. We'll be right back with more In Focus.
Not as yet. Just a moment. The prayer this morning, is everyone able to hear me? All right. Prayer this morning is by Pastor Anthony Evelyn of the St. Kitts Evangelical Association. Pastor Evelyn?
Praise the Lord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Kindly bow with me in reverence to the Lord of life this morning as we go to prayer. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of seat of the scornful, but his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law that he meditate day and night. Heavenly Father and God, I come to Thee on this 30th day of July in the third quarter of 2026, in the Holy Spirit, for the Lord Jesus Christ, Thy only beloved Son, in whom Thou art well pleased, sitting at Thy right hand, making intercession for all the household of God, the Savior and Redeemer of mankind. Heavenly Father, as we gather in this house of assembly yet another day, with thanksgivings for awakening us this morning in the newness of life, with sound mind, being able to see, to move, to hear, to walk, to talk, to feel, to taste, to understand, and to recognize our surroundings. Lord God Almighty, we give Thee thanks for Thy goodness, Thy mercy, Thy grace, and Thy steadfast love in granting us the blessing of life with strength and being able to embrace the members within our household and all within our respective neighborhood. O Most High, the Lord God of heaven and earth, I come to Thee with thanksgivings for Thy loving kindness, Thy compassion toward us, the people of the Federation of St. Christopher, day and by night, during the third quarter of 2026. Indeed, we say, thank You, Lord, for the showers of rain and the bright sunshine. O Lord God of the Creator of heaven and earth, I bring to Thee the Honorable Madam Speaker and Madam Deputy Speaker of this Assembly, that Thou will grant them the wisdom and the understanding to conduct the business session of this Assembly in accordance with the rules and the regulations, to uphold and defend the principles with due diligence, fairness, and justice to all in attendance. O Lord, at this time, I bring to Thee the elected and selected servants gathered in this house on this 30th day of July 2026 to discuss the business matters of this administration. Indeed, Lord, Thou knowest the intent of their hearts. Thou knowest their attitude, their mindset, and their aspiration. Grant them the wisdom with humility, combined with understanding that in their discussion today, they will conduct themselves with respect towards each other as good stewards of their elected servanthood responsibilities to the people of the Federation, with humbleness of heart and with thanksgiving to Thee, O Lord, for Thy goodness toward them. All this in the fields of men, I bring to Thee the elected servants of the people, that in their presentation, according to the order paper for today's discussion, that it will be beneficial with fairness and justice, that will impact the positive well-being of the clients, of the citizens, and residents of the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis, going 26 with Your blessings. O God of all creation, these mercies I ask with humbleness of heart for Your abundant blessing, with thanksgivings in our Savior's precious name. Amen. May all join me with our Father prayer this time. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Pastor Evelyn. You may be seated.
Confirmation of minutes.
Honorable members, minutes for the last sit-in, particularly the minutes for Thursday, June 18th, 2026, were circulated with your dispatched packages. I now open the floor for any amendments prior to the motion for confirmation for the minutes circulated. Take it there are none. Honorable member, may I have the motion?
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I move a motion to have the minutes for June 18th, June 18th, be confirmed.
I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
May it please you, Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
The question is that the minutes for Thursday, June 18th, 2026 be now confirmed as circulated. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The minutes have been confirmed forthwith.
Messages from the Governor General.
There are no messages.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Briefly. All right. My office is in receipt of 2 notices of absence, particularly for St. Christopher 1 and St. Christopher 6. Both members would be absent from today's proceedings. One other notice. Honorable members, there are commemorative pins placed on your desks. If you so wish, I invite you to wear them on your lapels or on your dresses in loving memory of the late Charles Wilkin, CMG, KC, a distinguished legal luminary of our Federation and the father of our Honorable Attorney General. Having done so, I would be grateful if we could all rise and observe a minute of silence in honor of his memory and in recognition of his immense contribution to the jurisprudence of our Federation and the wider Caribbean. May we rise for 1 minute of silence. May be seated. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Next item.
Presentation of papers and of reports from committees.
I recognize the Honorable Senator, Dr. Clark.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, it gives me great pleasure to present before this Honourable House, or rather to table, the St. Christopher and Nevis Solid Waste Management Corporation financial statements, December 31st, 2024, expressed in Eastern Caribbean dollars.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Next item.
Petitions, government notices, unofficial notices, questions, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on matters of urgent public importance, statements by...
I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise. I rise, Madam Speaker, with your leave, to report to this Honorable House with respect to my various ministries. I will, of course, address this House as Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis as well. Madam Speaker, just about 4 years ago, it's not even 4 years yet, the Labour Party administration, which I was elected by the members of this great party to lead at this particular time, I became the leader in November 2021. Subsequently to that, Madam Speaker, the party went into building its organization, restructuring, and started to prepare itself for it that had been called prematurely, which was August of 2022. That general election was far and removed from the constitutional due date. But we must reflect, Madam Speaker, as to why we were there. Madam Speaker, we were there because a concoction was formed in St. Kitts and Nevis, disguised as an entity of hope, Madam Speaker. The people of St. Kitts and Nevis were promised a stable political system. They were promised that St. Kitts and Nevis would be taken to the next level. They were promised, Madam Speaker, fundamentally good governance in our federation, Madam Speaker. However, Madam Speaker, much of the promises of good governance were never realized. One was never passed. And so no one was asked to officially submit the information that would be required had that law been put in place. Fundamentally, your financial situations, Madam Speaker. That law is to ensure or to limit as far as possible that members will not use the offices that would have been entrusted to them by the people for their own personal benefit and in corrupt ways would amass wealth. Madam Speaker, it was no accident as to why that law was not passed. It was not passed because there were those who felt that they should not be scrutinized and they should not submit their financial standing in a way of curtailing or monitoring to ensure that offices were not used for personal enrichment. Madam Speaker, that was dashed away. And so, from the very beginning, the cancer had been planted and begun to grow, in the sense that accountability, good governance, taking St. Kitts and Nevis to a next stage was all words, no substance, so that people could gain political office, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 7.5 years later, we saw that a house that was built on sand, a house that was built on deception, a house that was built on self-aggrandizement, a house that was built not for the benefit of the people, but for the benefit of a few, came tumbling down, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, it's okay if politicians were to just be those who would suffer from such an unholy alliance based on lies and deception. Nothing that was espoused as principles were upheld by this unholy alliance, Madam Speaker. And what was the outcome? The outcome was a premature collapse of an administration. And how did that affect our reputation as a country? How did that affect our people? How did that affect our prestige and our governance, Madam Speaker? One can only imagine how devastating it was that St. Kitts and Nevis which had become is known to be a stable democracy, would have gone through such a devastating political debacle because people of unholy, I would say, intentions came together and resulted in a failed administration. Madam Speaker, not everybody who was involved was of such opinion. Some were duped, some were fooled, Madam Speaker. But in the very end, we came to recognize what were the underpinnings of such an administration. Madam Speaker, when that unholy alliance collapsed, what did we learn? We learned, Madam Speaker, that the prison project was a corrupt project from none other than the former deputy political leader, or rather deputy prime minister of that alliance, the member from number 5. It is in public view that he made a video from the very site of the prison project and declared to the country and to the world that that was a corrupt project undertaken by a government in which he was a part. Madam Speaker, it did not stop there. We heard from the other side that the member from number 5, according to the member from number 7, that he was incompetent, Madam Speaker. These are what was said. This is in the public record, Madam Speaker. I can back this up. And I'm speaking to the issue of governance of this country as the Prime Minister primarily responsible for this aspect, Madam Speaker. And we heard, Madam Speaker, this is important, that the member from number 5, who was then the Deputy Prime Minister, was incompetent. He did not know what he was doing. As a matter of fact, he was charged for the failure with respect to the Bastia High School, where public record shows that the member from number 7 accused the member from number 5 of not bringing the issue to cabinet, and that is why $21 million was spent and not one brick was laid, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this cannot be laid at the feet of the member from number 5 alone, who was then the Minister of Education, but it must be placed at the feet, also at the feet of the member from number 7, who was the Prime Minister then. Madam Speaker, it didn't stop there. The public record shows how much they hated each other. It shows that at the end of the day, that whatever happened between them, that the people of St. Kitts and Nevis suffered. We were the victims of that unholy alliance between them to form what is now known popularly as the Unity Concoction. Madam Speaker, I can continue to say, I am not being heard. If I'm not loud enough, I'll start over, you know. Is it been adjusted? Is the generator, can we adjust the generator? I'm good? Okay, good. Thank you very much, because I want my voice to be heard across the Federation, Madam Speaker. Thank you for that. Can I be heard properly now? I think it is adjusted. Madam Speaker, we continue to hear things of how the member from number 7 attacked the member from number 5. And who you think were the victims of this? All right, good. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Madam Speaker, this is speaking to the governance of St. Kitts and Nevis, because politicians must understand that whatever happens between them is not their issues alone, especially when it comes to the prestige and the governance of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, and especially as well their monies. Madam Speaker, the member from number 7 in public described his Deputy Prime Minister in the worst terms that I've heard, Madam Speaker, in public. Sometimes I'm afraid to even repeat the words that the member from number 7 referred to the member from number 5. He said he was incompetent. He did not know what he was doing. He did not have gravitas as a leader, Madam Speaker. And he went on to say, Madam Speaker, that the member from number 5 was so incompetent and lack of intelligence that he called him the M word, Madam Speaker. The M word. I have not determined yet whether I would use that word to refer to the member from number 5. But the public record is there, Madam Speaker, and I'm just referring to what the member from number 7 would have referred in his utterances about the member from number 5. Madam Speaker, what did that result in? A collapsed government. People disenchanted, disillusioned. The country asking what happened to the stable democracy of St. Kitts and Nevis. Nothing had happened to us as a people except that politicians, for their own conveniences, met an unholy ground, disguised as something good for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. It was brought down because, of course, for all of the things they call each other, and the people who were at the border of all of this became the victims. But, Madam Speaker, then they tried to rush an election in 2022, thinking that they would catch me off guard as a young leader of the greatest party in the Caribbean, the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. That is what they tried. I became leader in 2021, and by August 2022, we were supposed to have a general elections. But, Madam Speaker, what they did not recognize is, though I did not make a lot of fuss and song and dance, I was preparing the party for anything that would happen. And by the time the elections were called, they then recognized that the great St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party was ready. Madam Speaker, this party is the oldest political party in the English-speaking Caribbean. That is not just about Labour comrades, and I thank the comrades for their tremendous support over the years. Our comrades have been the heart of this party. They could not do it in Jamaica. They could not do it in Bahamas. They could not do it in Barbados. They could not do it in Guyana or any of the other territories that are seen to be bigger than St. Kitts and Nevis. But it took St. Kitts and Nevis to demonstrate that political parties can survive for decades if you have the right principles, you stick by them, and you respond to the needs of the people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the comrades of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. I cannot state it enough. From 1932, that January, when we had our initial comrades who led the Workers' League, led by, of course, Comrade Manchester. Then you had Comrade Seaton, Comrade Nathan, Comrade Sebastian, that made up the core of the Workers' League, which is, of course, the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, in 1932. It means that in 2032, this political party will be the first political party in the English-speaking Caribbean to make 100 years, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to pay homage to all those who built this great movement. I'm just an inheritor, and I stand on their shoulders, Madam Speaker, and I pay respect to their contribution and sacrifices, and to every rank and file member of this great party. Madam Speaker, from 1932 to now is a great testimony. I also want to take the opportunity to thank those who are part of this administration and those who sit in cabinet with me. We call ourselves the AT, Madam Speaker, because the people dubbed it that way. I want to thank them for their tremendous support, their commitment to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, their commitment to the advancement of this country, their commitment in putting their best foot forward so St. Kitts and Nevis will be respected again as a country, a nation within the Caribbean, a country that is respected as a maturing democracy, Madam Speaker. And so I want to thank all of them for the tremendous commitment and support. I know what they go through, Madam Speaker. I can imagine the sleepless nights. I can imagine going from here to here, working not on their own behalf, but on behalf of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. And I cannot ever thank them enough. But, Madam Speaker, that election took place and we were elected. What did we find, Madam Speaker, when we enter into government? Because I want us to understand that it was not a bed of roses. We had many surprises, because what I recognize is that the truth and the facts of many things that were happening in the government were being hidden from the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. And as a result, one had to get in there to understand what was taking place, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I took over the Ministry of Finance in August of 2022, I took over a deficit. I want to say that clearly. The country was in a deficit. The unity concoction had left the country in a deficit, Madam Speaker. So I see people up and down talking about deficit, but you handed me a deficit. Madam Speaker, the record showed that the SIDF had $500 million in it, $500 million. That is what was inherited in 2015. Never spoken of. It was said that the SIDF would be dissolved and the money would go to the consolidated fund. No such thing took place, Madam Speaker. Up to today, nobody in that administration could have accounted for what happened to that $500 million that was in the SIDF. Needless to say that Nevis did not get its share, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in addition to that, in the Treasury, in 2015, you had almost $900 million. So when you add both of them, you had about $1.5 billion that was inherited in 2015, Madam Speaker. When I took over, it was less than half, Madam Speaker. It was just about $600 million, less than half, with the country in deficit and a lot of bills to pay, Madam Speaker. So when you hear talk about surplus and surplus here, Madam Speaker, those were accounting mechanisms that people were using. You met $1.5 billion. You left for me $600 million with a lot of bills to be paid and an empty SIDF. That is what we inherited, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the other thing that we inherited was a country that was shut down, locked down, because they refused to open the country. The member from number 7, who was the Prime Minister then, who had the responsibility of opening up the country, refused to open the country, Madam Speaker. And people continue to suffer unnecessarily. Taxi men couldn't make money because the country was locked down. People couldn't do business as usual because of all of these restrictions. Madam Speaker, when I saw the report and I met with the Ministry of Health, on the 7th of August, that Sunday evening at Marriott, I said to them, show me the scientific data with respect to COVID. Madam Speaker, my profession, so nobody could fool me because that is my profession. I'm not a lawyer, so I go to the Attorney General when I want legal stuff answered. But this is a medical issue, a healthcare matter, and it happens to be my area. And what was said in that meeting is that the science had dictated that St. Kitts and Nevis could have been opened up since at least May of 2022. However, the then Prime Minister would not open up the country and allow the country to suffer beyond what it should have suffered, Madam Speaker. That means less jobs. Tourism continue to be dead. People couldn't move about because they have all of these masks and restrictions and so forth, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, as the elections were approaching, I recognized that the COVID matter was being used as a weapon for political gain, Madam Speaker. And I said during that time that I will not conduct an election under any COVID restriction because nobody has demonstrated to me scientifically that our country should be locked down. And I knew what I was saying because I look at the data, Madam Speaker, even before I got in. Madam Speaker, that was being done so that an election could be done under restrictions like in 2022 and prevent the Labour Party candidates from going door to door to ask our esteemed voters for their vote. And it was determined that that will not happen again. And I said publicly, under no circumstances that would happen in St. Kitts and Nevis. And so the elections were kept safely without restrictions. And I knew that it was safe to do so, Madam Speaker. Unlike 2020, when we used to go down, and I'm speaking to the governance of this country, we were down in a place at Port Zante and we only could have allowed 15 people into the meeting, Madam Speaker. On Zoom, we had to keep public meetings, but they were having big meetings over at Marriott. Big meetings at Marriott. But the Labour Party was subjected to a small room with police supervision, holding a public meeting trying to convince the people to vote for Labour. The COVID was used as a weapon to suppress the Labour Party in 2020. And I was determined, and we were determined, that that would not happen in 2022. Because it's not just about the Labour Party. It is about our democratic culture and structure. And therefore, it was beyond us. We were also fighting for St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, as a result of that, people suffered. And sometimes people forget how much they suffer. Because time passes. And people, the brain works in a particular way because suffering sometimes, it subdues the suffering. And it does that for survivability. A lot of bad experiences, some people can't even remember because the brain suppresses it to give you a chance to survive. Because if you have to remember each bad experience you had, you would lose your mental health. And so it's a protective mechanism of the brain and the mind, Madam Speaker. But sometimes you have to remind people where they came from. I remember taxi drivers, Madam Speaker, making no money. Can't pay for the buses, can't pay for the mortgages. Parents can't send the children to school because there are no jobs. And I said all of that because it was not just because of COVID, it was because the country was kept unnecessarily locked down for political reasons, Madam Speaker. And had we not stood up, Madam Speaker, it would have gone further and further along. And so, Madam Speaker, we had an open election, and the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party won the majority of seats in the federal elections, and so we formed the government. So, Madam Speaker, there was a lot of work to do. The first one to do was to make sure that our democracy is no longer questioned. And so we set a path to establish a proper foundation for good governance, accountability, transparency and integrity in public office when we passed the Integrity in Public Life Bill. Madam Speaker, the Unholy Alliance, the Unity Concoction, and I'm calling them that now because history has shown that it was a concoction. Only concoction falls apart. True unity does not. Madam Speaker, they refused to pass the Integrity in Public Life Bill, as I said before. We determined that we would do it. And Madam Speaker, once a year, I have to fill out my form and show my money, and all of us have to do it. And if there is a sense that there is a rapid gain of wealth that is unaccounted for, you can be held responsible. And we passed that early. Some people were saying, that should not be passed so early. We said, yes, it has to be passed. Politicians must be kept in check. The people must know that who they hire to be in office should not be able to steal their resources. Madam Speaker, we went further along the line. And we started to address, apart from the issue of good governance, a number of other issues within the government. The first thing we recognize is that St. Kitts and Nevis had, well, St. Kitts, I can't speak to Nevis, had been out of water, Madam Speaker. The minister with responsibility for water, when he brought the report that only 24% of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis had access to potable water, Madam Speaker, that was devastating news. Why was it devastating news? Because one now have to think that if the people don't have water, what is happening to their mental health and what is happening to their physical health? If you don't have access to water, Madam Speaker, this can ruin an economy, can ruin a country. It is said that the next wars in this world are going to be over water. Why over water? Because the droughts are drying up rivers and lakes. We see what's happening in Africa and the East. When you look at where Ethiopia is, and you look at where Egypt is, and where the River Nile runs, Madam Speaker, water is now the white gold. The very thing that people took for granted so many years is now becoming a scarce commodity and can be the next reason for wars, Madam Speaker. 24%, Madam Speaker. What did we do? We started to invest. We had to reprioritize, Madam Speaker. We did not realize the situation was so bad. We had to invest millions, tens of millions of dollars. Just the desalination plant alone is about $60 million. That has nothing to do with the drilling of the wells, the piping that we are running across St. Kitts and Nevis, the company that is now drilling in Sadlers. And today, millions of dollars later, Madam Speaker, no less than $70 to $100 million, I consider St. Kitts and Nevis is now, is now 70%, now has 70% 24 water access for our people. Madam Speaker, that is a tremendous achievement. That is what you call reprioritization. We would have liked to use that money for something else. But if people don't have water, how can you build a country? Look at Keyon, for example. Keyon, that had been an area loyal to PAM. PAM, that had been a part of the Unholy Alliance. In 7 years, with the member from number 5 being the leader of PAM, never insisted that Keyon get water. Never insisted that, Madam Speaker. The Keyon people suffered. I mean, people going from party and can't get a bath. But that isn't even the worst part, because people used to complain about that. I'm talking about a child getting up in the morning and cannot have a bath to go to school, Madam Speaker. I'm talking about a mother on a Sunday when she wants to wash the clothes that the child and herself would have used during the week, and she can't wash her clothes. Madam Speaker, you're from Keyon. You know how difficult and challenging that was. The people on Keyon used to post on Facebook all the time. Even when I got in, they used to post. And I used to say, well, I just got in. Give me a chance to deal with it. Because that was part of the promise that I made to the people of Keyon. Part of my commitment to the people of Keyon. Madam Speaker, I want to thank Rawlinson Isaac. Rawl Isaac. He's a Keyon man, lives in Nevis. Had a company called Bead. I called him. I said, Rawl, you're a Keyon man. And Keyon has the worst situation with water in the whole of St. Kitts and Nevis for a very long time. We need to resolve this matter. How much money you need to get your rig up, to get this going, to get that going. The bill was sent and the bill was immediately paid. And Mr. Isaac and his company started to put things in place. Madam Speaker, you know what was the sad thing? While we are drilling, the past minister with responsibility for water said that over his dead body, or he would put his head on a block, that we will not find water in Keyon. Instead of praying that we find water, he was hoping that we did not find any water. Why would a politician be so irresponsible and heartless in their statements? But Madam Speaker, God is greater than man. We did not only find water, we find pure water. The water did not need any treatment whatsoever. It is as if God himself had touched the water and said, be pure. The water was extremely pure. We sent it for testing here. We sent it to testing to Miami. When the water came back and we saw how pure the water was, we said something is amiss here. We sent it back again. The results came back. The water was pure. It's the best water in St. Kitts Nevis. Not one piece of bacteria, no viruses, no parasites. The electrolytes and ions are perfect, which means the sodium content, this content, that content, not to get too technical with these terms, Madam Speaker. All of the minerals and salt and so forth that's supposed to be in water, they were in perfect proportion. You did not need one drop of chlorine. Can you imagine that? And you have hundreds of millions of gallons under there ready to serve the people of Keyon and the environs for a very long time. Madam Speaker, today I consider Keyon is 90+% 24-hour water. The only reason why Keyon is not 100% is because you had a place called Whites and over the river and so forth. They're above where the well is, and it's challenging, where the tank is. So we are building a 500,000 gallon tank in Keyon. And that tank is going to store that water from the well and then distribute it in Keyon. I can say today that the tank is completed. We are now connecting the pipes from the well to the tank. And we expect in short order, in the next 2 months or so, the whole of Keyon would have 24-hour water, but not only Keyon. but the surrounding environs. And what we are going to do, the water, some of the water that used to go to Keon from other sources, we are going to direct it to St. Peter's. So St. Peter's will have a very secure source of water. So Keon is 24-hour, St. Peter's is 24-hour. Madam Speaker, we did not stop there, the desalination plant. That now is supplying Bastion, Frigate Bay, and Bird Rock. And it goes all the way down into the west, like West Farm and so. And so we can say clearly today that St. Kitts now have 70% 24-hour water. And we are going to 100%, Madam Speaker. Because presently, there's a company drilling in Sadlers for water. When they leave there, they're going to go over to Sandy Point, come back to St. Paul's, back to, I think, is Molyneux. I think the minister has this schedule. But just to say that even under the worst drought that we are suffering since 1920s, even as a result, even as we suffer climate change, even as we suffer El Nino, St. Kitts and Nevis has more access to water under the worst weather conditions and climatic conditions than it had when we used to have more rainfall. Because even back in the day, Keon still had issues with water. So, Madam Speaker, that is what you call reprioritization to resolve the very basic of any civilization, which is water. All civilizations need land, they need water. But most of all, they need water. Because without water, nothing else happens. You can't live. Food don't grow. You can't keep hygiene. It's air, water, food, Madam Speaker. And therefore, we did that. Madam Speaker, the other matter was electricity. When we got in every minute, the current going. $4.2 billion they said they made from the SIDF in 7.5 years, Madam Speaker. And St. Kitts without generators. What did you do with that money? Madam Speaker, you know what we had to do? I went to Saudi Arabia, Madam Speaker, and had the opportunity to meet with high officials in Saudi Arabia and negotiated a concessionary loan to fund 2 brand new gensets that are dual fuel, meaning they can use LPG and they can use LNG. Each of which is 9 megawatts. Together they're 18 megawatts. Our peak in St. Kitts is around 30 megawatts, which means it's more than the peak that we have in St. Kitts and Nevis. Exactly. So I'm going to let the minister talk to it. So that is why 30 megawatts, 18, 9 and 9, 18 megawatts, and the peak that we use here is around 30, Madam Speaker. And so in a sense, we have actually been able to source these generators, and I am proud of that. Madam Speaker, presently we are renting generators. We are renting, I think, around 6 megawatts of energy from a company called Agreco. Why did we have to do that? Or why do we have to do that? We have to do that because $4.2 billion from SIDF or CBI and the member from number 5 who is responsible for both water and energy did not invest, Madam Speaker. So on that basis, the member from number 7 was calling him those words, which I would not repeat, the M word. But the member from number 7 cannot say that the member from number 5 is totally responsible because he was the prime minister. And as the prime minister, you had to make sure that if the minister is not pulling his weight, you call him inside and you say you must get that done. So the prime minister cannot scapegoat a minister because the minister is led by the prime minister. Do you think if the minister was not delivering on water and electricity, I would not pull the minister in a meeting and say, look, you need to deliver these things? It is just that I'm so blessed to have a competent minister that I don't have to call him in a meeting. He understands the agenda and he accomplishes it with his team. So how can a prime minister scapegoat one of his ministers and say it did not happen because the minister was a failure and the minister was M? Well, if the minister was M and did not deliver, then you had to be a bigger M. Because you are ultimately responsible, Madam Speaker. These are the kind of words they call each other. I would not even call them words. I'll just say the M word. People probably know what the M word is. Madam Speaker, I can move on to the hospital. What did we find in the hospital? Madam Speaker, at the hospital, you had buckets. Each time it rained, the nurses, the cleaners will have to pull out the buckets from under the counters, Madam Speaker. Because in some places of the hospital, you couldn't tell the difference between roof and sky. All ran in one. Madam Speaker refused to invest in the hospital and talking about surplus after surplus after surplus. That's why you call a cook in the books. Because if you want to make it look like you have surplus, don't buy no gensets, no generators. Don't do no desalination plant. Don't fix the roof of the hospital so you can say, I have surplus. But what is the purpose of surplus if people can't get a glass of water? What is the purpose of a surplus if the hospital is leaking? What is the purpose of a surplus if when you lock on your current, no current there? That is why we say we had to reprioritize. Madam Speaker, we did not realize that we had to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in the basic infrastructure of St. Kitts and Nevis because after 7.5 years, $4.2 billion later to the SIDF and CBI program, they did not make the necessary investments, Madam Speaker. And now, you hear all kind of talks. The records speak for itself, Madam Speaker. This administration, this concoction was not about the people, and I'm talking about basic things. Madam Speaker, what we found, ambulances in trouble in St. Kitts. One night the ambulance is heading to a particular place to pick up a patient and the ambulance just crank out. Blap. Just crank out. Madam Speaker, in the last administration, the Minister of Health said the reason why they didn't have ambulances because ambulance is expensive. She said it, Madam Speaker. The record shows that she said it. This is not propaganda. These are facts. The public record shows, and I can back it up. Said in this honorable house, when people ask about ambulances, she said ambulances are expensive. You have $4.2 billion. And you're going to tell the people of St. Kitts and Nevis you can't afford ambulance because ambulance is expensive? Madam Speaker, when we got in, I said that was enough. I don't want one ambulance, may want two, may want three, may want four. I want a whole fleet of ambulances. And we brought in a whole fleet of ambulances, Madam Speaker, so that we don't ever go through this humiliation. It could have been anybody. Imagine. You get sick or your family member gets sick. You call the ambulance. The ambulance on its way for you and it cut out. And your response to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis is that ambulance expensive. And you say you have $4.2 billion. And then you're going to come and say surplus after surplus. It's like a man say, boy, I got money in the bank. But he hungry. What kind of man that? He hungry, Madam Speaker. That is what they did to this country. Rob this country, Madam Speaker. No ambulance at the hospital. Out of order. And that is why the people voted for change. Madam Speaker, let's look at the Bastia High School. The Bastia High School, Madam Speaker. I heard the former Prime Minister from number 7 criticizing his then Deputy Prime Minister, who was the Minister of Education, saying, Madam Speaker, he failed to deliver the Bastia High School. These are facts. These are not made-up things, Madam Speaker. The concoction failed, Madam Speaker, to deliver the Bastia High School. In 2015, Madam Speaker, leading up to 2015, I was a part of the Labour team. When I saw how people were manipulating scientific data to justify shutting down the Bastia High School. Knowing that the scientific community who had tested the school had said that they had not found anything to justify what was happening, Madam Speaker. But people insisted that something was wrong with the Bastia High School for political reasons. Madam Speaker, I'm speaking as the Prime Minister with respect to the governance and issues of this country. Big song and dance, children on the street, Madam Speaker. The record shows, let us not pretend that we don't know. It happened. Sometimes reminding people is hard, but it's necessary so it does not happen again, Madam Speaker. Had the children on the street. Madam Speaker, big opening up on the aquifer. Song and dance. High school coming. Madam Speaker, 7.5 years later, where is the high school? The member from number 7, who was the Prime Minister, said publicly that the then minister did not deliver the school and threw all the blame at the then minister, but did not blame himself. These are facts, Madam Speaker. The students were in a wooden building. They went over in the dental building, and that building and this building all over the place. And guess what happened after the election? The head teacher at the school, who publicly said how she loved the children, she went to be the PS in tourism, Madam Speaker, nothing to do with education. Members who promoted it ended up on boards. And so the question to be asked, had the proper inquiry done? Was there a political strategy to get a government in place on the backs of children and the Bastia High School, and then they were paid politically after? These are questions to be asked. This is a country and tough questions have to be asked. This is not a banana republic. When we travel, people don't even know about PAM, Labour, or anybody. They simply know which country you come from. Nothing for the Bastia High School, Madam Speaker. And that is the problem right there. Madam Speaker, so the Bastia High School did not build. When we got in, we made sure. So I can say today that the Bastia High School is being built at this particular time. Very happy about that, Madam Speaker. It is being built. And on Friday, we are going to make a visit to the new site of the Bastia High School that is being constructed. A modern high school. And we are doing that in less than 4 years in office. And the former concoction had 7.5 years. Madam Speaker, if I had that $21 million that went to the company in Barbados for building nothing, I will be so happy to invest it right now into real construction of the Bastia High School. Madam Speaker, let's move on to the other matters here. The St. Peter's Main Road. Madam Speaker, again, promises were made for the St. Peter's Main Road. And the St. Peter's Main Road to this day is only built, or constructed rather, because the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party got into office. Madam Speaker, it is a road that is critically important for the development of the largest community in St. Kitts outside of Bastia. I think it costs $30+ million, Madam Speaker. It's a modern road. For the people of St. Peter's, I ask myself all the time, why wasn't this done for the people of St. Peter's? We were told that St. Peter's is not part of the highway network or the main road or the island main road network of St. Kitts and Nevis. You have an area that is the largest growing area in the whole of St. Kitts and Nevis. Well, if you ain't got a main road, make one. How can the largest area in St. Kitts and Nevis not have a main road? That is your excuse, Madam Speaker. And the St. Peter's people were punished. Were they punished because they are fundamentally labor people? Well, how is it we did not punish Keon with the water, even though traditionally Keon is a fundamentally PAM area? Why should the people of Keon suffer? Because I'm labor and they are traditionally PAM? They need water. If their party was not going to deliver the very basics that they need, then the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, which is the mature party of this country, will do it. And we have done it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm moving on. The Connery Stadium. Connery, which had voted for PAM so much again. Voted for the concoction. And in the end, all they were given for a stadium was a pontoon, Madam Speaker. A white pontoon. Go over there, it's still over there. I'm going to move it soon. And tell them that is their change room, that is their locker room, Madam Speaker. We invested over $4 to $5 million in the stadium in Connery. Madam Speaker, look at the Kim Collins Stadium, left abandoned, that we have to invest in. And the ministers will speak to these things. But I just want to speak to how we took care of our people, Madam Speaker. I want to say in the civil service, the GAE workers were punished by the unity concoction. How were they punished, Madam Speaker? They were punished because in 2021, there was a re-evaluation of the gratuity calculation of the GAE workers, Madam Speaker. And so the GAE workers started to get 1/3 of what they used to get under the previous labor administration. What does that mean? It means that under the labor calculation, let's say you were to get $21 million. Under the unity concoction formula calculation, it will be $7,000, sorry, $21,000, $7,000. Madam Speaker, a lot of the time the GAE workers were at the lower end of the payment scale. And if you're going to even dig into that and take away 2/3 of their gratuity because they were not entitled to a pension, what were you saying to those people? Go home, live in poverty, and die in poverty. That is what the concoction was saying to the GAE workers, Madam Speaker. We did not let that stand. One of the first things we did was to reverse the calculation for the payment for the GAE workers. The second thing that we determined that they must get a pension, Madam Speaker. And today, after many decades, each GAE worker is entitled to a gratuity calculated using the same formula as appointed civil servants, and they're also entitled to a pension in addition to the Social Security pension. And what else did we do, Madam Speaker, for our civil servants? We also gave all of them lifetime health insurance. What does that mean? If you're a GAE worker or civil servant and you work for the government, you are entitled to lifelong health insurance. So when you retire, your insurance follows you, Madam Speaker. What used to happen is that you would have somebody, let's say the police officer here. She come in here and she work all her years until she retire. She gets down to 62 and she retire. When she goes home, she insurance gone. She gets sick and all the money she saved and the gratuity that she had to spend it, and she'd, leave her family in debt, or she herself ends up in debt. We say people can't live like that. Look at the civil servants, the police officers, those who work in our offices. What are we saying to them? That when you retire and you need health care, that you should use all of your gratuity, all of your savings, all of your pension to pay for your health care, and in debt, your family in debt, and many die in poverty. Madam Speaker, we put an end to that. So I want to say to all of the civil servants, you will not die in poverty. You'll have health insurance until the Lord takes you from the earth. You'll get your full gratuity and you'll get 2 pensions. There's no other country in the Caribbean that does that for their civil servants. None. Not one does that. Who gives lifetime health insurance? Who gives gratuity? Who gives government pension and still Social Security? In St. Kitts, when people retire, people have the same amount of income as if they were working, Madam Speaker. Their life does not change, so they don't have to go home with stress and headache. They can enjoy some free time, get the gratuity and take a cruise. So when you have a cruise from St. Kitts and Nevis, you could pick up the boat here and take a cruise. Madam Speaker, that is how we think about our people. If you want to make difference in people's life, these are the fundamental changes that must be made. You know how nice a civil servant feel now? Boy, when I retire, I got my health insurance, I got my Social Security, I got my government insurance, I got my gratuity. Boy, I can retire in style. And some of them do make more money when they retire now. Because imagine if you retire at 62, you get in your government pension, your Social Security, health insurance, your gratuity, and if you're still healthy, you could do a little part-time work. Madam Speaker, Imagine in St. Kitts and Nevis, you could retire and make more money than when you were working. That's how you take care of people. These are policies to help people, Madam Speaker. This is what Labour has always been about. It's Labour who brought social security. And it's Labour who brought pension and gratuity for the GAE workers and lifetime health insurance. Not one country in the Caribbean could match us. And I'm proud of that. That is what this government has delivered for our people in such a short time, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, these are stats. And that is why I'm proud of this team, because this team was insistent as well that these things must happen. Madam Speaker, just to quickly top it off, the college fees for students. We decided that children in this country should not be paying college fees. College free. We want our children to go into college, to have a better chance at life. The other thing we did for our students, Madam Speaker, is that at Development Bank, we reduced the interest rate. Not only did we reduce the interest rate, we also put a moratorium on payments. Because what used to happen to children, especially children of poor people, and everybody may grow up rich, you go on for a loan at Development Bank, and while you are studying, your parents have to be paying the interest. Well, if your parents are not so endowed financially, and they got to take money to be paying your interest rate while you're studying, you're putting the parents under pressure, you're putting the children under pressure. We said, done with that. Bring down the rate, and while you are studying for 4.25 years, you don't have to pay back 1 cent, and it is not added to the loan. It is frozen. It is called a moratorium, totally frozen. So when you start to pay, it's as if the loan started for the first time. What they used to do sometimes, if you couldn't pay, they take all the interest and then knock it on the loan. So when you come back, you got a big loan as a student. All you're 45 and you still live at home. 45 and still live at home because you're struggling with the student loan. And man who ain't in college, say, you're in college and you got this big loan, the Development Bank. Now we are saying the interest rate is low, the moratorium is there. So if you take a loan from Development Bank, you are in a better position. Show me a country in the Caribbean that has that. Best deal, Madam Speaker, best deal for our young people to be able to go and study. College free and Development Bank loan. But the other story is all of the scholarships that we have. We have scholarships all over, Madam Speaker, all over. And the reason why we have scholarships all over, it is because we are fighting for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to touch on the frontline workers and say that they were robbed of the honorarium. I don't want to go to the police again, but they're the only frontline workers in here. These police officers worked hard during COVID. And when honorarium were to be paid, the police officers were denied the honorarium. But the Minister of Health, who was not out on the front line, who knew nothing about frontline, got $40,000. It's in the record, Madam Speaker. It is not propaganda. And when she was asked why you took $40,000, she said she recused herself from the cabinet when the decision was made. Madam Speaker, you see them tricks in trade? I drink on that. Good water. Madam Speaker, but the police officers, nothing. The health workers, nothing. The securities, guards and personnel, nothing. Fire service, nothing. Military, nothing. Minister of Health, then $40,000. Not even the matron at the hospital got something. The ex-matron, Madam Speaker, I just paid her honorarium because everybody thought that she got when the selected few got under the last administration. I'm not saying they didn't deserve it, but why only them? It is because of the administration's position. And the ex-matron who served this country got her honorarium. Madam Speaker, we increased salaries for civil servants, 8% in such a short time, and we created the pension fund, which is contributory. The reason what we did, we carried up 8% and we took 3%. So you didn't see a drop in your salary, you saw an increase in your salary. And the reason why we made it a contribution, so that during the time you're working, if something happens to you, your family get what you contributed. Because you had people who are civil service, and God knows things happen in life. You can, depart this earth before you reach retirement age. And what is it there for your children? What do they get? Some of them get from Social Security, but for your years in the civil service, what do they get? They used to get $0 and 0 cents. But now, because it's a fund, they get that money. Madam Speaker, those are the things, Madam Speaker, just some of the things we have done for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Let me say lastly on the economy, Madam Speaker, that I would like to say that we had the mid-year report on the economy, and I want to say that the IMF said, and I'm saying it publicly for transparency, that the economy of St. Kitts and Nevis is solid. The members are here. They presented to cabinet. The IMF said that the economy is solid, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have seen during this time, even with the challenges around the world and everybody going through difficulties, the highest number ever of registered workers at Social Security and pays into the Social Security Fund is now. We broke a record, Madam Speaker, with the number of jobs. Over 30,000, Madam Speaker. Never before reached there in the history of St. Kitts and Nevis. I want to declare today that we touch history by having the highest ever number of persons contributing to the Social Security Fund, which is an indication of employment, Madam Speaker. Not that there are not challenges, but there are many successes, Madam Speaker. We are punching above our weight. Madam Speaker, we have the highest minimum wage in the independent OECS. We ain't getting no money from England and getting no money from here. We are fend for ourselves, and we have the highest minimum wage. Madam Speaker, in the OECS, we have the #1 passport. Madam Speaker, #1. That says a lot about your country, its stability, democracy, Madam Speaker. #1. Madam Speaker, St. Kitts and Nevis also has had the biggest drop in homicides in the OECS, and I dare say in terms of percentage across the Caribbean. And I want to thank the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, everybody. I mention it because this is everybody's win. Without the people, we could not have done it. And I also want to say thanks to the security forces, Commissioner Sutton, Commander Sutton, the members of the Defense Force, and the members of the esteemed police force. Their hard work and dedication, Madam Speaker. Sometimes when the police is perceived to make a mistake, everybody wants to abuse them. But they have brought St. Kitts and Nevis to one of the safest countries in the Caribbean from where we were, to record low incidents of violence and homicides. We'll give them some credit now. 75% drop. Big up the police now. Big up the military. Big them up. They're working hard. They're not going to be perfect, but at least, man, for achieving what they achieved. In over 20 years, it has not been this safe. You must give them credit, and I must give credit to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Together, we have to keep working to keep St. Kitts and Nevis safe and make it even safer. I want to say to our young men, forget the gangs. Nobody want to be in a gang. What gang you talk about? Gang only mean debt, jail, hospital, and all kind of things. Get a trade, get a profession, work hard. Bring prestige to yourself, to your family, to your community, to your country. Gang life ain't no life. That ain't no life for you. Choose good. I want to encourage our young men especially, choose good. And many of them have been choosing better, Madam Speaker. I want to thank those in the Elevate program, which is a comprehensive rehabilitation program that have all kinds of aspects. Do you know that the Elevate Hall is now a certified CXC examination hall? Who would have thought that? And do you know who are the tutors? persons who are you don't want to make it much better than it could sound. They spend time at His Majesty's prison. They are the tutors. Some got 17 subject, 18 subject. They're going for the degree. Right now, I sponsor one or two of them to get the degree. And when you see the results from their students, excellent, Madam Speaker. So that is why we can't give up on people. Imagine these were people who were looked down upon, and today they are tutors at the Elevate Center, a center for rehabilitation and to help persons who are vulnerable to get back on the straight path, Madam Speaker. That's a tremendous achievement. And I want to congratulate them, Madam Speaker. So today, we have classes down there, and you can write your CXC exam right there. That is how you transform people. Not no flimsy-nimsy thing for political gain, but an institution, a program that can really transform people's lives, Madam Speaker. Proud of Elevate. I want to thank Director Hodge and the team and all those. I have so many names to call. Miss Collins, Dr. Powell, and the whole team who is down there, and even the PS from my office, PS Naima Hazel, and all of those who are cooperating with them to make sure that St. Kitts and Nevis is a safer place. So you see, it is dealing with crime and violence from a public health perspective. Everybody has to be involved, from pastor to people on the road to the boys themselves and others. And I'm happy to report that St. Kitts and Nevis, after 4 years under the St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party administration, is a much safer place. And I give credit to the security forces, all of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, those in the Elevate program and so forth, and even members from the opposition who showed up, Madam Speaker, when the call was made. I want to credit also and thank the members from the opposition who showed up and participated, because I think that was important. Madam Speaker, and so I'm very, very happy for that at this time. Madam Speaker, so we have done all of that for the people of St. Kitts, and the members will go into more specifics, but I can say St. Kitts is safer, our children are in school, the economy is solid even with the challenges according to the IMF. We have more water, we have more energy, small businesses have more opportunities, and therefore we are saying that St. Kitts and Nevis is on the go, because we had decided to make St. Kitts and Nevis a sustainable island state. All the things I just mentioned are part of the sustainable island state agenda. Madam Speaker, I have to talk about the Aspire program. The Aspire program is a groundbreaking program that was born in St. Kitts and Nevis, where every child between the ages of 5 and 18 get an account of $1,000, $500 for investment, $500 for savings. And Madam Speaker, we see other countries who are implementing their version of the Aspire program. That's helping you, Madam Speaker, from birth, from the womb to the tomb, until God take you home. All through this Labour administration has a program for you, because we have the Children's Medical Fund, where every child in St. Kitts and Nevis, all you have to show up with is a doctor paper. And may want a lot of talk. I tell you, may want a lot of talk. Bring the doctor paper to my office. Because sometimes you go here and there, nothing is wrong what they do at social services, what's supposed to be done. And I want them to do what they do there. But when it comes to a child who is sick, I know as a medical doctor, sometimes I only have 24 hours. And I want you to tell the mother, bring this bill, that bill, this, no. The only thing I want is a doctor letter. And once that happens, everything is put in place to get the child overseas to get the medical attention. And we have helped scores of children, Madam Speaker. Lots of children are living because of that program. And I don't advertise it normally. Maybe once I might have said initially to bring attention. But I don't say who the child is, who the mother is. They are benefiting. Because I don't want it to be used as a political tool, in a sense, or political football. I really want these children to live. Madam Speaker, tell me a country in the Caribbean that has a program like that. None. None, Madam Speaker, none. These are groundbreaking policies to take care of our people. In St. Kitts and Nevis, I have another program. If you get pregnant and you're high risk and the doctor sent the paper, we will take care of you. When the child born and the child has an issue, we will take care of the child. And we take care of you. That is why we put in all the things that Social Security, GAE, pension, and all these things. Because we're going to take care of you from the womb to the tomb. And so what we ask our people to do is to do their part, because the government can't do it alone. We ask you to be diligent in your work, to work hard, to make your contribution. I have to pay my taxes, I pay my taxes. I have to pay my social security, I pay my social. Even when I used to work in private practice, I made sure I kept up with my social security, I made sure I kept up with my taxes. You never hear me naming money problem yet. It's because, and it's not because of anything outside of not making sure that I feel I have a responsibility to this country that offers me so much. And so if you say I should pay this, I'm going to try my best to pay it. If I can't pay it, then I will come to you and say I can't pay it. Because sometimes people have real challenges. And then you go in and you have a conversation, and the government has to be responsive to you. Because if you really can't make it, the government has to create a way for you to help you. That is why we have these social programs, Madam Speaker, the lift. We are spending what? Millions per month to help people who need that hand up, Madam Speaker. But our main thing is that we want people to get to work and make their contribution. Because one full basket. So the country is committed to you, you are committed to the country. That is how you create a growing, stable country, Madam Speaker. And so I'm asking all of us to play our part. And where you need help, the government must be empathetic. This is a Labour government that responds to the people and their needs, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I wanted to mention that program as well. The Children's Medical Fund and also the Fund for High-Risk Pregnant Women. Madam Speaker, so those are tremendous achievements that had been on the table for many years, that had not been touched, that in less than 4 years, we have done all of this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll just run through a couple of the things that we did. We paid independent reset. We paid dividend. We know that the CBI, I knew that the CBI would have had trouble. And the people had not received anything directly from the CBI their whole life. And so that is why I said the dividend and the reset. We know where we are with this CBI. It is not bringing in what it used to because it got damaged by the prison project. And none other than members from the opposite side mentioned that. But notwithstanding, the IMF has said that the St. Kitts Nevis economy is solid, even beyond CBI. Madam Speaker, we are reaching out to Nevis more. Nevis has the geothermal. I met, of course, with the Premier and we had conversation. And I said, part of the strategy is to help Nevis to achieve independence, energy independence, along with St. Kitts, by developing the geothermal. Under the unity concoction of which the ruling party of Nevis was a part, they did not give Nevis the opportunity to develop the geothermal on Nevis. Instead, they were looking for geothermal on St. Kitts when they know that Nevis had the geothermal already. And they talk about unity. That is why I call it a concoction, because that is what concoction do. That is what they do. Real unity would have made sure that Nevis would have gotten its geothermal. And today I received a message from the Premier of Nevis that he wants to update me on the progress of the geothermal. Madam Speaker, it's no secret that the ruling party in Nevis was not a friend or is not a political friend. We don't have a formal alliance, but we agree on one fundamental matter, that this geothermal must be done. I took a PS from the office of the Prime Premier and took him to Saudi Arabia with me to speak to a prince in Saudi Arabia about why they should support the geothermal. I could have done that just for St. Kitts. And Nevis would not have even had an idea that I could have spoken to a prince in Saudi who was a minister to make sure that we get the assistance for the geothermal. And today Nevis is on the verge of starting to drill for geothermal energy, which will create a low-cost energy area in the Federation. When we share the profit, I agree 100% that everybody should agree that Nevis should get the higher percentage of the profit. It's only fair. It's on Nevis. It's fair. We'll get our energy, and whatever profit is had, we have to be fair that Nevis should get the highest percentage of the energy. I support that. Because how I look at it, we are a federation, we are one people. When I go out in the world and the people see the geothermal potential, they want to know, who are we as a people? I mean, 50,000 people sitting on a gigawatt of geothermal energy, which could make you energy independent and grow your economy beyond means and ways you can't even imagine. And you're not doing it because of what happened in the 60s and 70s. Well, I wouldn't take that seriously. We were slaves to England. And we have relations with England. We are one people in St. Kitts and Nevis. And you mean we can't come together on something like that for our betterment? Well, I ain't going to do that type of politics. That can't make sense, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I'm simply saying that I'm happy to report that we have thrown a lot of access behind this. I recently went to the European Union and I went to discuss with them geothermal. I can discuss with them any other thing. But I tell them, geothermal, let us discuss that. And so I'm happy to say that the geothermal is moving along and we are hopeful that we'll have energy in a few years. And once you get cheap energy, we don't even have to bring in fossil fuel. The UNDP is already saying that St. Kitts and Nevis is on track to become 100% renewable energy dependent or sufficient. Can you imagine that? We are setting an example for the world. We have a 50 megawatt solar PV RFP BESS out at this time. 50 megawatt, which will be about 40 to 50% of our energy needs. That is separate and apart to the geothermal, Madam Speaker. So we're not working on one track, we're working on multiple tracks. Just like the water, desalination plant, well, rainwater, multiple tracks. So that you don't end up in trouble if one goes off. So, Madam Speaker, I think I have said a lot with respect to where we have come from, where this Labour government has brought you, and now where this Labour government will take you. This Labour government is going to take you to energy independence, low-cost energy. This Labour government is going to take you where technology is at the fingertips of everybody here. This Labour government is going to take you to a time of food security. It's going to take you to improve healthcare, which we have already started to institute. It's going to give you tremendous social protection. Give our people a chance to develop their business and industries, Madam Speaker. Give you a chance to study and to become an intellectual if you wish. Give you a chance to become a technician if that is your wish. Give you a chance to become a professional baller if that is your wish. In other words, we are going to create a country where our people can pursue their happiness while contributing to our development. Madam Speaker, that record I am proud of, and where we are heading, I am eternally proud. And again, I want to thank the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, the oldest political party in the English-speaking Caribbean, that with God's speed will be 100 years in 2032. A tremendous achievement. I want to thank all of the comrades and the rank and file for the tremendous sacrifice. And to say to them, we are not perfect. But if you look at our record of delivering to you and the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, our record is second to none. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the members of this cabinet and on this side of the parliament for the tremendous support in pursuing the sustainable island state agenda. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the opposition for heeding the call on the issue of national security, crime and violence. They came, and I must recognize that. I want to thank the Premier of Nevis for committing to us working together on the geothermal project, Madam Speaker. And I would say, penultimately, I want to thank the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, those home and abroad, for their strong support and helping to keep St. Kitts and Nevis safe and progressive. And lastly, Madam Speaker, but definitely not least, I want to thank the Almighty God for the health and strength that I have and we have as a team, for the vision, for wisdom and understanding. Also placing in us humility, letting us know that we will not be perfect, but we will not sacrifice the good for perfection. And where we have fallen short, we have to be humble enough to recognize it and correct it and do even better. That is what good governance is all about. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8. Are there any other statements? I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Just a moment. Honourable Member, the microphone. You don't want the recording. Thank you kindly. You may proceed, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I sat listening to the Honourable Member from St. Christopher 8, our Prime Minister, I wonder if he read my mind. But today, Madam Speaker, as we celebrate as a government the 4th anniversary of the St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party's return to office, I rise humbly, not just as a member of this Parliament for Constituency 2, but as a woman, a strong, broad-back woman, figuratively and literally, a mother, a daughter of Central Bastille, and as Minister of Tourism, Civil Aviation, Urban Development, Employment, and Labour. However, Madam Speaker, while each of these roles I play are important, the ones that form the foundations of my representation, are my roles as citizen and patriot. And it is in this capacity that I address this Honourable House this afternoon. At the close of the polls on August 5th, 2026, our country held 2022. Yes. At the close of the polls on that day, August 5th, 2022, our country held its breath. 7 years of maladministration. 7 years of corruption. 7 years of incompetence and division, Madam Speaker. For 7 years, our people looked on in dismay while the so-called Team Unity Coalition partners spent their time fighting over power, over position and personal gain, not serving the people's interest. That greed, Madam Speaker, collapsed their government less than 2 years into their second term. By election day, after 2 of the largest protest marches this country had ever seen, the unanimous message from our people across all party lines and walks of life was unmistakable. We were a nation in crisis, Madam Speaker, and we needed Labour back to lead. So, Madam Speaker, we know that the celebration of our 4th anniversary in Parliament means the opening of a fresh election cycle. And I know I'm not the Prime Minister, and I don't wish to be the Prime Minister. Only he knows, and I wish he would tell me the actual date of the next election. However, we can all reasonably say, Madam Speaker, that at this point, whether it's called in October 2027 or August 2026, it is imminent. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm quite aware, as do all people tuning into this sitting today, that great weight, implication, and interpretation will be attached to what we say here this afternoon and this morning. I will not stand here today to list every single accomplishment that this Labour government has delivered on, or even on the accomplishments I would have delivered on. My colleagues who will come after me, and the learned Prime Minister, the Honourable Prime Minister, would have done some justice in that regard. And yes, don't get me wrong, I am proud and profoundly proud of what we have done in just the short 4 years. But Madam Speaker, what sets this administration apart is not a checklist of manifesto promises, nor the number of projects completed. For me, it is the vision that has guided us as a government, the vision that has given urgency to our work and passion to our pursuits. And the Honorable Prime Minister spoke a lot of this vision through CISA. That vision, Madam Speaker, is the Sustainable Island State Agenda, conceived, articulated, and driven by the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8 and Prime Minister, the Honourable Dr. Terence Drew. So for the last 4 years, CISA has been more than a policy or action plan. It has been our compass guiding us forward, our caution light warning us of danger, and our contingency catching us when the global shocks hit. It has been the lighthouse by which this government has navigated and will continue to navigate the turbulent and unpredictable waters of a volatile, hostile, and globalized world. A world evolving faster, Madam Speaker, than the speed of thought, in which small island states must learn to walk on water, to learn to walk on what is drowning the rest of the world. Madam Speaker, CISA, as we call it, is not a plan with the expectation of order that draws neat lines on a plan that assumes people, technology, and the economy will behave. Rather, it is preparation with the expectation of chaos, of the unexpected, that assumes everything will break, shift, and collide, but we build anyway. In order to illustrate what our visionary Prime Minister has done with CISA, permit me, Madam Speaker, to stray off script, to use the example of New York City in the early 19th century, around 1811 to be exact. The story of New York's move from horse to automobile to subway is not a story of perfect planning. It is a story of ruthless preparation by city planners. And it is why, Madam Speaker, New York did not collapse when the 20th century hit it at full speed. In 1811, when the commissioner's plan laid out Manhattan's grid, planners at the time were thinking about horse carts, Madam Speaker, and walking. But the grid was not specific to that transport method at the time. In fact, they built it to be flexible, wide avenues, right angles, blocks that could be subdivided. Madam Speaker, that was preparation. They didn't know at the time about cars. The automobile was not even thought of in anyone's mind. And just follow me, I'm going somewhere with this, Madam Speaker. They didn't know about traffic lights, but they built a skeleton that could absorb any vehicle that came after. So when the automobile arrived in the 1990s, cities with winding medieval streets choked. New York, 1880s, forgive me, 1900s. New York, on the other hand, Madam Speaker, just widened their lanes. They added signals and kept moving. New York's grid didn't care if it was hoofs or horsepower. It was built, Madam Speaker, for volume and not for a specific mode. Now that's preparation, building for capacity, not just for today's technology. So, Madam Speaker, in 1904, the first subway opened, not because planners predicted the exact number of riders in 1920, but because they prepared for the inevitable moment when street-level transport could not carry a city of 5 million people. They expected chaos, more people, faster growth, new technology. So they built in slack, Madam Speaker. They left ample room for maneuver, ample room to adapt. This is what building resilience is all about, in our economy and in our people. So what does the example of New York teach us? It teaches us not to plan for one future, Madam Speaker, but to prepare for many. And interestingly, while I was preparing for this morning, my team was doing a walkthrough at the UDC parking lot where we are doing some preparation for the groundwork for the cruise terminal. And one of the CEOs who was on the walk said to me that, she said, Minister, I realize what's happening here. The staff has the mindset that we must be building for today. And so when suggestions are being made about the layout and certain things on the ground, what we should be accommodating and planning for, people still have the mindset that we should be planning for today. So the example of New York, what does it teach us? It teaches us, as I said earlier, not to plan for one future, but prepare for many. Now, Madam Speaker, this is exactly the logic behind the Sustainable Island State agenda under the leadership of our visionary leader, the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, and articulated so nicely by our Honorable Minister, Dr. Joy Clark, who leads on the Sustainable Island State. For a small island developing state like St. Kitts and Nevis, planning assumes the world will stay stable. That's what happened this morning on our walkthrough. Preparation, however, assumes the shocks will come, whether climate, geopolitical, financial, but we must build anyway. Our 7 CISA pillars are not just words on a page for us to sound intelligent. And sometimes that is what we hear. Some of our people on the ground say, oh, you're talking about CISA, you're talking about CISA. There are 7 pressure valves to move with foresight and to move with wisdom. 7 areas we have chosen preparation over sterile hope. So, Madam Speaker, allow me just to show you what this looks like vis-a-vis our accomplishments during the last 4 years. Pillar 1, economic diversification and resilience. Preparing the grid for chaos, not just for one industry. New York, using the example I used earlier, built a grid that could take horses or cars. This government, Madam Speaker, we are building an economy that can take shocks. So, what was the chaos we expected? As the member for St. Christopher, it said, over-reliance on one industry, like tourism, CBI volatility, the global recession. How did we prepare for that? And how are we preparing as a government? Multiple engines of growth. Some of the examples, home porting with P&O starting November 2027. We're moving Bastia, Madam Speaker, from a port of call to a fly cruise hub. Passengers will fly in, stay overnight, and sail from here. This means more jobs for our taxi drivers in the east, in central, in West Bastia, more occupancy for guest houses in Greenlands, more sales for our vendors on the Bay Road, and provisioning opportunities for farmers in Keon, in St. Paul's, Phillips's, and all our fisher folk in Newtown, Deer Bay, or Fig Tree. What else are we doing? Building out a yachting industry with safe harbor upgrades, claiming our space in the high-value blue economy, and positioning ourselves to outpace our regional competitors and become the hub for yacht, home porting and hail porting and crew services. What else are we doing, Madam Speaker? building up the digital and creative orange economy. Through TVET, we are training our youth in ICT, hospitality, and maritime services so they can export skills, not just labor. We are constructing a national performing arts center that will become the regional hub for creatives to converge for training, performing, and collaborating. Pillar 2, Madam Speaker, and that's energy security, led by our member from St. Christopher 3. And what are we doing? Preparing our underground before the surface explodes. Going back to the example of New York. New York went underground before the streets collapsed. We are going here in St. Kitts and Nevis into renewable before the next fuel crisis breaks before us. So what is the chaos we expected when we got into government? War in the Middle East. Maybe we didn't expect it. Hurricanes, $20 million fuel bills, and volatile oil prices. How is this government preparing through our CISA agenda? The member from St. Christopher 8 spoke about geothermal exploration on Nevis, a hurricane-proof indigenous base load source. When it comes online, Madam Speaker, it will free us up from imported diesel and the high electricity bills forever. In fact, the Honorable Prime Minister spoke about when geothermal comes on, how that is going to help us ultimately with our fuel needs. The solar PV and battery storage in government buildings and in schools, and how we made solar equipment 100% duty-free and VAT-free so families can cut their own bills. Interestingly, yesterday, my summer campers were here, and they came and met with you, Madam Speaker, and they met with the Prime Minister. We were exposing them to leadership and careers in leadership. They had their own cabinet, and the sitting Prime Minister met with our Prime Minister. I think he might be just 12 years old. One of the things he spoke about, he asked his cabinet, he had a cabinet table with his cabinet members around him, and he took 4 important decisions. One of them was related to energy. One of the things he said, we must have AC in all schools. And all of his cabinet joined him, and they were pounding on the desk and in support. So even the younger ones, Madam Speaker, is following and understanding ultimately and strategically what we're doing as a government. When inflation hit, Madam Speaker, and gas went up, we didn't lecture or tell people to fast and pray. What did we do? We cut fuel excise by 50% and absorbed 1.8 million so that the people of this country and the people in constituency 2, of course, could get to work. We didn't wait for the next oil shock. We started drilling, Madam Speaker. Now, as it relates to Pillar 3 of the CISA agenda, food security and sustainable agriculture, what are we doing? Preparing the soil before the next shipment is too late. What is the chaos we expected? As I said, war in the Middle East, which resulted in shipping delays, 90% food import bill, our drought that we're facing. How are we preparing under our CISA agenda? We are preparing our people to grow more of what we eat. So, we are offering the assistance to our farmers program, giving farmers the tools to succeed, such as DRIP, the drought resilience irrigation supplies, safe, sustainable agriculture for everyone, empowering our residents to use their backyard gardens or private lots to plant. We established the Bayford's hatchery that has made St. Kitts completely self-sufficient in eggs, so we no longer import eggs. We remodeled and renovated the agro-processing facilities to add value and cut waste. invested in new machinery and equipment such as the mango pulper. We're linking farmers directly to hotels, which is something that I'm passionate about, and to cruise and yacht supply chains, so tourism dollars circulate right here and stay right here. The Budget Boost Wallet, where we put $1,500 into pockets and into our farmers' markets when families needed it most. All of this, Madam Speaker, in less than 4 years. We're on the 4th anniversary, which should come, I think, on the 6th of August. But all of this, Madam Speaker, in less than 4 years. As it relates to Pillar 4 of our CISA agenda, social protection and people empowerment. Using the example I mentioned of New York City did not eliminate conflict between the horses and the cars, going back to that. It built streets wide enough to contain it. Similarly, here on St. Kitts and Nevis, we are building an economy wide enough to lift everyone. So what is the chaos we expected and what we faced? Inflation, post-COVID recession-related unemployment, and an aging population. How are we preparing, Madam Speaker? We are putting dignity and cash in people's hand. And how are we doing that? We increased the minimum wage, Madam Speaker, and raised it to $12.50 per hour. And as the Honourable Member from St. Christopher 8 says, this is one of the highest minimum wages in the OECS. The GAE pension, for the first time in history, retroactive to January 2024, so that the cleaners at government headquarters, the crossing guards here in Bastia, the environmental workers who keep Central Bastia clean, they now retire with dignity. Aspire, where $1,000 is placed in an account for every child under 18. We are building intergenerational wealth starting today. Pillar 5, Madam Speaker, under the CISA agenda, healthcare and education modernization. So when we got into government, Madam Speaker, what was the chaos we expected as a government? A spike in non-communicable disease, brain drain, and possibly, and hopefully not, another pandemic. How are we preparing under this limb, under this pillar of the CISA agenda? We are making sure we are preventing and not just being reactive, Madam Speaker. So I'm proud of one of these things we're doing in Central Bastia. Currently, we are renovating the Bastia Health Center. And this is one of the things that is important for our aging population in the Central Bastia communities. For the first time in a year, Madam Speaker, and I know the Honourable Member from St. Christopher 8 is proud of this, not one new mother was lost at JNF. Free education from preschool, Madam Speaker, to CFBC. Student loans with the Development Bank cut from 9% to 5%. TVET expansion directly feeding jobs in tourism, the green economy, and construction. Construction of a new Bastia High. And securing government subventions for private preschools in all communities, including the Central Bastia community. All of this, Madam Speaker, in less than 4 years. Now, as it relates to Pillar 6 of our CISA agenda on the climate action and disaster resilience and water security, the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8 spoke a lot on what we're doing here. What did we inherit and what did we expect? Category 5 hurricanes, drought, sea level rising, flooding. How are we preparing and working under our CISA agenda? Our preparation, water security, and the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3, I'm sure would speak on all that we've accomplished. Now, The new Bastia desalination plant, which I think came on stream this year, provides 2 million gallons a day. Now, the people in constituency 2 in Shadwell, they complained when we got into office that they did not have 24-hour supply of water. Constituency 2 has moved from water rationing, Madam Speaker, to 24/7 water. And as the Honourable Member for St. Christopher Aid says, over 70% of St. Kitts now has 24/7 water. All of this in keeping strategically with our CISA agenda. Extensive road repairs and construction. Now in Central Bastia, we had road repairs in Spot Street, Market Street, Fort Thomas Road, New Road. And this budget for this year has made preparations for 2 new roads to be constructed in Shadwell and the New Road area. Resilient building codes in every government project. So we're not just planning, Madam Speaker, for the next hurricane or the next disaster. We're building with adaptation in mind, similar to the example I used with New York. And I'm wrapping up, and this is the final pillar of the CISA agenda. Is only 7, right, Dr. Clark? Yes. Pillar 7, good governance, information, and diplomacy, which is not as sexy as food security and all the other good things. Now, what are we doing as a government with this pillar? We are preparing our narrative before others define us. So what did we expect, Madam Speaker? EU scrutiny, and still happening, misinformation, the FATF pressure, and how are we leading? I'm leading with the Honourable Member from, I think, constituency number 6, who's not here today. He leads on this aspect of our CISA agenda. And of course, the Honourable Attorney General. We're leading with transparency, and this is something we are proud of, something we campaigned on, and something we were able to deliver within the first 4 years. So, we have successfully, Madam Speaker, tabled and passed over 25 new bills in the National Assembly within this administration's first and a half year, modernizing legal frameworks across multiple sectors. Justice system efficiency. We appointed, Madam Speaker, 3 commissioners of oaths. We stabilized the Director of Public Prosecution's office and seconded Crown Counsels to address the backlogs at the High Courts and at the Land Registry. We implemented strict integrity and due diligence reforms for the Citizenship by Investment program, integrating advanced biometrics and transparent governance that earned not just regional, but international industry recognition. Routinely tabled, Madam Speaker, critical international economic reviews. I think the Honourable Prime Minister spoke about it, such as International Monetary Fund reports. We had one on Monday of this week, where the IMF did report that the economy is solid. So we have routinely tabled these critical international economic reviews, such as the IMF reports, directly in Parliament to bolster public financial transparency. So, Madam Speaker, to wrap up, New York survived the passing of 2 centuries because it built for the unexpected. Just to bring all of this into perspective, St. Kitts and Nevis will survive and thrive for the same reason. Our CISA pillars are not a pie-in-the-sky wish list. They are infrastructure, scaffolding to bring real-world responses to real-world problems. They are slack in the system that allows us to adapt and adjust quickly. They are tunnels dug before the streets gridlock. When fuel prices spiked, like I said, we had tax cuts ready. When drought hit and water failed, we had a desal plant ready and new wells dug with one already commissioned. While we expanded and extended cruise tourism, we negotiated home porting and also expanded airlift. Before pollution and derelict vehicles overtook Central Bastille, we launched Our Community, Our Pride beautification and public awareness campaign aimed at shifting attitudes and behavior and supporting our CBS legislation passed in this Honorable House, the Community Beautification and Safety Act. When workers were forgotten, Madam Speaker, we legislated pensions. All of this, Madam Speaker, under PM Drew's leadership, we have chosen to plan and we have chosen to prepare. In a small island state such as ours, preparation is not a luxury. For us, it is more than a luxury, it is survival. It is a mother in new road housing knowing water will be running when she gets home from a long day of work. It is a young man in Shadwell knowing there will be a job when the ship docks, like today, even in the off-season. It is a senior in Fort Thomas Road knowing her pension will come. So, Madam Speaker, any serious government worth its salt cannot just plan, it must prepare. It must not only improve lives so that citizens are better off when we secure office, it must also begin with the end in mind and secure our people's survival and our future, no matter what form that takes. Where there is no vision, the good book says, the people perish, those of us who went to church. In this season, Madam Speaker, and we know the season we're talking about, beware of those who only come with criticism, but no plan of action and no preparation. Let us keep the momentum. Let us keep preparing. Let us keep labor. Let us keep the St. Kitts Nevis Labour-led administration. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher too. Is there another statement? I recognize the Honourable Senator, Dr. Clark.
Madam Speaker, honourable members, it's going to be a long day. But so worth it. For when you do good, you must reflect and report. Today I rise to report in equal measure and to reflect. We are about 8 months into the year, and that for me is a signal to pause, intentionally, so that we can accurately and meaningfully appreciate the ground that our government and the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party-led administration, as well as the Ministries of Sustainable Development, Environment, Climate Action, and Constituency Empowerment have covered. We must examine with a critical eye the expanses and stretches of policy and progress that we have canvassed, and recalibrate our compass to secure the successes of the journey ahead. For moving forward in any way requires an intimate understanding of where you are coming from. The Sustainable Island State Agenda, Legacy and Leadership. In 2023, rising to fulfill a conceptual directive from our visionary Prime Minister, the member for number 8, one that was nascent, yet revolutionary and ripe with potential. The Ministries of Sustainable Development and Environment, Climate Action and Constituency Empowerment put our heads down, put our heads together to understand exactly what a Sustainable Island State Agenda, or SISA, and its resultant transformative sustainability would mean. We interrogated not only previous efforts, but importantly ourselves and what we could and would do differently to ensure that SISA as envisioned by our Prime Minister, became more than just another new catchy slogan, that it expanded beyond a buzzword to ingrain development as homegrown and home-built and home-maintained, to make it ours for our people and by our people. Capturing such momentum and such a vision is not easy. Many have tried and missed the mark, but the approach of our ministries was such. It had to be different because we led with the understanding of people powering progress. Thus, our connection and our relationship with each other as sister ministries and with our people, our communities, and our constituencies at large became indivisible. Partnership was not optional. It was no longer a secondary action, but rather our primary goal as a government, locally, people first, regionally, of course, and progressively, with a keen and strategic eye internationally. This is why every single time I rise to present, I make it a matter of priority to reiterate the interconnectedness of everything that we do in this government and in our ministry, from lands and the way we use them, to the environment and the way we treat it, to our people and the lives that we are able to enjoy. Through this work, this detailed engineering, we have been able to develop CISA into a paragon of legacy and leadership under our Prime Minister. Through it and its 7 pillars of progress, we have been able to map the needs of our country and our citizens, the gaps that exist, for there were many gaps, gaping holes in fact, and the actions that must be and are being done to bridge them all. With the backing of a well-informed strategy, we developed this agenda. We linked it to our National Development Planning Framework led by the member for number 6, the Right Honorable Dr. Denzel Douglas and his Ministries of Economic Development, and we are able to move with precision and accuracy and, to quote my colleague minister, sing one song. But CISA as a vision and as a mission from our Honorable Prime Minister could not happen without fundraising, strategic identification, and partnership. Madam Speaker, today it's all about facts, indisputable facts, and you know I love a fact. I love statistics. Nothing more, nothing less. My ministries accepted the challenge of this mandate of transformative sustainability, fully understanding the level of financing that would be needed to advance certain systems and efforts. Financing that could not in any way be afforded by the Treasury that was left empty. Instead, we needed to be spirited, we needed to be disciplined, and we needed to be strategic. And we did what was needed. We raised millions in development financing, the highest seen in years. So when we speak of US $300,000 delivered to coastal communities and groups across St. Kitts and Nevis, specific to agriculture and fisheries, delivered through the partnership with the Global Center for Climate Mobility, for community climate adaptation, of which our Prime Minister is our regional champion. This is leadership, legacy, and fundraising. When we speak of US $5 million secured to support sustainable land management through our partnership with the Food and Agricultural Organization, and this specifically to address persons living in guts, in St. Paul's in particular, and across the Federation, we are talking about strategic policy and fundraising to match. Our US $50 million that has been secured to advance our Transwater project towards manifesting climate resilient water sector, thanks to our submission by the Green Climate Fund, of which the Department of Public Sector Investment is our national focal point. Our $15 million secured through our CARI SKN as investment in coastal adaptation under CISA, or our launch of a US $3 million grant to institutionalize climate resilience into our policy planning and national adaptation plan for CISA. I don't like to add, but this is millions of dollars under our CISA agenda in less than 4 years. And what these things mean, Madam Speaker, and prove in real terms, is that the ministries which I lead have strengthened and improved not just our approach to partnership, but trust and belief that both regional and international agencies are willing to place in our federation, in our capacity to fulfill, to advance and succeed. This morning, before I came into this honorable house, we will all uncall the Ministries of Environment and Sustainable Development with regional partners who are anxious and hungry to partner with the government of St. Kitts, investing millions further into resilient housing, into water, into sanitation. And these have been the calls all week because we have been leading and we have taken on that mandate of getting St. Kitts to a sustainable island state. Madam Speaker, I return to the point of people powering progress. The reality of a long-term vision and planning is that many times, short-term gratification must be sacrificed. Some people don't know how to do that. This has been our government's approach, being unafraid to navigate uncharted territory, to delay the easier successes so that we can format a stronger foundation for better and lasting outcomes. So, CISA is for the people. I know for a fact that many people, they may hear, as was said by the member for number 2, we say CISA. And they're still saying, you know, CISA. But we have built CISA into their everyday lives. They still hold on to the belief that sustainable development and the environment are technical matters separate from their daily lives. But that's not so. As we have said over and over again, when we get a call that the beaches are dirty or the Independence Square is dirty, it's from concerned citizens who recognize that a dirty environment is off-putting to visitors. Visitors come to our shores. They spend money. They stay in our hotels. Our persons from St. Kitts and Nevis work in these hotels. They make money, and everything is connected. There is a reason why the work at the Department of Constituency Empowerment also falls within my ministerial remit, and it harkens back to our bottom line, people. Everything we do in both of these ministries are directly related to the people of this federation. They are towards a St. Kitts and Nevis that is resilient, capable, and filled with Kittitians and Nevisians who are supplied with everything they need to survive in the face of shifting global and environmental climate. And this is really what the sustainable island state means at its very core. And this recognition is driving our work. We understand impeccably that our communities are our nation's greatest assets, the lifeblood of our country. And for this reason, our constituency officers' regular engagements, check-ins, and data collection are essential to informing our direction and our priorities. So how does this translate? Madam Speaker, we have piloted and are successfully pushing forward our Vulnerable Household Needs Assessment Project, where we advance a funding envelope of over $1 million to conduct structured evaluations that help us both identify and place where social assistance requirements are needed, and most urgent, to support vulnerable household repairs. This is not a political handpicking. This is strategic investment and investigation and interventions for people who need it, prioritizing the vulnerable, the elderly, the disabled, single mothers with multiple children, and we have been delivering. We continue to expand this information into assistance pipeline, and we have logged just this year over 85 homes who have received grant-supported repair or rehabilitation. And we are extremely proud, and I am certain the members for the respective constituencies are happy that interventions are coming to their constituents. This also translates into our delivery of upward of $837,000 to churches, schools, and community organizations to support and impact their work in the environment, in development, in youth development, in capacity strengthening, in sports. The Department of Constituency Empowerment has been providing adequate and needed support. It translates to mobilization of EC $1.5 million worth of infrastructure support to the National Housing Corporation's infrastructure installation from prospective household for prospective homeowners. A decision taken by this cabinet recognizing that home ownership and the partnership with the Ministry of Sustainable Development was critical. It translates through the provision of mobility assistive equipment to our nursing homes, seniors, and persons with disabilities, procured through the partnership and assistance of the Ministry of Health and the Minister responsible for health, the member for number 8, and our best friends, the Republic of China, Taiwan. It translates to the Parks and Beaches units monthly elderly cleanups that makes it so that our elderly and persons living with disabilities in every single constituency, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, have access to a team that comes to their home on the recommendation of community members and the Parks and Beaches unit itself to clean their property. We are connecting our mandate of environmental health through social and elderly care. Speaking of, Madam Speaker, another reflection of mine is the growth and progress of the Solid Waste Management Corporation. In June, the Solid Waste Management Corporation celebrated its 30-year anniversary. And most evident in those celebrations was the fact that today the SWMC is an entirely different organization than it was 3 decades ago. Growth and progress. It's safe to say I am so proud of its evolution and the immense work that we have contributed in the past 4 years. Madam Speaker, when I got into office in 2022, 2 departments threatened to have what's the word for on the streets, revolt, picket. I said to the Prime Minister, Prime Minister, solid waste is not happy and Parks and Beaches isn't happy. And both the Prime Minister and I went down to Irish Town and we had a big meeting with Parks and Beaches. And the Prime Minister made commitments to them. And we have fulfilled them. And not one Parks and Beaches worker has been on the street demonstrating. That's the word I was looking for. Similarly, I said to solid waste staff just last month when we had our fun day, we couldn't have it on the landfill because of the unfortunate landfill fires. We were at the headquarters and I was taking a picture with Shoshine and everybody was happy. And I said, I spoke to every single worker. Nobody had a complaint. They were happy. Solid Waste is now moving to enact its pension plan for its workers, along with strides with other statutory bodies. We're almost there. And this is what powering progress through people is. People-centered governance. Madam Speaker, pre-2022 and pre our Sustainable Island State agenda, we had limited recycling capacity as a country. Our ministries, not just mine, but partner ministries and Solid Waste Management Corporation, bringing to life Pillar 6, our circular economy, has reformed this reality. Thanks to this strategic vision and the support again of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the Ministry of Education, we have since entered phase 2 of our recycling project and installed equipment necessary to divert recyclable waste, paper, cardboard, plastic, tin, from our landfill and convert it into income through export. We are working also at our own expense to ensure that derelict vehicles, blights on the beauty of our communities, are removed and repurposed. Just the other day, the Prime Minister called and said to me, why aren't you saying that you're removing the derelict vehicles? This is such an impactful activity. And I said, oh, PM, we dropped the ball. And we made it clear to the public that for the past 3 years, we have removed over 1,000 derelict vehicles from across St. Kitts. And in the past 3 months only, between the Limekeel, Shadwell, and Keon and Connery area, over 200 plus vehicles. We're now in Atlees making our way across the Federation. People from the diaspora have called me and said, we have some derelict vehicles up here in this lot in Birdrock across here, and we're going to remove all. But, and we will get back to all of them, because this is so critical, not just for beauty, but for sanitation, for community health, to remove vectors and just keep the place clean. And guess what? Each vehicle moved cost about $250. And solid waste has paid. Solid waste is financially stable, thanks to the support of the Ministry of Finance led by our Prime Minister. But we want not to do this on our own. We believe strongly that someone should take this up as their own private business, because there is wealth in waste. Our push, our why, our reason is a desire to shift behavior and culture where waste is concerned. Not because we aim to be contrary or difficult or we want to make it problematic for you to dispose of your waste, but more holistically, it's what progress requires. Your plastic bags in the supermarket. I know a lot of people still text me and say, every time I drink from reuse a non-single-use plastic container, I think of you and I get vexed. Yes, get vexed. I don't care. You have to do it. It is for the good of our environment. Our eco-friendly cutlery, your calls for recycling drop-offs, these are all towards surviving and thriving in St. Kitts and Nevis. Again, I repeat, people powering progress. More specifically, placing people at the heart of sustainability. Madam Speaker, I believe that the over 130 families, and I have to transition my attention to land and take a pause, because this is the hot and most passionate topic for people in St. Kitts and Nevis. The 130 families in New Amsterdam, Lagreet, and Upper Monkey Hill, who now have irrevocable ownership to lands through our regularization progress, who can now plan, who can lay roots on firm ground and grow, would agree that this is people powering progress. Our ministry have seen over 1,500 citizens who have been engaged by the Ministry of Sustainable Development's weekly land and survey open houses. They would also agree with this. These one-on-one sessions and our commitment to empowerment through land access equates to over 850 land allocations so far. Over 318 allocations this year alone, for residential and commercial lots. I'm also so proud to confirm that today, our team, and I know they're listening, they're at the Ministry of Sustainable Development preparing for distribution letters for persons to access commercial lots in newly opened areas, Bladen's Commercial Court, just behind the Ministry of Health and Sustainable Development, and the Royal Bastia Valley Commercial Park, just opposite the Newtown playing field. And this is something to celebrate. So I will clap for myself. Madam Speaker, think about it. 1,500 one-on-one sessions with us. 1,500 people came to the ministry with tears, with their mothers, with their grandfather, with their aunts, their sisters, saying what happened to them. And we corrected and still are in the process of correcting. You know what it is to sit and talk to 1,500 people every single Tuesday with a different story? You know how many pieces of napkins you need to wipe your eyes when they leave because of the stories they tell you? 1,500 and counting. Madam Speaker, recently the Ministry of Sustainable Development proudly announced the successful resolution of ongoing land conflicts with farmers who were unlawfully occupying residential designated lands, and further transition these farmers peaceably through lands allocated for agricultural purposes. And we continue refining this process to ensure that no one suffers. The outcome was neither swift in its arrival, nor was it guaranteed, but rather as a result of dedication and willingness by my ministries and the Ministry of Agriculture to course correct, to redirect and try again every time we failed. Instead of being daunted by the intensity of the processes that all these efforts require for success, we put our boots to the ground, we went in the field. My PS was in the field every Sunday, driving around, looking for land, talking to agriculture, engaging with farmers. We got the planning board involved. We worked as a team and we collaborated with the relevant authorities to ensure that we did things the right way. And when we got stuck, our very good partners, the Department of Legal Justice and Legal Services, were there to bail us out. And we survived. And we have successfully expanded and cemented our partnership with the National Housing Corporation to ensure access to more lands and infrastructure for our climate resilient homes. The partnership continues to ensure that NHC could provide over 850 housing solutions for the people of St. Kitts. Well, if we ain't working, nobody working. And I know we are working. But we must talk about governance and policy reforms. So my ministries are not just talking the talk, we are walking the walk. Our policy plans and implementations are proof of how serious we are. Putting that legislative scaffolding in place gives our work concreteness and legitimacy and allows it to exist and proliferate beyond us. And not beyond this administration, but there will always be. I think it's Nevis Labour administration, because we now move. But I digress. Our passage of the National Conservation and Environmental Management Act to modernize our approach to environmentalism and our complementary work to secure another US $200,000 from the International Development Bank with support from Compete Caribbean towards NCEMA's implementation. And our passage of the Architects Registration Act to secure the future of our built environment, our structural reforms to critical operators like the Development Control and Planning Board, to strengthen compliance and governance. St. Kitts and Nevis's presidency of the SKNIS Agreement, which speaks about environmental justice and environmental reparatory justice, and my own vice presidency of the United Nations Environmental Assembly, all confirm beyond any shadow of a doubt that we are working, my ministries are working, and this government is working on all fronts to make sustainability and CISA a whole thing, a real thing, a cemented thing in this government, devoid of fragmentation. Madam Speaker, my ministries have ensured that not only Kittitians and Nevisians are the primary beneficiaries of our work, but that St. Kitts and Nevis is properly positioned to lead and inform global decision-making through participation and partnership. When we show up with a voice, we lead and we direct the conversation to small island developing states, and most importantly, we direct the flow of money to this country. As I stated before, millions in resources for various sectors. As I close, Madam Speaker, I feel the need to highlight the fact that the aforementioned, and even more that I haven't mentioned in the interest of time, have been successfully achieved by this government and by these ministries that I lead as a senator, a non-elected member of this parliament. We have ensured that for the first time ever, St. Kitts and Nevis could rise and lead and systematically reorganize. That through the works of my ministries, we could systematically reorganize the government's agenda. That was MIA a few years ago. To become one that meets local needs, regional needs, and fulfills and champions international obligations. There is work behind us. Madam Speaker, my reflections illuminate ability and will to take a bare concept, a vision, and make it real, to give it bone and flesh and muscle so that it could stand on its own, that it could grow and do what was envisioned, to transform this twin island federation into an unambiguably progressive state. Madam Speaker, undeniably, today sees us farther ahead than years past. Where we began is not where we have remained, and we have far to go as we move forward with labor. Through diligence, a series of systematic changes and overhauls, and strategically selected and maintained partnerships and investments, we are laying the brick and mortar of greatness every day. There is a strong team behind me, Madam Speaker, of leaders, of PSs, of advisors, of technical staff, and administrative staff who have made this possible. I thank God every day for the grace and vision and the support of this excellent team. While we have much to do still, we must acknowledge the Herculean effort that has moved us thus far. We have worked in this ministry for the past year and for the past 4 years. And Madam Speaker, personally, since the start of my journey in this honorable house 6 years ago, on August 13th, 2020, as opposition senator, never again, it has been a journey of hard work, of discipline, of commitment to service, which translated into the ministries I now lead as an unelected senator. Madam Speaker, no crown can stop the ears, and cunning cannot close them to the truth that I have worked and we have worked and delivered as the ministries of sustainable development, environment, climate action, constituency empowerment, parks and beaches, and solid waste management corporation. And Madam Speaker, should the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, the leadership and comrades of this great party, the leadership of the people of the communities of Constituency 6, see it fit that I serve, I look forward to another stage of service to the Federation, to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, to the communities of Constituency 6, Newton Ground, St. Paul's, Dieppe Bay, Parsons Ground, and Sadler's and Harris's, under another 4 years and another 4 years and another of this great party, of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Senator, Dr. Clark. I recognize the Honourable Senator Philip.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Good day. I rise on the occasion of Minister's statements to add with my colleagues in terms of highlighting particularly achievements and accomplishments that we have made as a good Labour administration for the past 4 years, for the record of work that we have done. Madam Speaker, when I was appointed Senator, I came in with a background in social policy development and implementation. So when the conversation arose about what I would do and how I would contribute to our leader's vision for success, it was a no-brainer for me. I said I'd be happy to work in the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs and Youth Empowerment at the time. And so after being sworn in, the first assignment I was asked to deal with was get PAP under control, which essentially meant to properly manage programmatic resources for financial accountability and really streamline the delivery of social services to ensure that those who really need it most are actually benefiting and are being positively impacted, because that is central to SKNLP as a party in terms of looking out for the people, the workers of our great federation. I said, okay, this was a reasonable and necessary assignment. So, Madam Speaker, I put my head down, I got to work. When I assumed leadership and oversight of the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs, it was very evident that under previous administration, the department mandates and staff were very neglected. Whole units were undertrained, underfunded, under-resourced, and ultimately mismanaged. We've heard similar reports from members in their respective ministries. So it seems like it was a whole-of-government situation in terms of poor management. But for me in the Ministry of Social Development, it was clear that staff morale and productivity were at an all-time low. There was little to no transparency in the delivery of various social assistance programs. There was absolutely no case management, which bewildered me. How do you have a welfare department with no case management? So there was no follow-up and support to clients so that they could remove their dependency on the state for social assistance. Social policy practices and standard operating procedures were not documented, not implemented, not adhered to. Ultimately, Madam Speaker, poor management and ineffectiveness plagued the welfare and social services arm of government. At this point, Madam Speaker, like I said, I got to work, and with the support of course, the Deputy PM, the Prime Minister, and the wider Cabinet, really worked on rebuilding and transforming this sector to better serve people and power progress and ultimately reduce and alleviate poverty in the Federation, Madam Speaker. Since 2022, I'm pleased and very proud to report a full list or a select list of transformative accomplishments. And I call them transformative because I believe that these are accomplishments that we've been really able to establish and complete that is really significantly going to change the way that we do business when it comes to social protection and ultimately improve the lives of people in the Federation. So major accomplishment, number one, which was essentially the very first priority when I took oversight and leadership for the ministry, is really to improve social assistance program delivery. Madam Speaker, we sought to improve program delivery by ultimately increasing financial investments in people, in our programming, and in our partnerships, Madam Speaker. Within the past 4 years, each social assistance program offered through the Department of Social Services saw some percentage increase in funding. This is money that was invested to go directly to the clients in some sort of welfare or social assistance or aid. Madam Speaker, the Department of Social Services has a variety of programs, including medical assistance for adults, which was increased over the past 4 years, doubled, in fact, by another $1 million. And that is separate and apart from the Children's Medical Fund, which the Department of Social Services also has, in addition to the Prime Minister's office. So the department and PMO actually work hand in hand to deal with any cases that come when it comes to children's medical assistance assistance. The Prime Minister's office typically deals with those that are really emergencies, immediate, because they can process things a lot faster. But we do have a fund that is separate and apart from our adult medical assistance to make sure that our children are well cared for and taken care of, because that, in fact, is a vision of the PM, so he makes sure there's money in multiple places for children's medical. And so we've seen that increase in terms of investment to improve our social service delivery. There was investment increased in our burial assistance program. There's increase in investment in our food voucher program, also in our foster care program and allowances that are provided to parents and families who are willing to foster children who are not their own. That allowance was increased as well, Madam Speaker. School uniform assistance, also we had increased investments in that program. And Madam Speaker, these are programs that are standard and recurrent for the department, and this is separate and apart from the over $28 million that was also invested to create the Budget Boost Wallet, which was also facilitated through the Ministry of Social Development, Madam Speaker. And so cumulatively over the past 4 years, this administration has invested directly in social assistance programs that is money in the hands and pockets of households and individuals, Madam Speaker. And so in addition to increased budgetary investments so that we can serve more people, we actually improved the way these programs were delivered. We improved the PAP with the transition to LIFT. We improved other social services by reestablishing very clear eligibility criteria, means testing, standard application processes, and accountability mechanisms. Case management was reinstated after the staff were all retrained and resourced to operationalize upgraded systems and processes. Madam Speaker, these may sound like small things, but these things are very integral and central and foundational to the delivery of a strong social protection ecosystem. If we don't have very clear rules, processes, and procedures, then it's just chaos and people don't know what to expect. People don't know how to access. But Madam Speaker, because we've done the work to ensure that persons are aware that we have very clear operating procedures, accountability mechanisms, and application processes, then everybody understands and knows that they can count on services and delivery for welfare at a time when they need it, Madam Speaker. So improvements with increased investments in social assistance delivery, check. Second major accomplishment for the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs is in fact digitization. Digitization of service delivery goes hand in hand with the improvements that we've made to our social assistance programs, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to say that the ministry was able to introduce digital platforms like JAD Cash to improve access, convenience, and efficiency for clients who've been approved for benefits. Applications for programs can now be completed electronically, Madam Speaker. The Budget Boost Wallet was revolutionary in the way we were able to provide e-cash transfers to individuals to use to purchase food and utilities, Madam Speaker. Digitization has allowed us to centralize applications. For instance, right now we recently launched our school-based assistance program, which is a program that we were able to expand not just from school uniform assistance, but you can now apply with one application of interest for consideration to receive not just uniform assistance, but also CXC exam waivers, early childhood subventions, school books, and other school-based assistance programs. One application submitted online, and then there's follow-up at various satellite offices, Madam Speaker. Digitization of social service delivery is a major accomplishment for us in the ministry because it really does change the way that we do business and increases ease of access to welfare services. Digitization, Madam Speaker, is part and parcel of, I think it underpins our Sustainable Island State agenda because digitization is a thrust for all of government. And so we're very pleased at the ministry to say that we have been able to complete our digitization process where the entire ministry is part and parcel of an online ecosystem and that our service delivery has been able to improve to be able to gain greater access through digitization, Madam Speaker. Major accomplishment number 3, I would say, Madam Speaker, is the establishment of the actual Ministry of Youth Empowerment, Aging and Disabilities. In 2023, this ministry was born. The ministry was established as the fulfillment of a manifesto promise to better support and care for seniors and the aging population. The creation of this new ministry brought necessary focus and investments in specific policies and programs that cater to seniors, persons living with disability, and youth. Since its inception, that's the ministry's establishment, Madam Speaker, we have successfully launched and reinstated weekly senior day programs at our community centers. In 2023, we started with 3 centers, and to date, we've increased investments to expand the program and now have 6 senior day programs hosted in 6 different communities at 6 different community centers. And Madam Speaker, we are actually in the process of opening an additional 2. And so in that regard, Madam Speaker, this is in fact an SKNLP manifesto promise that is made and a promise that has been fulfilled for all seniors in St. Kitts. The Seniors Enrichment Program is robust and ever ongoing. We see upwards of 300 seniors at our Seniors Enrichment events collectively. And our seniors, it's always a good time, Madam Speaker. The objective with our seniors program is making sure that our seniors have access to opportunities to age with dignity, to age gracefully, that will help them as they age. And I just want to make a plug here to say that the next activity for our seniors is actually a health fair. It was originally scheduled for today, but it has had to be rescheduled since our partner at Health requested a change of date. And so just a plug for our seniors, the health fair that was scheduled for today is rescheduled to August 12th. It will be hosted at the Newton Ground Primary School, and there we'll have, of course, our health checks for our seniors, as well as some other activities for them to engage with during the day of the fair. I want to thank the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Education for partnering with us to deliver this programming and activity. Madam Speaker, establishing the Ministry of Youth Empowerment, Aging and Disabilities and Youth Empowerment has allowed us to increase capacity of our home care program. This is where we have home care officers that are hired by the government, make house calls to seniors residing at home in the community to offer basic care and support to families and caregivers. This is a program that is funded by the government. We were able, with the establishment of the ministry, to increase capacity because the demand is higher, so we've been able to train home care officers who've been employed in the government, and through STEP, we've been able to train them at CFBC with their course, gerontology. And so we have been able to build capacity through that program so we can offer and deliver more support to families who have seniors in their homes and just need some extra support during the week to care for them, Madam Speaker. That is significant because it speaks to this administration's commitment to supporting our vulnerable groups and populations. Disability Services, Madam Speaker, is also a unit within the Ministry of Youth Empowerment, Aging and Disability that leads advocacy and support for persons living with disability. Thanks to this unit, after completing consultations, we were able to finalize and table the first national disability policy. That is a major accomplishment for us in this ministry. For me, particularly because this is something that when I engage with the members of the community, this is something they've been asking for years, and tirelessly so, to have some sort of national policy that will hopefully guide laws, regulations around how we treat and engage with including persons with disabilities. Advocacy and awareness building is a primary mandate for disability services, and we have been successful at offering sign language training for first responders in government so that we can break down the barriers to communication and barriers to inclusion of persons living with disability. We also partner with the Ministry of Education to make sure that we can have our education system be made more accessible and inclusive for students with disabilities. Through the partnership and advocacy of our Disability Services Unit, we have been able to mainstream some students from Cotton Thomas into our mainstream high schools, Madam Speaker, and we have been able to facilitate a support group for parents of children with disabilities so that they are able to connect and have questions answered and have skills and support in the challenge that arise when it comes to parenting children with disabilities. So we want to thank the staff. There's literally a very small unit of 2 staff for disability services, and they have been able to do quite a bit since inception in terms of raising awareness of persons with disabilities. Madam Speaker, the establishment of an independent ministry with departments dedicated to supporting seniors and persons with disabilities is a transformational step in our nation's history and development. And it's transformational because it is this labor administration where seniors and those living with disability are now represented and prioritized for inclusion and advancement across the government. We heard the senator who's responsible for the Ministries of Environment talking about, obviously, the inclusion of persons with disabilities into making sure that they're part of environmental wellness and making sure that we cater to support them as well. This is the kind of idea that we want to make sure that we are inclusive of persons live with disabilities and our seniors so that they can be touched by every aspect of government, Madam Speaker. Because as we power progress under this Labour administration, we want to make sure that no one is left behind. And we're serious about that in the ways that we have tailored our policies and, of course, structured government to meet those needs. Madam Speaker, moving on, you have heard me speak about the public health approach to violence and crime reduction. Member for number 8, the Prime Minister would have spoken to it a little in his statement. And the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs is a primary stakeholder in the application of the public health approach, specifically as it relates to preventative interventions that target the root causes of violence and crime. To achieve human security and well-being, it really does require an all-hands-on-deck approach. The Prime Minister speaks to this all the time. We recognize the need to cultivate and encourage healthy family and parenting relations in the home. We must also be intentional about building communities of care and strengthening community cohesion. The call for all of society to participate in preventing violence and crime means that there is work and opportunity for NGOs and CBOs, that's community-based groups and organizations, to take up space. And with that being said, that brings me to accomplishment number 4, Madam Speaker, increased investment in community development. Over the past 4 years, we have been able to increase support for community-based organizations, both fiscally as well as resource-wise, to build capacity. This is noteworthy because it is indicative of a government that is serious about partnership. This is a government that understands that if we want to go far, if we do truly want to realize our sustainable island state agenda, that we all need to go together. And we are willing to invest in community groups and organizations that function to provide positive pathways for youth, groups that drive community spirit, and organizations that cater to helping. Investment in community groups and organizations is one major way that we build partnerships in the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs. Partnership is absolutely integral to success in social protection. Because, Madam Speaker, it's the people on the ground, it's the people in the community who really know where the vulnerable people are. They really know where the people are that are in need. And so partnerships are very important for us in the ministry, which is why we've taken the initiative to make sure our community-based Community development officers have some small funding for their community districts to be able to partner with NGOs and community-based groups to deliver programming, to do projects, so that we can do more to rebuild community spirit, community cohesion, and rebuild communities of care. At this point, Madam Speaker, I want to take the opportunity just to mention a couple groups that are strong partners to the ministry. Particularly, we have BPW that always comes into support. TDC always willing to make donations to our various departments. SKNIS or youth parliamentarians, local businesses who provide internships for our Teen Mothers program. They come through every year. UNICEF, UNDP as part of multilateral agencies that really provide us with consultants and technical expertise. And so these are just to name a few, Madam Speaker, of partnerships that we have. I must mention Ms. Connie James and her organization that supports our school-based assistance program every year, because a lot of the work that we do and the reach that we have as a ministry into the communities to help people really is underpinned by partnerships of community-based groups and organizations. And one way that we want to maintain and strengthen those relationships is making sure that our groups feel supported in terms of making sure we offer opportunities for capacity building and very small grants that would support programming in support of community development. Madam Speaker, complementary to our ministry's investment in community-based organizations is the investments and attention we have paid to upgrading our community centers on St. Kitts. This brings me to accomplishment number 5, community center upgrades. Over the past 4 years, the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs has taken the time to inventory and assess all community centers on St. Kitts. Major works and upgrades including roof repairs, window replacements, repainting, refurbishing, water tank and AC installations have been completed at Newtown, now named the Earl Clark Community Center, at St. Paul's, St. Keon, Connery, Keys, St. Johnson Village. Site assessments have been done for Old Road where window replacements are anticipated. And in Sandy Point, Madam Speaker, the Sandy Point Community Center, I must take some time to speak to this because I get a lot of questions about Sandy Point. The Sandy Point Community Center has been neglected, abused, and dilapidated for a very long time. But of course, thanks to Ambassador Kenny Douglas, who's the Labour caretaker for that constituency, he's persistent in his inquiries for the constituents of Constituency 5 around what is the status for the Sandy Point Community Center. Well, update for the public. The Sandy Point Community Center has received an assessment from Public Works for things that need to be done for the center. Because of the state of the center, major repairs need to be undertaken, and so we're getting estimates for that. Most recently, Public Works mentioned that there needs to be a structural assessment because they noticed cracks going up the wall to the ceiling, and so there are concerns around the structural integrity of this community center that has been forgotten for so many years, which is interesting since it is the member from number 5 who was a deputy leader, the deputy prime minister at one point, yet there was no attention to the community center under his leadership at that time, unfortunately. But at this point, the center is looking at, in Sandy Point, we need to do a structural assessment to determine whether the entire building needs to be condemned or if we will be able to renovate it as is. And so we are awaiting the report of that assessment, but I wanted to make sure I took some time to mention that because we get a lot of questions about the Sandy Point Community Center. It has been assessed and we are working to get an estimate as to what the next steps need to be for there. But to date, as we speak, works are ongoing and have started at the McKnight Community Center for roof repairs and interior upgrades, as well as the St. Peter's Community Center for window replacement. The Keon Community Center is one community center that also get questions on. All the works have been completed there, Madam Speaker. roof upgrades were completed as considering that it was considered to be a source of mold in the building. And so a new air test has been completed and samples have been sent off, Madam Speaker. And so we are awaiting the results of the air test, and fingers crossed that all is well, because we have literally done everything, Madam Speaker, for the Keon Community Center to bring it and reopen it for use in the community. So I trust that the air test will be positive. Madam Speaker, over the past 4 years, the Ministry of Social Development has really prioritized community center upgrades and maintenance. We have expended over $4 million to assess and upgrade our community centers, the major ones. And Madam Speaker, this investment is necessary if we are to be serious about cultivating communities of cohesion and sparking community pride. Remember, Madam Speaker, we are building communities of care. This administration, in light of the public health approach to violence and crime reduction, communities of care is important, and to facilitate community development on the ground, the ministry has been working to prepare and maintain infrastructure that provides safe, comfortable, and accessible meeting and recreational spaces for people in the community. And so, Madam Speaker, major accomplishment for us to say that in the past, really it's 3 years, it took some time, we have really been able to bring our community centers up to standard for use. And so I want to really commend the team for the hard work that they've done in terms of the maintenance of our community centers, and with, of course, the support of NEMA that also designates some of our community centers as hurricane shelters, which is part of our impetus for making sure that we have our community centers in use. Madam Speaker, in terms of our next accomplishment, this is accomplishment 6, renovate and reopen the New Horizons Rehabilitation Center. This one speaks for itself, nearing the end. And for, I would say, for the past 2 years, the ministry has really worked tremendously to make sure that we can renovate the original location of the New Horizons Rehabilitation Center, which is in Harris's Village. Madam Speaker, the reopening of New Horizons, I believe, is evidence again of this Labour government's commitment to preventative, rehabilitative, and restorative approaches to violence and crime reduction, especially perpetrated by minors. When we came into office, New Horizons had to move immediately from Harris's location because over the past years, under the former administration, everything ran down at the building. There wasn't any maintenance. Staff morale was extremely low, and the center was not able to be used to function in the way that it ought. So they had to move. We had to go to multiple temporary locations, which caused challenges for us when it came to managing our juveniles that were remanded to the center, Madam Speaker. But instead of blaming everybody else, Madam Speaker, instead of placing the blame where the blame ought to have been placed, Madam Speaker, we got to work to make sure that we got all the works done on the New Horizons Rehabilitation Center, and I'm very happy and proud to say that we are now returned, and all staff and functions and operations of New Horizons has returned to its original location, and so we can say that we are doing the work and that we have done what we promised in terms of making sure that we take care and prioritize our young people who are in conflict with the law, to make sure that their rehabilitative programming is completed so that they can be positively reintegrated into society to be productive and positively involved in community and nation building, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in closing, I want to say that thus far we have heard from myself and colleagues in reflection and report on major accomplishments of this administration since getting into government in 2022. The delivery record of this Labour administration is clear, Madam Speaker. You hear it from the Prime Minister. You've heard it from multiple members, not just today, but on various occasions, all the time. And we're not just singing this record because we're trying to be boasty, but we're singing this record because really through hard work, partnership, collaboration has really gone into working towards achieving and realizing the vision of our sustainable island state agenda. I am happy to be part of a team that has a very clear vision, Madam Speaker. A clear vision that is clearly articulated with a 7-pillar agenda so that we all know, not just us, but the public, the region, the world knows what St. Kitts and Nevis is about and where St. Kitts and Nevis is going when it comes to development and progress. As Minister responsible for driving social protection, I'm very happy to join my colleagues by putting in the work to center the people of the Federation in order to deliver policies and programs that respond to their vulnerabilities, that respond to their needs, and to do so in accordance with good governance and transparency so that we build true, real partnerships. Partnerships across ministries, partnerships with the private sector, partnerships with the community. Partnership that is necessary to power the continued progress of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis that this Labour administration is leading. And so, Madam Speaker, may all of that please you, and thank you very much for the time.
Thank you to the Honourable Senator Philip. Honourable members, I wish to rise briefly. I'd say 5 to 10 minutes, and we will resume thereafter. House will rise for 10 minutes.
This morning we are here at the Cardin home that is about to make 100 years, and we reflect on Mr. Cardin, who would have contributed this to those who were having challenges with life, the homeless and other type of social issues. And so we want to remember him, even though that is so many years ago. This plan was on the books for some time now, and it's coming to fruition at this particular time. And I've seen some real nefarious things being done, trying to expose the Cardin home as if the issue just started. I say this is really bringing solutions, and we ask the community and all those who work at this institution to be a part of the solution and not the problem.
The decision was made to upgrade the 4 buildings which specifically house patients at the Cardin home, the 2 buildings for the females as well as the 2 buildings for the males, and we have actively commenced the first part of this project, which is the roof rehabilitation on the lowest female wing. We will continue with the rehabilitation of the other areas as time goes on, and we also enhance the walls, the flooring, the lighting, the furniture, and every single aspect that we can of the Cardin home.
Really proud for this project that is taking off, and look forward to its continued progress for the betterment of all. Thank you very much.
This morning I'm pleased to be visiting the Bastia High School site with the Permanent Secretary in Education and the entire leadership of education, along with the principal and deputy principal and his management team from the Bastia High School, and representatives from the planning division and also public works, alongside the project manager of this site. I thought it was necessary for us to visit as the construction is in full gear. My last visit, they were at the foundation digging out, and then now that has been covered and they're ready to go to the other stage. And I thought it was important for us to bring all of the various stakeholders together so that they can see what's happening and understand the process in which the school is being constructed. And I am happy that the project manager, he's going to give us an update as to where we are right now and what is the next step and the possible completion of this. As you look around, you can see all of the trailers with concrete slabs, but he will explain the correct term. So I turn it over to project manager Liz.
All right, good morning. Right now we start to build the building B and building A. Those two buildings is a classroom building. And next week we're going to start to dig in the foundations in the building C, auditorium. This building, the auditorium, is the most important building for the site right now. It's the more complicated construction too. Right now we have to pour in the upstand walls and the last column for building B. Next week we're going to continue with replace the fill and pour in the slab. For start with the inside the precast element. You can see the elements here. We received 15 trailers this week. Tomorrow we're going to start to unload the rest, with some parking there. In 2 months and a half, we have to build the whole head structure for the building B already, upstand, and continue with the building B and C. The rest are building a gym. We have to deliver some drawings for a start to prepare everything in the process. That's it right now for the process. Building B ready within the structure in 2.5 months.
Good morning. As the minister said, we are responsible to ensure that this development goes according to the approved drawings. We are regularly monitoring the development. We are always on site at different phases just to ensure that this building is built to code and built on time in accordance with the approved drawings. We have our team on site liaising with the different workmen to ensure that everything goes to plan.
Thank you, Minister Hanley. We're very excited. I'm very excited personally. This is my alma mater. And so coming back onto the BHS grounds brought back a number of memories into school, the various sports days, and just moving from one campus to the other. And so we're very excited to see the progress that is taking place at the Basti High School. Management team also is here to view what is taking place. And we'd like to thank Minister Hanley for this opportunity. Thank you.
We have with us here the Acting Director of Public Works and Representative.
Good morning, my name is Shea Claxon. I'm the Acting Director of the Public Works Department. As a past student myself of the Basti High School, we are very excited to see this project come to fruition. As a stakeholder, we will play a major part, particularly in the completion of the project, the building, where we would have to execute any maintenance. So it's very important for us to even be a part of the construction phase so that we become familiar with all of the different elements of the building so that we can execute the maintenance as best and as efficiently as we can.
As of today, we have over 4,000 accounts open already. we have invested over $4 million already into the future of our young people. This is money in real accounts belonging to our children and already beginning to grow. And today, our students are not just receiving a government contribution. And I would like to say that this contribution that you are participating in is not just to be seen as that, but it is a deposit, practical exercise of how the banking system really works.
Ladies and gentlemen, this morning is a testament to the philosophy our Prime Minister often champions. The whole of society approach. We are not merely cutting a ribbon today. We are changing lives and moving forward. We have heard the cries. We have sat in the living rooms with mothers who have run out of tears. We have listened to fathers frustrated by navigating medical systems alone. We have seen grandparents step up with love, but without the tools. We heard the stories of late nights, searching the internet for answers that should be available right here at home. And today, we prove that we act. The Discovery Center is the answer to that prayer. Let's give it up. Autism spectrum disorder is not a fault. It is not a curse. It is a condition. A condition that is often lifelong and one that without support can result in functional limitations. It can require costly, specialized medical, educational, and intervention services. This government does not look at those costs and turn away. We look at the individual. We look at that potential. We believe that with coordination, with compassion, and with science, we can maximize every single person's functioning and reaching their potential.
Greetings and a warm welcome to this week's post-cabinet briefing, your trusted source for updates on the decisions and initiatives shaping progress in our beloved Federation. I am Dr. Marcus Natter, Cabinet Secretary, and it is my privilege to share with you the latest developments from the Federal Cabinet of St. Kitts and Nevis. Under the leadership of the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, the Cabinet met on July 27, 2026 to deliberate on key policies and programs aimed at advancing the well-being of every citizen and resident. The Cabinet received a presentation from the International Monetary Fund on its half-year assessment of the economy of St. Kitts and Nevis. Led by Mr. Jong Soon Shin, economist and Deputy Chief of Division at the IMF, the overall assessment found that the Federation's fiscal position remains solid overall, even amid lower citizenship by investment revenue. Tax revenue has held in line with prior years, and current expenditure, including payroll, goods and services, and transfer, has stayed well contained, despite recent oil price shocks and associated policy support measures. At the same time, the IMF identified emerging vulnerabilities, including contingent liabilities linked to the Social Security Board,
and public enterprises such as the Development Bank, compounded by potential spillovers from ongoing geopolitical tensions. The IMF's overarching message to Cabinet was that fiscal consolidation is essential to stabilize debt, rebuild fiscal buffers, and reduce these vulnerabilities and risks going forward. The Cabinet then received a comprehensive security briefing from Mr. James Sutton, Commissioner of Police, Mr. Coyote Sutton, Commander of the Defense Force, and Mr. Cromwell Henry, Deputy Commissioner of Police. Commissioner Sutton briefed Cabinet on the national security landscape, affirming that the overall environment remains stable and under control, with recent serious violent incidents confirmed as targeted rather than widespread. In collaboration with the Defense Force and partner agencies, the police force continues to execute its strategic plan, which yielded measurable results. Major crime incidents fell by 10.4%, from 587 in the first half of 2025 to 526 in the corresponding period of 2026. Notably, murder rates remain well below 2024 levels, and robberies have seen a substantial decline, while strong drug enforcement detection underscores operational effectiveness. However, the Commissioner identified illegal firearms as a persistent priority and noted that larcenies continue to pose the greatest investigative challenge, requiring sustained attention. Deputy Commissioner Henry provided an update on progress in the digital transformation agenda, including a UNDP-assisted upgrade to the Police Record Management Information System. This enhancement will strengthen case file management by enabling a single digital case reference to follow matters seamlessly across the police, Director of Public Prosecution, the court, Criminal Records Office, and eventually the prison. In addition, the force is expanding its capabilities in CCTV and AI-assisted investigation, automated fingerprint identification, and police stores inventory management. Following the presentations, Cabinet formally reiterated its full support for the force's operational and strategic requirements. This endorsement encompasses the continued expansion of the national CCTV network, the provision of additional surveillance technologies, the procurement of modern investigative equipment, including desktop computers, to enhance case management efficiency, advancing legislative reforms to strengthen the legal framework, expanding youth intervention programs to address root causes of offending, sustaining investment in police training to build professional capacity, and reinforcing interagency intelligence capabilities to ensure a coordinated and proactive response to evolving threats.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3. You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise on the occasion of a statement by ministers to make just that, some statements on the ministries that I lead, particularly as this administration and myself as a minister comes upon our 4th anniversary of this particular position. And so it is quite fitting for ministers to give an account and a statement as to where their ministries are at, what they have accomplished, and what is still to come. So, Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, I would like to take this opportunity to, of course, congratulate the amazing A-team of the St. Kitts Sorry, I took it off just now by accident. We are building the foundations of a sustainable island state, one that history will look fondly upon. 4 years ago, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis made a defining choice, and I think the Prime Minister went into detail on this. They entrusted the St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party with more than the responsibility of governing. They entrusted us with the responsibility of transforming the Federation into the first sustainable island state. So they did not vote for just maintenance, they voted for modernization. They didn't vote for promises, they voted for progress. And today, 4 years later, our record speaks with clarity, credibility, and confidence that we are indeed powering progress. Now, Madam Speaker, before I provide a detailed statement on the ministries that I lead, permit me to speak briefly, not only as a Minister of Government, but as the humble representative for the poor people of constituency number 3. That gives me this opportunity to speak on my ministries. Representing the communities of West Bastia is, of course, one of the greatest honors of my life. It is a responsibility that I neither take lightly nor for granted. Every success we celebrate nationally must also translate into meaningful improvements in the lives of the people who entrusted us with their confidence. Over the past almost 4 years, together with, of course, my dedicated constituency teams and the support of this St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party administration, we have worked tirelessly to ensure that constituency number 3 continues to move forward. Our communities have directly benefited from the national investments in roads, drainage and water infrastructure, improving mobility, enhancing resilience, and providing more reliable access to one of life's most essential resources. Madam Speaker, one of the achievements that gives me particular satisfaction coming from the Ministry of Sustainable Development, or in partnership with the Ministry of Sustainable Development, is the transfer of lands at Lagri to over 70 families who have occupied those lands for generations. Madam Speaker, for many, home ownership had remained an unrealized dream for decades. Today, because this Labour Party administration believes that long-standing occupants deserve security and dignity, many families are now able to call the land beneath their homes their own. That is not just a transfer of land, Madam Speaker. It is really the transfer of hope, the transfer of opportunity, and really the creation of generational wealth. We've also, in the constituency, of course, revived Villagerama, restoring one of our community's most cherished cultural celebrations. We are in the process of building new homes for deserving families, because we believe that every citizen deserves the dignity, the security, the stability that comes with decent housing. At the Patsy Allis Playfield, we have renovated the storage facilities and bathroom amenities, creating a better environment for our young athletes, community organizations, and residents who utilize this important recreational space. And we are now eagerly anticipating the commencement of the construction of the Limekeel Playfield Stadium, which is presently out for tendering and due for submission very shortly, which will be a transformational project that will provide a modern sporting facility for our young people and for what many argue to be one of the greatest football clubs that have ever been in St. Kitts and Nevis, the Rams Village Superstars, plus the other clubs including Village Galaxy and so on. But you know, congratulations, you lend out the trophy. I have a song like that, you know, we lend it out, because if we don't lend out the trophy, then how will all road know how we feel? Alright? A transformational project is the Limekeel Playfield, and as I said, will provide modern sporting facilities for our young people. It will encourage healthy lifestyles and create yet another source of community pride for West Bastia. Throughout the constituency, of course, again in collaboration with Ministry, this time of Environment, also undertaken ongoing beautification and community cleanup campaigns, because we understand that a clean community reflects a proud community. These initiatives have not only improved our surroundings, but have also encouraged greater civic pride and volunteerism among our residents. Madam Speaker, while I'm proud of what we have already accomplished, I remain even more conscious of what still lies ahead. There is still work to be done. There are still dreams to fulfill. There are still lives to improve. To the wonderful people of constituency number 3, I offer my heartfelt thanks for the confidence you have placed in me over these past almost 4 years. Your encouragement inspires me, your concerns guide me, and your resilience motivates me every single day. I thank you for this extraordinary privilege of serving as your representative, and by the grace of Almighty God, I pledge to continue serving you with humility, integrity, compassion, and unwavering dedication. My door will remain open, my commitment will remain firm, and I will remain, as I have always sought to be, at your service. So, Madam Speaker, across every constituency and every sector, the evidence is unmistakable. Roads that have deteriorated for decades have been rebuilt. Communities that suffered chronic water shortages are experiencing reliable supply. Our energy transition has moved from aspiration to implementation. Government is becoming digital. Public services are becoming more efficient. Infrastructure is becoming more resilient. And opportunities are expanding for our people. The Prime Minister did an excellent job this morning of going through many of these accomplishments and still what is to come. I wish to place on record, though, Madam Speaker, my deepest appreciation to the dedicated public servants, the engineers, the technicians, the supervisors, the operators, the administrative staff, the contractors, the consultants, development partners, and stakeholders whose professionalism and commitment have transformed policy into progress. Their work reminds us that nation building is always a collective endeavor. So, Madam Speaker, as it relates to the Ministry of Public Infrastructure, Energy, Utilities, and Domestic Transport, this ministry stands at the heart of national development. Every road we construct, every reservoir we commission, every school we modernize, and every investment we make in water and energy strengthens the foundation upon which future generations will build. So today that foundation is stronger, and is stronger than it has ever been. One of our most significant achievements has been the continued modernization of our national road network. This administration has invested over around $90 million in upgrading our road network infrastructure. We have the successful rehabilitation of the St. Peter's Main Road and the F.T. Williams Highway. This has been restored and improved. It is one of the country's most important transport corridors. The Prime Minister stressed on that. Thousands of motorists now enjoy safer travel, smoother journeys, and improved drainage along this critical route, topped off with a brand new roundabout. But our commitment has not stopped there. Across the Federation, communities that waited years for meaningful investment are finally seeing tangible results. Through our expanding concrete road program, we have delivered durable infrastructure in White House Gardens, in Shadwell West, Shadwell South, Boyd's View, Palmetto Point, Racecourse, Newton Ground, Rollins Village, St. Paul's, and Stoneford. Major resurfacing works have also been completed all over the place, in Warner Park, in Bay Road East, Market Street, Spot Street, Lower Monkey Hill, Wigley Avenue, Trafalgar, Otley's, Harris's, New Road East, Southwell Drive, George Street, New Road, Western Side, Boyd's, Suncrest, Jones Street, on and on and on and on, just to name a few of the many projects. Madam Speaker, our investment, though, extends far beyond just roads. The Public Works Department, for instance, is an important partner with other ministries to improve public infrastructure. The Minister with responsibility just spoke about it. The rehabilitation of New Horizons has transformed conditions for residents through improved roads, strengthened drainage, and safer access throughout the community. The reconstruction of the Joshua Obadiah Williams Primary School is now well advanced. A lot of people don't realize how advanced it is. I think it's about 86% complete, bringing us closer to delivering a modern educational environment worthy for our children and teachers. Because when we invest in schools, we invest in the future of our nation. Similarly, substantial completion of the MRI facility marks another important milestone in strengthening our healthcare infrastructure. Better facilities ultimately mean better healthcare for every family in our federation. Madam Speaker, the Public Works Department continues to support almost virtually every arm of the government, whether maintaining public buildings, servicing the government fleet, operating the government quarry, or responding to emergency infrastructure needs. Much of its work happens quietly, often without recognition, yet it remains indispensable to the effective functioning of government. Another one of the projects for the healthcare, of course, which we saw earlier on screen, is the upgrade of the Cardin Home. And I want to thank the Ministry of Health for their continued push to get this critical housing solution for those among us who need additional care. Madam Speaker, the government quarry, for instance, continues to provide the quality aggregate that underpins our national infrastructure program, allowing projects to proceed efficiently while reducing dependence on imported materials. When I came to office, the quarry was definitely in large disrepair. And we went to the cabinet and said, look, if we are going to be building all of these things, hundreds of houses, arts center, Bastia desalination plant, Bastia High School, the brand new hospital, roads and hotels and private construction, then we must upgrade our quarry. We must spend and invest. And we are happy now that the quarry is continuing to increase its output to meet the production and construction needs of St. Kitts. Madam Speaker, these accomplishments demonstrate something much larger than completed projects. What we are seeing here and what we've heard from our Prime Minister, from our ministers, is that what we have heard demonstrates a government that plans strategically, a government that invests responsibly, and a government that delivers consistently. And while others, I think the cameraman, I think there was a, yes, there's somebody passed and they did. So while this government delivers consistently, I was saying, and while others, may seek to measure projects by just speeches alone and big talk, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis measure projects by the roads they now drive on, the schools their children attend, the public facilities they use, and the communities that have been transformed before their very eyes, and the lives that they now have that are improved. That's the difference between making announcements, things to come, big billboards, things to come, and delivering results. It is clear, just like all the other ministries, the ministries that I lead have delivered results. That is the difference between administration and transformation. And under this Labour Party administration, transformation is exactly what the people of this federation are receiving. Now, Madam Speaker, that was a bit of public infrastructure. But I want to speak about a very critical one, and this Parliament should know what to say. Water is life, and every drop counts. Water is life, and every drop counts. If there is one issue that has affected the daily lives of our people more than any other over the past several decades, it has been water. For generations, Madam Speaker, successive governments have grappled with prolonged droughts. We're in one now that has been the longest or one of the driest in 100 years. Declining aquifers, aging infrastructure, and an ever-growing demand for potable water. Families adjusted their lives around unreliable schedules. Businesses struggled with uncertainty. Entire communities lived with the anxiety of not knowing when water would flow through their taps. This Labour Party administration, with this minister, made a deliberate decision that this could no longer be an accepted norm. I don't understand, as the Prime Minister was saying, how an administration past can boast about surplus after surplus and tout the accounting financial statements and not be able to say that they have made an impact in delivering water for the people of St. Kitts. In 2015, when we experienced a similar drought, all of the writing was on the wall. I met the report in the office when I got there in 2022, that things were going to get worse, that you need to invest in this, you need to do this, you need to do that, and none of that was done. No new sources of water other than what had been previously planned. Contracts or companies were unceremoniously removed or pushed in a corner. No new storage facilities. And yet we had less than 25% of the people of this country having access to 24-hour water. Entire communities lived in anxiety. But we said that that could not continue. We resolved that water security would no longer depend solely on the generosity of rainfall. In fact, the stats were very clear. Over the past decade or so, our rainfall had decreased by nearly 20%. And the projections are even more stark. So we could not rely on the generosity of rainfall. There was no rain dance we could do. But on strategic investment, innovation and long-term planning, that is what we sought and set out to do. Today, Madam Speaker, I can proudly report that this government has fundamentally changed the trajectory of water in St. Kitts. The centerpiece of that transformation is the commissioning of the 2 million gallon per day Basia desalination plant, the single largest investment in potable water infrastructure in the history of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, this investment is a national insurance policy against drought. Unfortunately, it finished just before we've had the largest and longest drought in almost 100 years. If we did not have the Basia desalination plant right now, it wouldn't be just 25% who had 24-hour water. It would be closer to only 10% who had 24-hour water, because there simply would not be enough water in the harshest times of the drought. the water was trickling into our sources. And it's because we had the ability to pump up to 2 million gallons of water every day into the system, we have been able to weather the significant impacts of this historical drought that the country is facing. So it is, in fact, a national insurance policy against drought. It is climate resilience in action. It is proof that a Labour government does not merely react to crises, we solve them. Or we put things in place to minimize the problem. I wish to place on record our profound appreciation to the government and people of the Republic of China and Taiwan, whose partnership and unwavering support have been instrumental in bringing this transformative project to fruition. Just this morning, I had the pleasure of welcoming children from my summer camp, Icon Roots and Culture Summer Camp, to visit the desalination plant. And so they were now able to see how it is we take seawater, go through all the processes, and make it to be completely pure, drinkable, potable water. That was a lovely experience to see the children doing that. I remember being small, and the major place you could visit was the brewery. On a school trip, that's the major big thing you could do. But now you can do a desalination plant, one of the largest in this part of the region. Madam Speaker, the results are already being experienced across the island. Today, approximately 70% of St. Kitts enjoys a continuous 24-hour water supply, a remarkable achievement considering where we stood only 4 years ago. Now, I must remind that nothing is perfect. In fact, the infrastructure that supports the advancements we have done also still need improving. So there are going to be times when the water has to be taken offline for maintenance purposes. We have still a lot of older infrastructure in place, like pumps and pipelines. And over the coming months and years, we have a plan to replace and upgrade these. But we have now done something that is critical in finding and securing a reliable source of potable water. So to raise the percentage from less than 20% to just about almost 70% is remarkable. That has never happened. In fact, I must remind or say to you, recently we went to the UN to report on our progress on our SDGs. And there was a country, I'm not going to call the country's name, who was presenting with us. And they were boasting that they have increased their water availability from, I think it was 64% to 69%. 5% or 3% was their increase. And they were reporting that. And right next to them, St. Kitts and Nevis was able to say, well, we have gone from less than 25% to almost 70%. Remarkable what we have done in the time that we've been here. So for thousands of families, this means no longer waking during the night to fill buckets and barrels. It means children can prepare for school with dignity. It means businesses can operate with confidence. It means our hospitals, schools, and public institutions can deliver services without unnecessary interruption. So it is not merely just an improvement in infrastructure. It's not just a capital project. It is an improvement in the quality of life of our people. And we are not stopping until every community enjoys that same level of service. Because 70% means we still have 30% to go. 30% to go. Producing water, and I'm going to report something shortly on water. Producing water is really only part of the solution, though, and the major part of the solution by providing a source. But storing it and distributing it efficiently are critically important. That is why this administration has simultaneously invested in expanding our national storage capacity. the completion of a 500,000 gallon storage facility at the Bastia desalination plant, together with the completion of a 500,000 gallon White Estate reservoir that is in Keon area, has increased our national water storage capacity by 1 million gallons. That additional storage strengthens our resilience during periods of drought, equipment maintenance, and emergencies, while providing greater operational flexibility throughout the national distribution system. You could keep up the picture longer so persons can see it if you're looking online or on the television. At the same time, the Water Services Department has continued upgrading pipelines, replacing valves, modernizing pumping systems, and reducing water losses across the network. And that will continue for months and months to come. These investments may not always be visible to the public, but they are absolutely essential to delivering a reliable service. Madam Speaker, our strategy, though, has never relied on a single source of water. In addition to the desalination, we have continued expanding groundwater development through the successful commissioning of the Keon well a few years ago. To alleviate the situation of the Keon community water woes that have plagued that area for many, many years. So while we have successfully commissioned the Keon well, we have also had hydrogeological investigations through a drone-based hydrogeological survey, which has identified about 17 promising additional aquifers across St. Kitts, of which we started with Sadler's earlier this year and will be moving on to St. Paul's and Sandy Point. So, Madam Speaker, it now gives me great pleasure to announce and to report that we have now found water in Sadler's. Yes, we have found water in Sadler's, and preliminary checks are positive. However, as always, we will proceed with the same level of caution and due care so that we can have full and complete quality and integrity testing to ensure that this is a sustainable aquifer to add to our expanding water resources. So in the coming weeks, we will be able to give more information about the quality of the water that we have found in Sadler's. So, Madam Speaker, every new source strengthens our resilience, every upgraded pipe improves reliability, every reservoir increases national security. Taken together, these investments represent one of the most significant transformations of the water sector since and even before our independence. Now, Madam Speaker, behind every gallon of water delivered to homes across the Federation stands a dedicated team of professionals. I therefore wish to publicly commend the management and staff of the Water Services Department, whose commitment, often under extremely demanding conditions, early morning runs to the mountains, has made these historic achievements possible. Their dedication reminds us that infrastructure alone does not transform a nation. People do. So, Madam Speaker, water security and energy security are inseparable. Reliable energy produces reliable water. Affordable energy strengthens economic competitiveness. Clean energy protects our environment. And energy independence protects our national sovereignty. Or sovereignty. That is why this administration has embarked upon the most ambitious transformation of our energy sector in the history of St. Kitts and Nevis. For decades, our federation has depended mostly or entirely upon imported fossil fuels. That dependence has exposed our people to volatile international oil prices, rising electricity operational costs, and increasing economic vulnerability. Now, we recognize that this model was unsustainable, and instead of accepting that reality, we chose to change it. Madam Speaker, today, St. Kitts and Nevis is no longer talking about renewable energy, we are implementing it. One of the defining initiatives of this administration is the Bastia Valley Renewable Energy Project, which is a 50 megawatt solar PV facility integrated with 30.5 megawatts our battery energy storage system. This landmark project has successfully advanced from concept to international procurement, attracting extraordinary global interest from developers eager to partner with our federation. When completed, this project is expected to reduce diesel consumption for electricity generation by approximately 40% and perhaps even more, significantly lowering fuel dependence while reducing greenhouse gas emissions and strengthening long-term energy security. It truly does represent one of the largest renewable energy investments ever undertaken in the Eastern Caribbean. And all across the region and across the world, people are taking note of the process that we have taken, a transparent process guided by international best practice. And we anticipate that the result of that is going to give us the best project for the best price. Our transformation extends well beyond the utility scale generation, because the PV facility is the big plant, 50 megawatts, that's going to produce close to 40 to 50% of our energy. But we have also earlier this year launched Solarize, which is our landmark distributed renewable energy program where you can invest in solar on your rooftop and a structured way in which you can get credited for any excess you put into the grid. So for the first time, homeowners and businesses across the Federation now have a structured pathway to become producers of electricity, not merely just consumers. Through net billing, modern regulatory frameworks, and attractive incentives, we are empowering citizens to participate directly in our national energy transition. This is what you call democratizing energy. This is what you call creating opportunity. This is allowing ordinary citizens to share directly in the benefits of renewable energy. And now, complementing Solarize, this administration has also introduced substantial fiscal incentives to accelerate electric mobility, including the dramatic reduction of import duties on fully electric vehicles from 45% to just 10%. So when you buy an ICE vehicle, you have to pay 45% duty. If you buy an electric vehicle, you pay 10% duty. So we are not simply preparing for the future. We are actually creating it, Madam Speaker. No modern electricity system can function without a modern grid. That is why SKNIS has undertaken significant investments in grid modernization, advanced system planning, and the deployment of advanced metering infrastructure, with mass installation of smart meters now underway across the Federation. These meters are going to be so very useful for the stability and resilience of our grid, because they now can pinpoint where any faults are happening. So SKNIS will be able to see in this area we're having this spike, this surge. We'll be able to now easily connect to your solar system so we know how much you're putting into the grid, how much you are taking from the grid. It also allows you to have control of your energy, because you will now be able to see your energy usage every 15 minutes or so, I think the interval is. You're going to be able to see how much energy you're using. So what you'll be able to do, put on a light where you have it on and see how that changes your electricity bill. If you think that you have an appliance in your house that's burning electricity, you plug it in, you have it in, you read, okay, I'm using X amount of power right now. I plug it out, I go back, oh, I'm using only this now, so that's the culprit. I'm keeping that plug out. And you will be surprised at things that cause you to pay more electricity in your house, you know. I did a little study, I put on a little monitor to check. Because SKNIS, you know, I'm not excluded from getting SKNIS bills, so I say I need to find out where this electricity burning. And you would not believe what I found was generating or using so much energy. I was able to pinpoint it. And you know, everybody will have that ability with this smart meter. So you can pinpoint where you have energy leakage in your facility or in your home. And it will also allow you to manage your electricity costs. So you can decide, you know what, I'm going to put on $100 and I'm going to monitor my usage for $100. So this is a very, 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 very important project that is now underway. Smart metering will improve operational efficiency, it will reduce system losses, it empowers consumers through better information and prepare our electricity network for a future dominated by renewable energy. So you will see SKNIS coming to your homes and changing out so you can get the brand new smart meter. And you know, the other day when I traveled to go to the UN to do the presentation, and I happened to be by a residential home, and right on the wall I saw a meter. And the meter was actually in the yard of the residents. And for a second I said, well, how these people can come in here to read the meter? But then when I looked on the meter, it said AMI, Advanced Metering Infrastructure. They don't have to come to read the meter in the back of the yard. And I said, you know what, St. Kitts going there right now. They ain't gonna have to come nowhere to read the meter. So at the same time, work continues on the 18 megawatt Saudi fund supported dual fuel hybrid power plant, strengthening generation reliability while facilitating greater renewable energy integration. This is a very important project because when moving to renewable energy, you don't just put all your eggs in one basket. Your system must still be able, especially in the initial stages, to handle your grid. If something happens, you have a major event of some sort, it's like a backup generator. You must always have that ability, and so that's why this project is particularly important. Madam Speaker, our vision extends beyond St. Kitts. We are working closely, of course, with our counterparts in Nevis in ensuring that we advance preparations for the 30 megawatt geothermal development and the One Grid initiative where the grid on St. Kitts will be connected to the grid on Nevis. So any renewable energy produced on Nevis can be exported to St. Kitts. Any renewable energy created on St. Kitts can be exported to Nevis so that we can have one sustainable grid in the Federation. Madam Speaker, these achievements we're talking about, obviously, they can't be accidental. They're not. They are a result of deliberate planning, strong partnerships, sound policy, and responsible governance. And also, Madam Speaker, the courage to pursue transformational change rather than temporary fixes. We could have done some patchwork in some of these things, but we decided no, we had to make the investments. I want to therefore commend the board, in particular the management and staff of SKNIS, together with the energy unit and the ministry as a whole, the administrative arm of the Ministry of Public Infrastructure et al. Also our regional and international development partners and every stakeholder whose expertise and dedication continue to drive this national transformation. Madam Speaker, 4 years ago we inherited challenges, we're now delivering solutions. Yesterday we spoke about energy transition, but today we are building it. Yesterday we depended on uncertainty, today we are investing in resilience. And tomorrow, because of the decisions of this St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration is making, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis will inherit a nation that is stronger, more sustainable, and more prosperous than ever before. That, Madam Speaker, is what transformational leadership looks like. Now I will conclude on digital transformation in the Ministry of ICT and Posts as we build a digital nation. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I want to turn to this ministry that is quietly but fundamentally redefining how our nation will function for decades to come. Roads connect communities, yes. Water sustains life, certainly. Energy powers our economy. But in the 21st century, digital infrastructure connects opportunity. It drives innovation. It strengthens national security. It improves governance. And it determines whether small states merely participate in the global economy or compete successfully within it. 4 years ago, digital transformation in St. Kitts and Nevis was largely an aspiration. Today, under this Labour Party administration, it has become a reality. this government has not simply digitized services. We have laid the digital foundation upon which future generations will build. Madam Speaker, our transformation has been guided by 5 strategic pillars: digital government, national digital identity, cyber security and data protection, modern ICT infrastructure, and innovation, digital skills and governance. Each pillar strengthens the other. Together, they are creating the digital architecture of the first sustainable island state. Perhaps, Madam Speaker, no initiative better illustrates this transformation than our National Digital Identity Program, or our EID. This is one of the most ambitious governance reforms ever undertaken in the history of our federation. And working alongside with our trusted partners, the government of the Republic of China and Taiwan, internationally renowned experts from Estonia's Cybernetica, and the International Telecommunications Union, ITU, we have moved from vision to implementation. The legal framework has been drafted, the secure national infrastructure has been installed, the government-grade servers, encrypted systems, secure card printers, and authentication platforms have been deployed on both St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, this is not simply just another ICT project. It is the digital key that will unlock the future of public services. It will allow citizens to securely access government online, strengthen national security, reduce identity fraud, improve financial inclusion, and dramatically modernize the relationship between the citizen and the state. It places St. Kitts and Nevis among the regional pioneers in trusted digital identity. This is transformational governance. So this is, simply speaking, where you can present your digital ID, and whichever service you are presenting it to can be much more certain that, one, that you are that person, and two, that they can securely deliver the service that you want them to deliver. We have also modernized one of government's oldest institutions, our civil registry. For generations, thousands of birth records existed only on fragile paper. Today, birth records dating back to 1915, the first instance, we're going further than that, have been digitized. Might have gone a little further than that by now. Our new electronic civil registry integrates seamlessly with the national identity system, laying the foundation for citizens, whether at home or in our diaspora, to request official certificates online without unnecessary travel or lengthy delays. That is government designed around people, not bureaucracy. Madam Speaker, a digital nation requires secure digital infrastructure. That is why we have built the Government Digital Services Network, with 3 secure network cores now connecting ministries through resilient high-capacity communications. We have established the St. Kitts and Nevis Internet Exchange Point, ensuring that local internet traffic remains within our borders instead of unnecessarily traveling overseas. You know, before time, if you send an email, it will go probably from here to another port, reach Miami, take a little break, take another channel down, back to you, even if you're in the next office over there. But with the Internet Exchange Point, that information now does not have to leave. And what does that mean? It means it can mean faster internet, lower operating costs because it costs to send that email out and bring it back in, greater cybersecurity, less places where it can be intercepted, improve resilience during disasters. We could get disconnected from the internet, but our local internet still works. And stronger digital sovereignty. Now, for a small island developing state, that is not merely just technical infrastructure. That is really strategic national infrastructure. So, Madam Speaker, as we digitize government, we must also protect it. Accordingly, this administration has advanced an unprecedented legislative program which we are going to be bringing, including the Digital Identity Bill, the Data Protection Legislation, Electronic Transactions Legislation, Digital Signatures Legislation, Cybersecurity Legislation, and Electronic Civil Registry Framework. One second, let me get this out to you. Together, these measures will create the legal architecture required for a secure digital economy, because digital trust is national security. Madam Speaker, technology is valuable only when it improves people's lives, though. And that is why this administration has expanded digital government through the Electronic Travel Authorization System, or the ETA. Everyone who has traveled now has had an opportunity to just come off the plane and walk straight through. Digital platforms within foreign affairs, consumer affairs applications, ministry websites, digital help desks, modern document management systems. Social programs have been tremendously helped by the digitization of those processes. Development continues on online passport renewal, business licensing, customs modernization, expanded government services, and integrated digital platforms that will make government more efficient, transparent, and responsive. Every digital service means less bureaucracy, less waiting, greater convenience, better government. And that is why we're doing it. Madam Speaker, I want to, in the interest of time, close off on POST, which through the National Addressing System, every home and business will receive a standardized geocoded address, strengthening emergency response, disaster management, postal delivery, e-commerce, and national planning. Our post office itself is undergoing its most significant modernization in decades through counter automation, parcel tracking, enhanced security, and digital postal services. So we are transforming the post office into a modern logistics and digital services institution. Madam Speaker, when we reflect upon the last 4 years, one truth becomes unmistakably clear: that this Labour Party administration has governed not for headlines. We have governed for people, for the good that we can do. We are moving from scarcity to security. We are moving from aging infrastructure to resilient infrastructure. We are moving from paper-based government to digital government, from dependence to sustainability, from ambition to implementation. And while we are proud of what has been accomplished, we remain even more inspired by what still lies ahead. Because nation building is never finished. Every road we build creates new opportunity. Every gallon of water we produce strengthens resilience. Every megawatt of renewable energy brings us closer to energy independence. Every digital service expands opportunity. Every investment we make today lays another stone in the foundation of the first sustainable island state. Madam Speaker, this is the record of a government that keeps its commitments, a government that plans boldly, a government that invests wisely, a government that delivers consistently, a government administration that is powering progress and moving forward. And as we celebrate 4 remarkable years of this new Labour Party administration and Labour governance, we do so with humility for what has been achieved, gratitude to the people who entrusted us with this responsibility, and unwavering confidence that the future of St. Kitts and Nevis has never been brighter. That foundation has been laid. The transformation is well underway. And by the grace of Almighty God, and the very best is yet to come. May God continue to bless our beloved Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 4.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise on this moment of Minister's statement to give my own account on the good work that this administration has been doing over the past 4 years since being given the mandate to lead this great federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, as I sat and I listened to my colleagues, I couldn't help but become a bit emotional. Thinking about not just the 4 years that we've been here, but thinking about what inspired me getting into public life to begin with. But you see, Madam Speaker, as a young black boy, you sometimes could be told many things, and perceptions could be skewed based on what is achievable. But not only what is achievable, but what you should desire. And I've seen where many of us never really set the desire at the level that would represent the greatest accomplishment of that individual. I deem this a great accomplishment in my life. To be able to represent not just the citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis, but particularly the constituents of St. Christopher IV. And also to be given the mandate to lead a suite of departments and ministries which I have fundamental passion for. Because before any concept of politics or governing, I have been one of the drivers in the creative sector. Before any concept of being a minister, I have been recognized as one of the fundamental small businessmen emerging in the nation. And before any concept of being in public life, I have been recognized as one of the top farmers coming out of St. Kitts and Nevis. And this has nothing to do with a desire to be in politics. It has to do with passion. It has to do with the things that you love. It has to do with what you wish to achieve and how you wish to leave a legacy. And as we reflect on 4 years, and I turn to these moments, but I look forward and I look through the years, Madam Speaker, I must say that while I could talk a lot of the accomplishments and the achievements over those years, what moves me most is the concept of how these achievements have been touching the regular man and woman in St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, if I could go on and talk about the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resources. One of those ministries where, unfortunately, within the government infrastructure for years, have been that ministry that they use as punishment. For years within the government system, if you were not doing what they asked you to do in another area, another ministry, the term was, I'll send your agriculture go up. And for years they have done that. Somebody may have not done what they wanted them to do in trade. I can send you up agriculture. Or any other ministry, I'll send you up agriculture. And we have been taking that ministry and transforming it from an area that is considered national dumping ground for bad behavior to a beacon of national progress. Madam Speaker, when we took office, we could talk about the numbers. And I was on a press conference just a few weeks ago where I outlined that within that sector, when we look over the last decade and the statistics, we recognize that our administration, this St. Kitts Nevis Labour Administration, led by our Honorable Dr. Terence Joe as Prime Minister, is responsible for the highest records on paper and the highest records accounted for. Over the last decade, the third highest record for earnings in the fishery sector stands at 15.5 million. That happened in 2023. The second highest record, again under this administration, standing at 18.4 million. And the highest record of earnings in the sector, again under this administration, standing at 19.6 million. And we can boast of the numbers, Madam Speaker. But to me, what these numbers represent is not the money that we earn as a government and into the government coffers, but the money that is circulating to the regular man in the industry. This isn't government revenue we are talking about. We are talking about economic impact. It means between the fisher folk, the support services, the stores that serve them, the markets that sell their produce, they all shared within $19.6 million. This is what truly moves me. To know that I have moved the number from a mere 9.6 million in 2022 to 19.6 million to date. So now our fisher folk and our people in the sector are earning more. That is important. Madam Speaker, but what also moves me is how supporting this sector has transformed and touched lives. And I want to talk about a particular story where a young teacher came to me and said to me, "Minister, I would like to work in the fisheries." And I said, I could see you fitted there. However, based on the jobs that we have available, what's your qualification? At the moment, she was not qualified for the job in which she was asking. I said to her, unfortunately, you are not qualified for this. However, if you go ahead, this is what you need to do, and you can qualify. She went and got qualified. Today, she's in that position. But not only that she's in that position, Madam Speaker, she conceptualized and brought to life the fisheries summer camp, where she's now training young fishers to come as the next driving force for the sector in the future. I had the privilege of speaking to over 30 young boys and girls who are all excited about the opportunities to be derived from the fisheries sector. And I thought about, what if I had just dismissed this person without giving that person the opportunity to go and get qualified and be able to contribute well to the development? But this is what service is about. It is understanding that sometimes people just need the opportunity to be able to then push and provide that opportunity for others. And today I stand proud that I was able to give that young lady the opportunity. And I am even more proud of the opportunities she is now providing for others. And that again is important service that we are doing. But I'm also proud of the work that we have done in developing the fisheries landing sites across the country. Bastia Fisheries was in a mess. Today, we have renovated, gotten it back in function in order, and it's doing quite well. Old Road Fisheries was in a horrible state. Today, we have a renewed fisheries, building, operations, and the fishing market in Old Road is again up and running. Date Bay, we are working towards a modern building, but at least we have taken care of their needs as it relates to ice and storage and areas for them to function. And the strengthening of these cooperatives has gone a long way in making sure that our sector is robust and performs at a high level. But as I talk about the development, I must also talk about the fishing tournament that we introduced in Old Road. Everyone knows Old Road as a fishing community. I mean, I was given a presentation and I made a statement and everyone knew who I was talking about. And all I said is, get these guys. And everyone knew who I was talking about. From Old Road. And the truth is, I could not understand how one of the leading fishing communities in the country did not have something symbolic to celebrate the success of that community. And so we introduced a fishing tournament. And we've seen our young fishers and the fisher folk in Old Road participating and growing through that tournament. I speak of fishermen like Roger Otley, who is one of our lead longline fishers in the country. I talk about Ira Marshall. I talk about Everton Ford, Sir Patrick Sillidy, and so many that we see benefiting from these initiatives and development. Their lives are fundamentally improving because of the work that we are doing. And I want to encourage them to continue plying their trade and moving St. Kitts and Nevis forward. Because like I said to them all the time, I can't guarantee that I will be doing your job. The idea of going 50 miles out to sea to provide food for us here on land is a heroic task. And that's why I call them food heroes. One that I don't know if I am prepared to do. Madam Speaker, in the same sector but a different area, we've also made significant improvement in agriculture. Today, we celebrate having, by virtue of the expressions across the OECS and CARICOM region, the best hatchery in the OECS. The best. That was not just my suggestion. That is what is said across the region. St. Kitts and Nevis has the best chicken hatchery across the OECS. We are exporting the old birds across the region while supplying our local farmers with their old birds. And what has that done for our country? Today, St. Kitts and Nevis is self-sufficient in egg production because of the work that we have been doing. Madam Speaker, this is what service is about. How does the work that you do touch the pockets of the people that you serve? So when I call Eat Right Farm on a Friday morning after they put out their display and say, I need some eggs, that for me is a reflection of the work when Eat Right can deliver those eggs. And I could see that farm making their money. But as we talk about farms and making money and being one of the best in the region, we are also hailed for the greenhouse village concept. I've had ministers from the entire OECS come to St. Kitts and have gone, wow. The greenhouse village concept is one of those concepts that has been hailed as one of the leading innovations across the OECS region. And it's a model now being adopted across different territories. Again, St. Kitts is at the forefront of that development in agriculture. And as the Minister of Agriculture, I'm proud not only for the work that is being done in agriculture, but I'm proud for my country, because St. Kitts and Nevis can stand tall across the region. But I'm also looking forward to what that means for production. Because today, while I celebrate farmers like Travis Huggins and the other farmers that are exporting food into the Virgin Islands and other countries across the region from St. Kitts, I am looking at the future and what it means for the new farmers coming up and using the technology of the greenhouses to then also get into the export market. So while we provide food on the ground, we are establishing and opening markets out in the region. And that was a commitment. And today, when I speak to Travi and he's saying, I am sending 1,500 pounds of tomato over to the BVI tomorrow, I'm happy. St. Kitts and Nevis is exporting food. And that was the commitment. And it is touching the pockets of our people. Because, as we say, he's making his money now in US dollars because he's exporting to a US territory. This is what we're talking about, improving the lives. But I want to, Madam Speaker, talk a little bit about another area that has inspired me, and I want to tell another story. We had the foresight and also the support to understand that while the droughts are getting worse, we must be prepared. And our agriculture sector must be able to sustain that. And we created a program that we termed DRIP, Drought Resilience Irrigation Project, DRIP. And that project was supposed to and aimed to support our farmers to be more resilient against drought and climate change. And I remember visiting through that initiative a farm in Middle Island. And I remember the farmer saying to me, Minister, no government has ever given me anything in support of my farm. No, his farm was one of the best maintained farms that I had seen. But here he is that's saying that no government had ever given him any support to his farm. And he was putting in his best effort, doing as best as he can, but just needed that little support. We gave him that support. Within a year of that support, that same young man established what is now known as Middle Island Market. He established a whole space where he now sells produce from that farm every week. Again, what support and opportunities can do. And Middle Island now has a market space where you can go and buy fresh vegetables produced by a local farmer. And I am happy that I go there and buy my produce as well. So when I go to Middle Island Market, Namad and the family is there, and I could buy my cabbage, or buy my plantains, or buy my celery, and cucumbers and tomatoes and pumpkins and dasheen and edos. Master chef in the kitchen, I'm pleased again to see how the work that we are doing in the Ministry of Agriculture is actually touching the lives of the ordinary person. And we saw it nationally. We created a program 2 years ago and distributed pineapples and plantain slips to farmers across the country for free. This summer, I bet everyone in here who eats pineapples could attest that we had the sweetest, the prettiest, and the best pineapples that we've ever had, in abundance. Again, that comes from vision and foresight and planning ahead and implementing that plan and then seeing the results. So when we had our farmers on every street corner selling pineapples, when we had our supermarkets still today selling pineapples, when we have our hotels saying we no longer need to import the pineapples because we have so much on the island. Again, I am proud of the impact that the work is making on the farming sector. How is that impacting the pockets of our farmers? A little insight to our conversation. One of the farmers, I asked him, when you were planting and you had designed your farm, what poundage per pineapple had you factored into your projection? He said 3 pounds, because generally pineapples before were coming out around that average. I said, how much are you getting per pineapple from these? He said 8 to 9 pounds. I said, so it means now that you are making 3 times more than you anticipated to make because of this initiative. He smiled. He said, yeah, yeah. And so I want to big up Yellows on the fact that he had the vision to turn his entire farm into a pineapple farm. And he was able to supply hotels, supply supermarkets, and supply the country as one of the farmers providing our sweet pineapples. These things make me proud to have done the work that I've been able to do over the last 4 years here in office in the area of agriculture, fisheries, and marine. Madam Speaker, I also sit as the Minister of the Creative Economy. And as a Minister of the Creative Economy, Madam Speaker, I couldn't be more proud. The St. Kitts creative sector has been a conversation across the globe. In fact, I remember sitting with a representative from the Commonwealth, and he said to me, do you know that St. Kitts Small Business and Creative Economy Ministry sits as a Commonwealth best practice in the way you have executed your initiative? That was news to my ears, but proud news that I was willing to accept anyway. Because you see, many times the creative sector is brushed into the corner as a hobbyist sector. These people just doing whatever they're doing. And we didn't see them for years as entrepreneurs. We didn't see them for years as businessmen and women. They didn't even see themselves as businessmen and women. Today, the average entertainer is telling you, I have my business license. The average entertainer is telling you, I have a business license. So the entire concept of what it means to be an entertainer has changed. They now see themselves, as they rightfully should, as businessmen and women. But one of the other areas that I committed to is to ensuring that we export our talent to the world. Today, as we stand here, 4 years as an administration leading this country, we can proudly say we have never seen more of our talent exported globally than in this era. You name it. We had our artists and cultural practitioners in Japan. We've had them in Nigeria. We have them in Ghana, in Germany, in the UK, in Miami, across the entire region. Everyone from the Collision Band to the Nevis Band to the Grandmasters Band to DJ Terror to Akai. Our models just got back from training in New York. You name it, we have exported talent across the globe. And as we talk about exporting talent, A story that comes to mind that for me has been a touching one was Roy Phipps. I remember reaching out to Roy Phipps and saying to him I wanted him to go and do a presentation in Nigeria. And Roy cried. And I couldn't understand why a big man would just start crying on a request like that. And Roy, who I know has been drumming since I've known myself, from Akola to all the other areas, Heartbeat and everything Roy has done in drumming, said to me, do you know, all my life as a drummer, all I ever wanted to do was go to Africa. And I understood then what it meant to him, that request, and why a big man was crying. Roy went to Nigeria in March of this year and performed in Nigeria at the Aquarian Consult Africa-Caribbean Summit. And he had a chance to train with drummers on the African continent, where he shared what we have locally on St. Kitts and Nevis with them, and they shared what they had in Nigeria with him. But when Roy touched down in Africa, he cried again. And moments like these touch me, because as a foremost African drummer in St. Kitts and Nevis, I never thought that Roy's ambition for African drumming was so disconnected from Africa itself. In the fact that he had never been there. Because he has been doing it for so long, I thought somehow he would have, it was just a natural thought that he had been there. And to see how emotional Roy got when that dream came true, I was happy to be a part of that. But I was also happy to be a part of the 100+ other persons from St. Kitts and Nevis that has been able to go to the African continent, particularly those who've been to Nigeria within the last year. Those that went in November, those that went before, and those that went in March of this year. And it's not just about saying that I've been to Africa. It is understanding that the globe and where it is going right now, we need to reclaim our pride and our identity. I watch the news articles coming out, and I don't know if we recognize, but Africa is rapidly becoming a new superpower. And Nigeria is one of the most powerful economies on the continent of Africa. And if we can establish that connection with one of the most powerful nations in what is fast becoming a global superpower, then we are in the right place for the future. And this is what vision and proper foresight is about. And this administration has demonstrated, whether through water, whether through sustainable development, and every other area, tourism, education, that the vision and foresight, we've been keen on pushing and driving St. Kitts and Nevis in the right direction. You see, Madam Speaker, I enjoy the work that I do. Because when you get to live your passion, most days you never feel like you're actually at work. Because you're just going through the motions of doing what you love doing, and a 12, 16-hour day feels like a normal day. Most times when I get home 10, 11 o'clock at night, it feels like, I guess, how most people feel coming home 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's a normal day. And to know that that normal day brings record-breaking success to your country is even more fulfilling. And as we talk about record-breaking success, and the creative economy, I want to talk about our national carnival. You know, I was talking to one of the parade troops, and I was asking them, how do you feel about carnival and where it's going? They said, when we started back in 2015, 2016, we started with 175 persons. To date, last carnival, they had 1,200 persons in that. This is the type of growth we are talking about. In fact, if we talk about the records, the largest carnival, the second largest carnival, and the third largest carnival have all been under this administration. Let's just say the numbers just purely that I just gave. 1,200 plus natural, and that was parade day. And then you had the Juve troop that we all saw with over 2,000, the largest ever. But let's go deeper into the numbers. In 2024, during the carnival period, the country recorded the highest visitorship ever in its history. 22,267 persons for that period. The highest in any single period of that size in its history. In 2025, again, the country during that period recorded the largest visitorship ever in its history. Now at 22,824 persons. So in 2024, set a record, which it broke in 2025. That is what the National Carnival is doing. But we could boast about those numbers, but what do they mean? Well, I've asked the Carnival Committee to assess the economic impact over the years. The first economic impact assessment that they were able to do was in 2024. That economic impact showed that Carnival had an economic impact of 21 million, or we'll say 21.7 million. Again, the cleaners, the vendors, the carnival mass bands, the masquerades, these are the people that are earning within that 21.7 million. The makeup artists, the nails tech, those at White Ashes. These are the people that are earning their portion of that 21.7 million. And we thought that was great. And in 2025 came. And the economic impact of 2025 was recorded at 29.5 million. Again, breaking a record and going further. And that is the impact our carnival product is having on this country in a 2 to 3 week period. Again, I am proud of how that is touching the average man and woman and child in this country. It's not just about jumping up and celebrating and laughing and having a good time, but there are people that are able to pay their bills because our national carnival product exists. And as a minister, I am proud of that. And I'm proud of all the small business development areas that we have been able to do. From the grants that we've been able to issue to support small businesses, to the training sessions that allow our small businesses to grow and thrive and develop into phases beyond their previous imagination. I'm also proud, more particularly, I'll mention Mother Becky. Because I sat in a meeting with the owners, or I should say the owner because there was only one of them in the meeting, and I remember sitting with them and members of an organization which wished to import their product into a different country. And they asked if they could do 10 10,000 bottles. And the owner scratched his head, said, boy, that might be a bit tight. What about 5,000 bottles? Eventually, they settled at 3,000 bottles. And he was able to produce 3,000 bottles and export them into Nigeria. Today, the largest single production he has been able to do in the lifeline of the business. And we have had products exported from St. Kitts to Nigeria. Yep. And that money that he has earned, I do hope that he is now investing, recognizing the potential that this can have for growth and development. So I encourage all small business owners to look beyond the 16 square miles and recognize the world is now open for business. And let us all work to get your products as far as we could get them in places that they can be consumed in greater numbers than we are able to here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And we could go on and talk about all the great work in small business, but I want to turn my attention over to sports, Madam Speaker. You see, in the area of sports, when we took office, we recognized the problem that we were left with. We are somehow after having surplus after surplus, and having a nation that has excelled so much in different sporting disciplines. We know athletics, we know basketball, we know football, netball. We've excelled in so many sporting disciplines. It was sad that for a country that had a world champion, but our national athletic stadium was in horrible condition. That is named after that world champion. Today, we can celebrate Kim Collins Stadium again, after the work of this administration in restoring it. And I had to think about it. Imagine that stadium was built by a previous Labour administration and had to be renovated again when the Labour administration was back in office. This is better, as we say. Madam Speaker, again, talking about excelling. We had our previous sport minister, Honorable Ben Philip. We know basketball. Fortunately, late. And when we talk about basketball, we've had a number of basketball players that have gone on to regional and international success. In fact, our basketball team just won the 3-versus-3 championship a few weeks ago. But when we look at the condition of our national basketball facility when we got into office, again in horrible condition. Madam Speaker, today that has been revitalized because of the work of this administration. Likewise, when the Netball Association needed to host the American Women Netball Championship, Netball City, no condition could be. We had to get to work and brought it into the capacity, and we hosted a successful tournament. We could talk about Connery, where they were promised a stadium and were given a white container. A white shipping container, to be clear. Today, Connery celebrates a brand new football stadium, designed and built with love by Connery. And in true Connery fashion, they painted it in their iconic colors, celebrating the community spirit and pride. And I am happy for them, because they deserve it. Again, the work of this administration and how this is impacting the lives of regular people. Same with Newtown, same with Half a Tree. We have had to renovate these facilities after being in horrible condition. But the job is not done. Because as we look around the country, we see facility after facility after facility in the same horrible condition. And we have to continue step by step, step by step. Building where there are none. Repairing where they are dilapidated. But the work continues. And the commitment of the Ministry of Sport is to not stop until we get them all back in proper condition. And with that, I want to say to the people of the village, I heard my colleague minister talking this morning or today about the football stadium in the village, which is actually out for tendering. We're talking about Village Superstars Club. And I applaud them for their years of success. I applaud them for their years of success. But there has been no club that has done it iconically like the Old World United Jets. But there could never be a first. After the first.
Congratulations, congratulations.
So everybody had their time. We just did it in grand style. And in a way that is going to be etched in history forever. And so, while I celebrate all the other football clubs, I want to give special credit to Old Road United Jets for the iconic and historic victory, having not lost a single match across the FA Cup and across the Premier Cup, the Premier Division Cup tournament as well. Congratulations to the Invincibles. But, Madam Speaker, we have a rich legacy of sport development and iconic global athletes. Right now we have Gisara Claxton, who is doing exceptionally well in the West Indies female cricket team. Our first West Indies female cricket player. Again, this has happened within the last 4 years. And then we could turn to the Louis brothers, who have done our nation proud, having been the first players from St. Kitts' side ever, and that again has happened within the last 4 years. And I am proud to note that the Louis brothers have been in India for the past few months at a high-performance facility, enhancing their skills. And I want to note that in the most recent conversation with them, they said to me, this is the most special moment of our lives. We have always dreamed of something like this. And when I saw the way Mikhail has been batting, I am looking forward to his CPL performance and forward to seeing him now playing at the West Indies level for years to come. When I see the way Jeremiah is bowling, I could tell you, I wouldn't be surprised if I see him in the IPL. But this is the kind of investment that we are making in the development of our athletes. And I understand that Gisara will be going there for her own training as well. This is what we talk about development. This is what we have been invested in and how it touches the people. So there is success that you could speak of. But the true success for me is how this has been touching the lives of our regular men and women and advancing them in their own spaces. And we could talk about swimming with Skylar, Jonathan. We could talk about sailing with Grayson. And we could talk about a number of our athletes. But we could all say that St. Kitts is doing well in the world of sports. Now, Madam Speaker, it'd be remiss of me not to speak a bit about my time as representative of St. Christopher. You see, Madam Speaker, St. Christopher IV placed their confidence in me to be here. And And that, in turn, was on a commitment to provide opportunities. I can remember my billboard was one word: opportunities. That was the entire billboard. And the people of St. Christopher IV said, we believe that. And they placed me here to deliver. And deliver I have been doing. When we talk about the opportunities in employment, hundreds of persons from St. Christopher IV have received those opportunities across various sectors of interest. But I want to talk about some specific areas of opportunities. You see, Madam Speaker, I heard my colleague Minister for St. Christopher II talk about the Youth Parliament and the Youth Cabinet, and the sitting Prime Minister's discussion, and they mentioned that all schools should have ACs. You see, Madam Speaker, future. Yes. But I remember going into the daycare centers down in my constituency and realizing the need for that. And we were able to outfit the challenge daycare and the oral daycare. Because our babies can't necessarily always tell you the way they're feeling and describe it. And so you have to make sure that they, and that challenges that we are completely open. Well, and I'm happy to minister delivering that. Madam Speaker, when I look at the farmers and the fishers in Godwin Gut and the people of Godwin Gut, we are saying thank you. Because for a long time, they have been overlooked. You ask most people about Godwin Gut, most people don't even know where it is. But the people of Godwin Gut today are saying thank you. Whether it is infrastructure, whether it is support to small businesses and people, they have said thank you for the work that you continue to do for our community. When we look at Half a Tree, where we're building out homes for the people, where we have renovated sporting stadiums, where we provide jobs for so many young persons. Again, they're saying thank you. When we look at areas like Middle Island, we spoke about the Middle Island market. But what I want to also highlight, so a month ago, I was able to cut the ribbon, commission Middle Island Supermarket, an initiative where a new supermarket has been established in Middle Island. And I want to say to Troy, congratulations yet again for the work that you have done in providing a service to people, carnivores, and they no longer have to venture outside their communities to get essential goods because there's now a supermarket. These are type of initiatives. Now you support the development of small businesses and they provide these services in support of communities. Communities get stronger because of these type of initiatives. And I want to talk about challenges. Because you see, we started an enhancement project in challenges, recognizing the rich history of challenges, recognizing what the pride of the people. And I remember when we started doing the mural along the wall of the Welsh property, I wondered where it was going. Because it started at the top and the artist was going through the different stages of artistic development. And when I saw the framework of the mural, I was quite proud. But where that pride got to a peak was a chance that I had to meet the cacique, which is the Amerindian chief in Dominica, who was here for a conference at the Central Bank. And having conversations with her, And she asked if she could venture to see the Bloody Point River, having such connection to her people and her. And I took her there, along with a number of persons in a delegation. And when they saw the mural, and we started at the top, and they walked all the way down, when we got to the end of the mural, and I looked back, they were all in tears. Then I understood the power of that artistic expression. They were all crying because for them it was a real representation of the horrors inflicted upon their people. And we have captured that story and etched it for the world to understand what has happened and where it happened. And I want to continue in letting the world know that we could never go back to those dark days. And as a part of that, we are now planning a series of activities that will mark the 400th anniversary, which coincidentally is this August, of the enslavement. And we want to ensure that we document what has happened, because many people brush it over as if that was in the past, let's forget that. No, we will not forget it. We will ensure that we understand what happened and understand where we need to go from here as a people. And you will understand how we dialogue to ensure that as a people, our true rights, respect, and who we are as a people is appreciated. And so as we plan these activities, again, we are going to be doing a number of things around that area. And we've been developing Bloody Point, signage, beautification, mural, showing that people understand the rich history of the area. And Madam Speaker, I want to say thank you to all the people putting your confidence in me to lead the development of things. I also want to say thank you to the Honorable Dr. Terence Chu and the rest of the Cabinet for working along as a team, whether it was support by water services, tourism, by education, social services, sustainable development, by the Attorney General's Office. We work on behalf of all. Madam Speaker, I also want to thank my permanent secretaries, directors, staff, and stakeholders across the various ministries and departments, because it is really the efforts, the collective efforts of all of us that we are able to deliver on so much that we do. Thank you for your hard work and your commitment to national service. I also want to say thank you to the stakeholders, regionally and internationally, who support the initiatives that we are able to execute. And thank you to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis for believing in the 80, positioning us to lead in the country's development, and ensuring that you give us the support to do just that. Because, Madam Speaker, as we look throughout history, it is shown that the strongest nations are not really only built by wealth alone. They are built by having people who believe that their future can somehow be better than their present. It is built by our people having hope that somehow by our true efforts, our country will be better. And so then our responsibility as leaders has been to create the right conditions with these people to see that hope becoming tangible, So the creative that said to me before I was elected, we want a creative arts center. We want a home for creativity. Can now see that the creative arts center is being built and you now have a home for your creativity. That sportsman and woman that says, I want to be a national athlete and I want to travel the world, is now traveling the world. That farmer who said, I want to start to grow and export food like Travis Huggins, is exporting food. It is creating these opportunities where this becomes tangible delivery. Whether it is through education, innovation, whatever it is that we have to do, we must make sure that it is inclusive and the growth is sustainable. And we see the successes that we have. And that is happening because when our people have a stake in the future, they work harder, naturally. They dream bigger, naturally. And we build stronger communities. So when people ask, how is it so many artists are now going all over the world? What happened before? It is the impact of hope, the economic impact of hope. When people ask, how are our farmers now exporting? Are we exporting food? And what had happened before? It is the economic impact of hope. When our sportsmen and women are winning tournaments around the world, and people are asking, how is it for so many years we could not get a West Indies cricketer out of St. Kitts? And now we have 1, 2, 3. It is the economic impact of hope. And as a part of this AT, I recognize my own responsibility in driving the vision and the aspirations of our people so that they feel connected to the development of this country and they continue to deliver economic. Prime Minister, because as I close, Madam Speaker, I want to say that economic impact will ensure that St. Kitts and Nevis remains a shining beacon across the Caribbean and a model of best practice for all to see. Again, I thank my cabinet colleagues and the Honourable Prime Minister and the AT for the work that they continue to do and we continue to do collectively. I could not be here standing with such pride without them. And Madam Speaker, I want to thank you as well for managing this Parliament so effectively. That sometimes can go unnoticed. I believe we have had one of the most decent parliaments in the region, and that's largely to your management. So again, thank you all. May it please, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher Forward. Just a moment, Honourable Member. I think this is a convenient time for a lunch break. I propose, however, that we return within a half an hour. So I'd say 4:30 promptly, so that we can continue and finish before it's dark outside. Very well. So, House will adjourn for 30 minutes.
facing challenges with life, the homeless and other type of social issues. And so we want to remember him, even though that is so many, many years ago. This plan was on the books for some time now, and it's coming to fruition at this particular time. And I've seen some real nefarious things trying to expose the Cardin home as if the issue just started. I say this is really bringing solutions, and we ask the community and all those who work at this institution to be a part of the solution and not the problem.
The decision was made to upgrade the 4 buildings which specifically house patients at the Cardin home, the 2 buildings for the females as well as the 2 buildings for the males, and we have actively commenced the first part of this project, which is the roof rehabilitation on the lowest female wing. We will continue with the rehabilitation of the other areas as time goes on, and we'll also enhance the flooring, the furniture, every single aspect that we can of the Cardin home.
Really, really proud for this project that is taking off, and look forward to its continued progress for the betterment of all. Thank you very much.
This morning I'm pleased to be visiting the Bastia High School site with the Permanent Secretary in Education. And I thought it was important for us to bring all of the various stakeholders together so that they can see what's happening and understand the process in which the school is being constructed. And I am happy that the project manager, he is going to give us an update as to where we are right now and what is the next step and the possible completion of this. As you look around, you can see all of the trailers with concrete slabs, but he will explain the correct term. So I turn it over to project manager.
All right, good morning.
2. Testing, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 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 testing. Testing, 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 1, 2. Testing, yo. Yeah, yeah. Yo, yo. Testing, yeah, yeah, yeah. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, 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 1, 2. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, yeah, 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 yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
House resumes. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
May it please you, Madam Speaker, I rise to provide a brief report on some of the work that has been done over the past 4 years by the Attorney General's Office and Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs. In 4 years, across 49 business sittings of the National Assembly, 53 sittings in total, 101 bills have been brought before this Honorable House. 101, Madam Speaker. After today, if all goes as expected, 97 of those will have been passed. That is not legislation for legislation's sake. Each law answered a specific problem in our society, and together they represent the most ambitious legislative modernization in our nation's history, delivered by a small but capable drafting team and considered in a respectful, mature Parliament, with the participation of members on both sides of this chamber. And Madam Speaker, you should get some commendation for maintaining that maturity in this Honorable House. So let me set out how these laws, taken together, some of them, are moving our country forward. We began where our people had long asked us to begin. In 2023, I had the honor of leading the debates on what became 5 interlinking pillars of protection against corruption. The Anti-Corruption Act, which created corrupt conduct offenses and the Special Prosecutor's Office, the Integrity in Public Life Amendments, which activated annual declarations of assets and liabilities by senior public officials, the Freedom of Information Act, which opened non-confidential government information to the press and public, the Whistleblower Protection Act, which shields those brave enough to report wrongdoing, and the Unauthorized Disclosure of Official Information Act, which guards against the leaking of sensitive state information. We added the Ombudsman amendments to strengthen our watchdog institutions. And here is the evidence that this transformation is no longer an aspiration, but the functioning law of the land. Over 150 public officials filed integrity declarations each year over the past 3 years. The Integrity Commission is fully staffed, fully funded, and fully active. These are permanent institutions built to outlast any administration and to hold every person in public life to the same standard. Transparency and accountability have now firmly and finally become part of our national DNA. Nowhere is the impact of the work of the Ministry of Justice in particular felt more deeply than in the safety of our communities. For 15 years, the Federation averaged 22 homicides per year in a population of just over 50,000. As a country, we refused to accept that as normal. We treated crime and violence as a public health issue, established the Justice Committee to bring every justice institution around one table, and passed 14 criminal justice reform laws in under 2 years. The Firearms and Offences Against the Persons Amendments, with their toughest in history penalties, the Justice Interference Prevention Act to protect witnesses, jurors, and judges, the Anti-Smuggling of Migrants Act, the Judge Alone Trials Act, the Voluntary Bill of Indictment Act, the Plea Negotiations and Agreements Act, the Gang Prohibition and Prevention Amendments, the Larceny and Prison Amendments, a Modern Extradition Act, and strengthened proceeds of crime and mutual assistance regimes. The results speak for themselves, Madam Speaker. Since October 2024, homicides have fallen drastically. At one point, we went 7 consecutive months without a single gun-related homicide. Credit for that belongs first and foremost with the Royal St. Christopher and Nevis Police Force, to the Judiciary and the Director of Public Prosecution's Office, to our social service agencies, to our communities, and to the young men in particular who chose change. The Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs is proud to have contributed to St. Kitts and Nevis being the safest it has been in the last 30 years. Lives are being saved, the lives of our classmates, our neighbors, and our children. We also fortified our financial system against money laundering and terrorist financing with sweeping amendments to the Companies, Banking, Virtual Asset, anti-terrorism, anti-proliferation, financial intelligence unit, limited partnerships, foundations, and NGO legislation. That work has been recognized internationally. In November 2025, St. Kitts and Nevis received the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force Bremolt Award, the region's top honor for the best money laundering case. And in July 2026, this month, our federation earned the Arin Carib Best Case for International Cooperation Award for a complex transnational financial crime investigation. These honors belong to our Financial Intelligence Unit, our White Collar Crime Unit, and their partner agencies, which we at the Attorney General's Office support. They confirm that this small state is a serious and reliable partner in protecting the integrity of the international financial system. Progress must also be felt in the future of our children. The Aspire Act, Achieving Success Through Personal Investment, Resources, and Education, places a EC $1,000 savings deposit and share purchase in the hands of every resident citizen child between the ages of 5 and 18, paired with a financial education curriculum developed with the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. We are teaching our children to save, to invest, and to build wealth from young. We are proud at the Attorney General's Office to have helped in the drafting of the Aspire Act. We also delivered a pension reform long discussed and long deferred. The Pensions Amendment Act 2025 created a contributory, financially sustainable pension system for public servants. And for the first time in our history, the Government Auxiliary Employees, otherwise known as GAEs, workers who had been excluded for generations, into the same pension protection framework as every other public servant. That is fairness, that is justice, and it is a reform that will serve this country long after all of us have left this chamber. We are building an economy of ideas. After 24 years, we modernized our copyright law with the Copyright Act 2024 and acceded to 6 international intellectual property treaties, including the Hague Agreement and the Marrakesh Treaty. In 2025, the Industrial Designs Act made designs protectable in St. Kitts and Nevis for the first time in our history, from fashion to packaging to pottery. Our Intellectual Property Office cleared the entire pre-2025 trademark backlog, reducing processing times by up to 67%, trained women entrepreneurs, athletes, and creatives to protect and monetize their brands, and is now exploring geographical indication protection for treasures like the Nevis polymango. To every young creative, your talent is now protected by law at home and abroad. The Attorney General's Chambers has been strengthened into an institution whose first duty is to protect the public purse. By recruiting excellent Crown Counsel and defending legal actions brought against the state with diligence and rigor, and succeeding in a vast majority of them, the Attorney General's Office is now saving the Federation almost $4 million per year in claims against the government. A budget line that once stood at $5.4 million and was regularly exceeded is now met at a fraction of that figure. That is millions of dollars every year available instead for schools, hospitals, and communities. But the work is not finished. This year, after 2 years of development, we will bring to the National Assembly one of the most fundamental justice reforms in our history, the diversionary caution system. Our data reveal that 70% of police charges between 2022 and 2024 were for minor or mid-level offenses, congesting our courts and in many cases marking young people with criminal records for mistakes that need not define their lives. The caution system will provide for the first time a structured, lawful off-ramp, a formal caution issued under strict safeguards with conditions such as restitution, counseling, community service, or enrollment in the Elevate program, recorded in a national diversion registry, resulting in no conviction. It will hold people accountable, protect their future opportunities, ease pressure on our courts so that they can focus on serious crime, and build a more humane restorative justice system. Preparation is already well advanced. This July, over 100 police officers, judicial officers, prosecutors, attorneys, prison and social service personnel completed national training with our partners at the UNDP Pace Justice Project and the UN Office of Drugs and Crime. And officers have been trained on the digital framework that will support it. Should this bill find favor with this Honorable House later this year, St. Kitts and Nevis will stand at the forefront of people-centered justice in our hemisphere, fitting for the only country in Latin America and the Caribbean selected for the UN Justice Action Coalition Catalytic Fund. And in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I wish to repeat, 101 bills, 49 sittings, good governance made law, the safest federation in 30 years, historic pensions, Aspire accounts for our children, a protected economy of ideas, millions saved for the public purse each year, and a justice system being rebuilt to be firm, fair, proportionate, and humane. None of this happened by accident, and none of it is the achievement of any one office or any one office holder. It happened because of the hard-working teams at the Attorney General's Office, Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs, the Judiciary, the Police Force, our 2 Parliamentary Council, our regional and international partners, and members of this Honourable House who gave these bills careful consideration. And because our people asked for better and believed that better was possible, as our national anthem ordains, Madam Speaker, as stalwarts we stand for justice and liberty. With wisdom and truth, we will serve and honour thee, St. Kitts and Nevis. The work continues, and it will continue to require all of us, placing country above self. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General. Is there another statement? Everyone here has presented already. Next item.
Personnel explanations. Motions relating to the business of the National Assembly and moved by a minister. Introduction of bills and first reading.
I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to lay before this Honorable House and have read for the first time a bill shortly entitled Banking Amendment Number 2, Bill 2026. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? I recognize the Honorable Senator Dr. Clark.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second that motion.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Banking Amendment Number 2, Bill 2026 be read a first time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Banking Act, Cap 21.01, otherwise known as the Banking Amendment Number 2, Bill 2026.
The bill shortly entitled Banking Amendment Number 2, Bill 2026 has been read a first time. Next bill. I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, once again, with your leave, I rise to lay before this Honorable House and have read for the first time a bill shortly entitled Payment Systems and Services Bill 2026. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Is there a seconder? I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to second the motion.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Payment Systems and Services Bill 2026 be read a first time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for the licensing and regulation of payment service providers, the oversight of the payment system, and related matters, otherwise known as the Payment Systems and Services Bill 2026.
The bill shortly entitled Payment Systems and Services Bill 2026 has been read a first time. Next bill. I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, once again, with your leave, I rise to have read, to lay before this Honorable House and have read for the first time a bill shortly entitled Liquor License Amendment Bill 2026.
Is there a seconder? I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
I rise to second the motion, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Liquor License Amendment Bill 2026 be read a first time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Liquor License Act, Cap 18.21, otherwise known as the Liquor License Amendment Bill 2026.
The bill shortly entitled Liquor License Amendment Bill 2026 has been read a first time. Yes, please.
Public Business Bills, second reading.
I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker.
Mover of the bill.
Yes. Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to lead the debate of and have read for the second time in this honorable House the bill shortly entitled the Banking Amendment Bill Number 2, Bill 2026, which is a bill to amend the Banking Act, Cap 2101. Madam Speaker, let me begin where this bill begins, and let me be clear. This bill does not take away anybody's money. Every depositor keeps full legal ownership of his or her funds. Every depositor keeps the right to reclaim those funds, and establishing a valid claim, every valid claim will be honored. Indeed, this bill strengthens the position of the depositor because it preserves that right of recovery beyond the point at which our present law extinguishes it altogether. Madam Speaker, the problem in the present law, Part 12 of the Banking Act deals with the abandoned property in two categories: dormant accounts and financial instruments, and the contents of safe deposit boxes. The principal focus of this bill is the first category, although it makes clarifying amendments to the second, Madam Speaker. Under Section 167 of the Principal Act, as it now stands, a deposit is presumed abandoned only after 15 years of inactivity. Under Section 168, it is then paid over to the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank under Section 169. It must sit in the custody of the Central Bank for a further 15 years before it vests in the Crown. And under Section 117.3, once that period expires, no claim may be made at all. Madam Speaker, these are many years giving our people the opportunity. The practical effect is a 30-year wait, 30 years, at the end of which the depositor's entitlement is not preserved but extinguished. For 3 decades, those balances earn, Madam Speaker, nothing for anyone. They support no investment, no employment. They build no resilience. As of 31st May 2026, dormant balances held at the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank on behalf of financial institutions across the currency union stood at approximately EC 143.4 million. Of that sum, approximately EC 21.4 million originates from St. Christopher and Nevis. Historically, only about 2% of balances transferred to the central bank are subsequently reclaimed. So we have a settled body of idle capital, a rule that keeps it idle for a generation, and a rule that then takes it from the owner outright. This bill corrects both, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the bill is short. Permit me to take the House through it clause by clause. Clause 1 provides a short title. Clause 2 identifies the Banking Act, Cap 2101, and the Principal Act. Clause 3 inserts new definitions of abandoned property and owner into the Principal Act so that the two expressions carry a single consistent meaning throughout: abandoned property and owner. And 4 is the substance of the bill. It substitutes the whole of Part 12, which now contains new sections 167 and 174C, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, firstly, sections 167 to 170, accounts and funds, Madam Speaker. Section 167.1 reduces the period of dormancy after which the listed property is presumed abandoned from 15 years to 10 years. This is a central bank bill that will go across the whole currency union, Madam Speaker, not just St. Kitts and Nevis. New section 167.2 preserves the existing safeguards. Property is not presumed abandoned where the owner has increased or decreased the balance, presented a passbook or record, corresponded in writing, or otherwise indicated an interest in the property
to the licensed financial institution. Madam Speaker, new section 168 requires a licensed financial institution to report abandoned property to the central bank and to pay it over. It restricts the reduction of interest and the levying of charges on such properties. It provides that once the property is paid over, it ceases to accumulate interest and that liability for it passes from licensed financial institution or licensed financial holding company to the central bank. New sections 169 deals with the existing stock. Abandoned property already in the custody of the central bank together with the liability attaching to it is transferred to the respective member country and the central bank is required to publish the aggregate value transferred. New section 170 fixes the dates of vesting. Property presumed abandoned under section 167.1 and paid into the custody of the central bank vests in the Crown 5 years from the date it was paid over, and liability passes with it. Existing abandoned property held by the central bank vests in the Crown on the date of its transfer to the member country under section 169.1. The combined effect is that the outer period moves from 30 years to 15 years, then 10 at the central bank, or commercial bank rather, 5 at the central bank, and the entitlement of the owner instead of dying at the end of it survives it. Madam Speaker, section 171 to 173, safe deposit boxes. This section retains the presumption that a safe deposit box is abandoned 5 years after the expiry of its lease or rental, or expiration of its lease or rental, and retains the duty of the licensed financial institution to report and deliver the contents to the minister, at which point liability for those contents is assumed by the minister. New section 172 permits the minister to sell those contents at public auction after the required publication and notice to the owner with title passing to the purchaser. That reflects the law as it stands. New section 173 renames the fund into which the proceeds of sale are paid. What was the abandoned property fund becomes the abandoned safe deposit box liquidation fund, so that the fund is plainly identified with a single category of property it actually holds. Yes. The minister pays the proceeds of sale less the administrative costs of the sale into the fund. An owner may claim against the fund for 10 years, and after that period, the proceeds vest in the Crown. The minister may also, on the recommendation of central bank, dispose of property left unsold after auction. Third section 174 to 174C, provisions of general application. New section 174 governs publication and notification of owners of abandoned property and the restoration of that property to owners in the stated circumstances. New sections 174A sets out the framework by which an owner makes a claim for the recovery of abandoned property. New section 174B requires that abandoned property vested in the Crown under section 170 be held in a special reserve fund and applied only to strategic economic development initiatives approved by the Monetary Council. New section 174C provides penalties for failure to file a report or to pay over abandoned property. Clause 5, in transitional, on commencement, property that has been dormant for more than 10 years is presumed abandoned and must be paid over to the central bank by the licensed financial institution or licensed financial holding company, and the provisions of the Principal Act on reporting, vesting, publication, reclamation, use, and failure to file, report or pay over apply to that property. Protection of the owner, Madam Speaker, the principle at the center of this bill is this: the state takes stewardship of dormant funds for productive public purposes. It does not take the depositor's underlying entitlement. Before property is presumed abandoned at all, the licensed financial institution must make reasonable efforts to find and notify the account holder. Direct notice where possible, publication in the Gazette, publication in the newspaper of general circulation, and publication by approved electronic means only after 10 years of inactivity and only after those requirements are met in the property paid over. Madam Speaker, the claims process from the depositor side does not change. A person who identifies a dormant account claims through the commercial bank as he does today and is paid. The central bank will hold an appropriate reserve against cause and fund and remit promptly. And where claims exceed that reserve, the claimant is paid at once and the central bank is reimbursed thereafter. This legislation respects the constitutional protection afforded to private property. Whether the funds sit with the commercial bank, with the central bank, or have vested in the Crown, a valid claim remains enforceable and will be paid. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, these are not ordinary revenues and the bill does not treat them as such. Funds vested under Section 170 go into a special reserve fund. They must be applied only to strategic economic development initiatives approved by the Monetary Council of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. This is not discretionary spending. It is not a general revenue measure. It is a rules-based mechanism, regionally supervised and subject to reporting, record keeping, audit, and oversight. At its 112th meeting, the Monetary Council agreed to use bank and abandoned property to support financing of the Big Bush and identify the priority areas: food and nutrition security, energy resilience, and trade connectivity and logistics. Allocation among member countries is to be based on the proportion of dormant balances originating from each jurisdiction. So what our people's dormant balances contribute is, speed? All right. Balances contribute is measured against what our federation receives. Conclusion. Madam Speaker, this bill replaces a framework under which the depositor's rights eventually expire with one in which those rights are protected, while resources that have been idle for a generation are put to work for the people of this federation and of this currency union. It preserves ownership, it guarantees repayment, it strengthens confidence in our financial system, it converts dormant capital into productive capital, into food security, into energy resilience, into connectivity, and of course into jobs and the security of our people. Madam Speaker, I commend the Banking Amendment number 2, Bill 2026, to this Honorable House, and I beg to move. Madam Speaker, may it please you.
Thank you to the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8. Mover of the bill. I recognize the Honorable Member for the Honorable Attorney General. My apologies.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the Banking Amendment number 2 Bill 2026, very briefly. The Honorable, I rise to second and support the Banking Amendment number 2 Bill 2026. The Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8 has taken this House through the bill clause by clause. It is not very long. I do not propose to repeat the exercise. What I do wish to do is to speak to what the bill means for the everyday citizen of the Federation. In our banking system, Madam Speaker, there is money that has not moved for a very long time. Accounts opened by people who migrated, accounts left by people who have passed on, whose children never knew the account existed, small balances forgotten. Across this currency union, that money now amounts to EC $143.4 million. Some EC $21.4 million of it belongs to accounts opened right here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And Madam Speaker, under the law as it stands today, that money does nothing. It sits for 15 years at the bank, it sits for another 15 years at the central bank, 30 years total. And then, at the end of those 30 years, the owner loses his or her claim to it entirely. That is the law we have. That is the law this bill improves. I know the question that might be asked is the government taking away my grandmother's money? The answer, Madam Speaker, is no. The money remains the depositor's money. If the account holder comes forward, he or she is paid. If his or her son comes forward, he or she is paid. If the executor of an estate comes forward 20 years from now, the claim is paid. And he or she makes that claim exactly where he or she would make it today, at the bank, over the counter, in the same way, with the same documents. Nothing about that changes. What changes, Madam Speaker, is that the money which was doing nothing for anybody begins to do something for everybody. It goes into a fund that can only be spent on the things this region has agreed matter most: food security, energy, connectivity. It cannot be spent at anybody's discretion. It cannot be treated as ordinary revenue. It is audited, it is reported on, and it is supervised regionally. It is not an idea invented in Bastille last month. Every government of the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union has agreed to this reform through the Monetary Council, and each is bringing the same amendment before its own legislature. Our Banking Act is harmonized. We move together, or we don't move at all. So the choice before this House is a simple one, Madam Speaker. We can either leave $21.4 million of our people's money asleep for another decade or more, and then watch the law take it away from them outright, or we can protect their claim to it, and in the meantime, let it build something. Madam Speaker, I know which of those serves the people more. I therefore support the bill. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General, seconder of the bill. Is there another presenter? I recognize.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I rise to.
I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8,
yes.
mover of the bill, to do his wrap-up.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to wrap up the debate on this bill, shortly entitled Banking Amendment Bill Number 2, Banking Amendment Bill Number 2, 2026. Madam Speaker, I think it is clear, and I think that the Attorney General actually recorded before this Honorable House the principle of this bill, which is this: it does not seek to take away money from anyone, but what it does do is to ensure that money that has been sitting there for a generation can be used in St. Kitts and Nevis and across the currency union for the advancement of our country, and I stated that as well in essence when I made my presentation. As for Madam Speaker, I therefore want to wish this bill safe passage, and I therefore want to wrap it up and wish this bill safe passage. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8, mover of the bill, who did his wrap-up. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Banking Amendment Bill Number 2, Banking Amendment Number 2 Bill 2026 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Banking Act, Cap 21.01, otherwise known as the Banking Amendment Number 2 Bill 2026.
The bill shortly entitled Banking Amendment Number 2 Bill 2026 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage. Should you move? Thank you. Yes, please. Yes, please.
The arrangements of sections.
The question is that the arrangement of sections stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 1 through 5.
The question is that clauses 1 through 5 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. Third reading. I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to report that the bill has passed through the committee stage without amendments. And therefore, I further move, Madam Speaker, a motion to suspend Section 57 of the standing orders and to have this bill be read a third time and passed into law. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Is there a seconder? I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 3.
I second the motions, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Banking Amendment Number 2 Bill be read a third time and that Section 57 be suspended so that it may be read and passed into law. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Banking Act, Cap 21.01, otherwise known as the Banking Amendment Number 2 Bill, 2026.
The bill shortly entitled Banking Amendment Number 2 Bill 2026 has been read a third time and passed into law. Next bill. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
May it please you, Madam Speaker, I rise to lead the debate of and have read for a second time in this Honorable House the bill shortly titled Extradition Amendment Bill 2026. This bill has a single central purpose, Madam Speaker. It equips our courts and our executive to receive and to act upon a certified record of case, the form in which requesting states present their evidence in modern extradition practice. Last year, this Honorable House passed the Extradition Act 2025, which repealed the Extradition Act Cap 4.08 and gave this federation, for the first time in more than a century, a single modern statute governing extradition to and from CARICOM countries, Commonwealth countries, treaty partners, and other foreign states. That act was a substantial reform. Experience since its commencement has, however, exposed one gap in its evidential framework. This bill closes that gap. Section 27 of the Principal Act tells our courts which documents they may receive. It admits three things: a duly authenticated document purporting to set out evidence given on oath in a requesting country, a duly authenticated document received in evidence in proceedings in that country, and a duly authenticated certificate of conviction. It then prescribes how those documents are to be authenticated. What Section 27 does not provide for is that the document that the requesting states in fact transmit. In modern extradition practice, a requesting state does not ship every original exhibit, every investigator, every expert, and every witness across an ocean to a committal hearing. It prepares a certified summary and compilation of the evidence available to it. And a competent authority of the state certifies that the evidence is real, that it is available for the trial, and that it meets the prosecutorial standard of that state. That document is known internationally as the record of the case. Our Act is silent on such a record. It is equally silent on the operation of the hearsay rule in extradition proceedings. That silence is the mischief. It leaves it open to argument that material which every comparable jurisdiction receives as a matter of routine is inadmissible here. And worse, that even where such material is admitted, it cannot satisfy the committal test in Section 20. Madam Speaker, this federation cannot carry that uncertainty. It weakens our ability to honor obligations we have freely assumed by treaty, and it weakens just as surely our ability to have persons returned to answer for crimes committed on our soil. We have not invented this mechanism, which is the model that we've adopted. The record of the case is the model long established in Canadian extradition law and adopted across the Commonwealth Caribbean, including Jamaica and in Guyana. This bill follows that tested model and fits it to the architecture of our own Act. I record my appreciation to the Director of Public Prosecution's Office, which was consulted, and the other elements of the justice system whose advice shaped the structure of the bill. Now, Clause 3 amends Section 2 to define three expressions: record of the case, supplemental record of the case, and certifying authority. The definitions are deliberately framed around the expression requesting country, which is already the language of the Principal Act, so that no new and untested vocabulary is introduced into the statute. Clause 4 inserts a new Section 10A, which has been circulated to members. It places beyond doubt that the procedural machinery in parts 6 and 8 applies to the countries listed in the second schedule: the USA under the treaty done at Bastille in 1996, the Republic of China and Taiwan under the treaty done at Bastille in 2013, subject always to the terms of those treaties which have been made part of our local law. Clause 5 replaces Section 14. Part 6 will apply to every extradition request made to this federation unless the treaty expressly provides otherwise, and where a treaty is silent on the procedure, proof, authentication, admissibility, committal, appeal, custody, or return, the provisions of our Act fill the space. No request should ever fall between a treaty and a statute. Clause 6 amends Section 16, which governs the authority to proceed. The minister may rely upon the record of the case and its supporting material in deciding whether to issue that authority, including where the material contains hearsay, and the minister may require further information, clarification, or certification before deciding. That reflects the true nature of the decision. It is an administrative gateway and not necessarily an adjudication of guilt. Clause 7 amends Section 19, which governs arrest. It broadens the material upon which a magistrate may issue a warrant or a provisional warrant, a foreign warrant, a request for provisional arrest, information transmitted through diplomatic, police, prosecutorial, or judicial channels, a record of case, or other sufficient material. It also replaces the rigid 3-day rule in Section 19.4, a period shorter than that allowed by any treaty to which we are party and unworkable in practice, with the period specified in the applicable treaty, or where none is specified, a reasonable period fixed by the magistrate, extendable only on application and only where the treaty permits it or in the interest. Oh, sorry. My apologies. Where the treaty permits it or the interest of justice requires it. Clause 8 amends Section 20, and it is the operative provision of this bill. The court of committal may rely upon a record of the case in determining whether the evidence is sufficient. It may treat the evidence summarized in that record as evidence before it, and it shall not refuse to act upon the record merely because the maker of the statement, the investigator, the expert, or the record's custodian has not been called as a witness. But, Madam Speaker, I ask the House to note what stands beside that provision. The court is never required to act upon material which is manifestly unreliable, materially deficient, conclusory, or lacking in particulars that it would be unjust to rely upon it. The court may call for further material, and nothing in the clause affects the right of the person sought to raise any restriction, bar, or objection available under the Act, under the applicable treaty, or under the Constitution. Let me also be plain about what Clause 8 does not do. It does not touch the test in Section 23A. The court must still be satisfied that the evidence would be sufficient to warrant that person's trial had the offense been committed within St. Kitts and Nevis. That threshold is untouched by this bill. What changes is the form in which the evidence may be placed before the court. What does not change is the standard that evidence must meet. Clauses 9, 10, and 11 deal with appeals. Sections 23 and 24 are amended so that the record transmitted to the High Court is complete. The authority to proceed, the warrant, the record of the case, and any supplemental record, the certificates and authentications relied upon, the rulings below, and the record of the proceedings. A new Section 24A permits the High Court, where the interests of justice require, to allow a record or supplemental record to be filed or corrected on appeal, but expressly forbids the court to act upon it unless the person sought has had a reasonable opportunity to consider and respond to it. Clause 12 amends Section 27 so that a record of the case is admissible as evidence of the matter set out in it, and makes clear that Section 27 and the new Section 27A operate side by side, neither limiting the other. Clause 13 inserts the new Section 27A, which is the core of the bill. It applies at every stage, the authority proceed, arrests, etc. It admits a record of the case, notwithstanding the Evidence Act, the rule against hearsay, the rule against opinion evidence, and the rule governing proof of foreign public business and investigative records. Section 14 and 15 are consequential. 14 extends the language and translation provisions in Section 32 to the new categories of documents. Clause 15 confirms that a record of the case is not required where the person consents to extradition, waives formal proceedings, or where simplified extradition applies, unless the court or the minister considers it necessary in the interests of justice. Clause 16 replaces Section 36. The present regulation making power extends only to prescribing the form of the warrants and orders. That is far too narrow for the scheme this bill creates. The minister will be able to prescribe the form and content of the records of the case, supplemental records, certificates, affidavits, authentications, and translations, and to provide for filing, service, electronic transmission, and electronic authentication. Now, this bill, Madam Speaker, is not a one-way instrument. Where a person commits a serious offense in this federation and flees, our Director of Public Prosecutions must place our case before a foreign court in the form that the court expects to receive it. A state which will not receive a record of the case is poorly placed to complain when its own requests are received without enthusiasm. Reciprocity is the currency of international criminal cooperation, and this bill puts us in good standing to spend it. Madam Speaker, extradition proceedings are not criminal trials, and that's the foundation of this amendment. They do not determine guilt or innocence. They determine one question only: whether there is a sufficient basis tested by a court in this federation for a person to go and answer a charge in the courts of a country with which we have entered into a treaty. This bill makes that process workable and doesn't make it looser, and it is very important. And I'll tell you, in wrapping up, Madam Speaker, what we have learned is through experience. We created the new Extradition Act, which was based on a regional model, and we put it to the test. And when we put it to this test, we found that there were some ambiguities and gaps. So we have spoken to our international partners. We have looked for the best practices, which we found in Jamaica and Guyana, who process many more extradition requests than we do. And this amendment seeks to close those gaps and to strengthen our legislation so that the next time we have an extradition request, we will have all of our ducks aligned, and there will be no more ambiguity and any long litigation potential when there is an application for extradition. And that is the essence of why we have brought this amendment bill, Madam Speaker. So I commend it to this honorable House, the Extradition Amendment Bill 2026, for safe passage. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General, mover of the bill. I recognize the Honorable Senator, Dr. Clark.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the bill shortly entitled the Extradition Amendment Bill 2026, and also to lend very brief words of support. Madam Speaker, I really do not propose to repeat the detailed explanation already given by the Honorable Attorney General. However, I rise instead to say very briefly why this bill deserves the support of every member of this Honorable House. Crime no longer respects borders. Persons who commit serious offenses move between countries with an ease that our laws must be able to match. When such a person comes to our shores, this federation must be able to answer the request of a country with which we have entered into a treaty. And when a person commits a serious offense here against our people, our communities, in our communities in fact, and then flees, we must be able to bring that person back to face our own courts. Both of these things depend on the same thing: a legal framework that actually works. What this bill does, Madam Speaker, is allow the evidence of a requesting country to be placed before our courts in the form in which such evidence is presented everywhere else in the world, as a certified record of the case vouched for by a competent authority of that country. It's very simple. It changes the form in which evidence may be presented. It does not change the standard our courts must apply. And Madam Speaker, I want the people of this Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis listening to this debate to hear very plainly. Nothing in this bill allows any minister, any attorney general, or any government to send a single person out of this country. That decision belongs to a magistrate and to the High Court, as it always has and always will. The protections in our extradition law remain exactly where this House placed them, and the Constitution of this Federation stands untouched. Small states are judged by whether they honor the commitments they make, and our reputation for cooperation is part of our standing in the world. And our standing in the world protects our people, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, our financial sector, and our economy. This is a modest and technical bill, but it keeps this federation in good standing, and it keeps our courts firmly in control. Madam Speaker, as I close, I commend the Honorable Attorney General and his team for bringing this measure, and I give this bill my full support. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honorable Senator Dr. Clark. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General, mover of the bill, to do his wrap-up.
May it please you, Madam Speaker, I rise to wrap up the debate on the bill shortly titled Extradition Amendment Bill 2026. And I wish, Madam Speaker, if the Honorable Senator the Honorable Senator to my right, if she would allow me to use, she will never be the opposite again, you're right. Allow me to use her language because it is very accurate. And as a professional, she zoned in on what this amendment bill is. It's a technical bill, very true, with a plain objective, to allow the Federation to receive and give international criminal cooperation on the terms that the rest of the world uses. That is what it is, while safeguarding our law and the rights to utilize our courts and the decisions of our courts in such matters. That is what it does. I have gone through the entire bill, clause by clause. The Honorable Senator has provided a worldly view of the short amendment, and therefore, Madam Speaker, without further ado, I wish it safe passage.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General, mover of the bill, who just did his wrap-up. The question, therefore, is that the bill shortly entitled Extradition Amendment Bill 2026 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Extradition Act, number 10 of 2025, otherwise known as the Extradition Amendment Bill 2026.
The bill shortly entitled Extradition Amendment Bill 2026 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage. Proceed.
Clauses 1, 2, and 3.
The question is that clauses 1 through 3 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
The question is, very well. Have an adjustment?
Yes, as circulated to members, there is a proposed change to the language of clause 4, which should read, "This act shall, as far as is reasonably practicable, be interpreted and applied in a manner consistent with any treaty to which St. Christopher and Nevis is a party, and which has been given effect in domestic law, unless this act provides a method of procedure, proof, authentication, or admissibility which is accepted by the law of St. Christopher and Nevis for the purposes of that treaty or arrangement.
Any issues? Well, the question is that Clause 4, as circulated, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 5 through 16.
The question is that clauses 5 through 16 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. Thank you. Third reading. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General. We're
Yes.
almost done.
Yes, Madam Speaker. It's been a long day, Madam
Yes.
Speaker, and a long week for me. I rise to report that the bill has successfully passed committee stage with one amendment, and we pray that it be read a third time and passed into law.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, I support the motion.
The question is, similar. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Extradition Amendment Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Extradition Act, number 10 of 2025, otherwise known as the Extradition Amendment Bill 2026.
The bill shortly entitled Extradition Amendment Bill 2026 has been read a third time and passed into law. This is where you hit it? Very well. We're almost done. Next item on the agenda.
Motions, resolutions, adjournment.
I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise on the adjournment. Just to take this opportunity to really say that this Dr. Terence Drew Football League is well on its way in St. Peter's, and I want to invite the community and the surrounding environs, anybody in St. Kitts and Nevis, to the games, which are fundamentally played on the weekends, Madam Speaker. And so I want to thank the organizers, Mr. Shanoid Bass and Mr. Kimber Macklin and others who have really put this together for the young people in St. Peter's and extended around the country as well. And I'm asking our young men to stay on positive paths and to avoid crime and violence, which has no good future for them, Madam Speaker, except, as I said before, death, hospital, or prison, Madam Speaker. And we want our young people to choose positive activities which would enhance their lives, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also take this opportunity to really wish the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, as it leads the administration into 4 years, culminating 4 years, to have another successful year, Madam Speaker, and beyond that, of course, Madam Speaker. And I want to really thank all of the members and comrades of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party and everybody in St. Kitts Nevis who participates in our democratic process. But I want to thank specifically the people of constituency number 8 who has placed their confidence in me for me to be here in this honorable house, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this weekend, of course, is what we call August weekend, and there are celebrations that are taking place in Nevis Culturama. I want to invite the whole country to support the Culturama celebrations. It's part of our federations, I would say, life as we recognize the culmination of the scourge of slavery, the wicked institution of slavery, Madam Speaker. And during this time, we also remember persons who would have lost their lives due to the Christina disaster, Madam Speaker. And let us never, ever forget that incident that would have taken so many lives and would have affected us even to this day, Madam Speaker. Presently, as you know, we have a monument in recognition of those who would have lost their lives next to our National Museum, which we are wrapping up the refurbishment on. And so we're hoping to be able to present all of it in, I would say, to our people, the National Museum and all that they would have in there that would also represent what took place during the Christina disaster, and also the monument dedicated to those who would have lost their lives. Madam Speaker, lastly, allow me to express my deepest condolences to a number of persons. Of course, the Collins family of Upper Monkey Hill, who recently lost their matriarch, Denise Collins. And of course, it is a very sad moment, of course, and to let the family know that they have our support. But Madam Speaker, I also learned that Ms. Sylvain Henry would have passed, as you know, on the radio. She would call in a lot, and so I got to know her through that. And irrespective of politics, she is a citizen of St. Kitts and Nevis, and of course, a fellow human being. And I want to extend my own condolences to her family and her immediate circle of friends and so forth on her passing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to extend deepest condolences to the family and, of course, firstly, our Attorney General, Honorable Garth Wilkin and his family, and the passing of his father, Mr. Charles Wilkin, QC, who would have been one who would have contributed significantly to the development of our legal system here in St. Kitts and Nevis. As you know, he was also involved in sports and many other things, Madam Speaker. And so he has contributed significantly to the advancement of St. Kitts and Nevis, and I want us to recognize his significant contribution, even through his descendant, his son, the Attorney General, who we know contributes so significantly to our advancement. And so I want to recognize that and to extend our deepest condolences to his family, and of course to his son, as mentioned, on behalf of the people and government of St. Kitts and Nevis, and his contribution would never, ever be forgotten. And so, Madam Speaker, as we go into the weekend of festivities, I want to ask our people to be safe. I want to ask our people to be mindful. The drinking and driving doesn't mend, Madam Speaker. That can lead to all sorts of things, including deadly accidents. I'm asking our people to be mindful, to enjoy themselves, and to take care of themselves, and to take care of each other. And lastly, to say, I wish member from number 6, the former Prime Minister, Senior Minister, the Right Honorable Dr. Denzel Douglas, who has made public that he has undergone surgery. I wish him a speedy recovery and that he return to full health. And I think he's on his way, Madam Speaker. But at this time, I just want to say, Madam Speaker, as we come to this 4th year, it has been really, really rewarding for the impact that we have had on people's lives. That impact is felt and is being felt. And so I am satisfied. However, I am aware and always would say, I am not perfect and I don't hold myself to a standard of perfection. But I will not sacrifice the good for perfection. And where the opportunity is to get it even better, I am open to that and will continue to work towards that. And to thank the team for their tremendous support and hard work and sacrifices in navigating this country through all of the challenges and difficulties that we are facing in the world today, from wars to climate change to droughts geopolitical matters, supply chain, inflation that we are importing, all of these matters. But with this team, we have been able to navigate all of that and bring a sense of calm, peace, and comfort to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. And I want to say to all people, let us continue to work and to strive for even better. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, as I rise to move a motion to have this House adjourned, please allow me to add to the sentiments expressed by the PM in particular in offering sympathies to our dear colleague, the Honourable Attorney General, Honourable Garth Wilkin, on the passing of Casey Charles Wilkin. Needless to say, Mr. Wilkin has contributed significantly to the landscape of St. Kitts and Nevis in many different areas, whether it is sports, whether it is in the law, or whether it is in social commentary and in the political discourse of this country. And I pray that his soul rest in eternal peace. I also extend best wishes from my wife, who is also a lawyer and who had her first opportunity in the law chambers of Charles Wilkin and Ferdinand. And so she is grateful for the tutelage that she would have had and expresses sympathies to the entire family. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate all the youngsters presently participating in the Icon Roots and Culture Summer Camp. That is our annual children's summer camp for constituency number 3, where they get involved and are taught everything to do with our culture, whether it is baking, cooking, sewing, dancing, drumming. Yesterday I did calypso with them, and a young one who saw me again today when we went to the desal plant, he said, "That's the singing man." He looked like, I guess he's no more than 5 or 6. That's the singing man. And so they're having a ball of a time. They were able to visit the desal plant today because the theme is water is life. Every drop counts, because we want to reinforce the importance of conservation of water and what we have to do to generate water. So I wish them all the best as the camp comes to a close tomorrow. With that, I want to wish everybody a safe August weekend. Remember, your safety is paramount. Your family wants to see you back home. We want to see you back home. Enjoy yourself, yes, but please, please be careful. And with that, I would like to now move a motion to have this House adjourned, signed, dying.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Is there a seconder? I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 4.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second that motion.
The question is that the House stands adjourned, sign and aye. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House stands adjourned, sign and aye.
This morning we are here at the Cardin home that is about to make 100 years, and we reflect on Mr. Cardin, who would have contributed this to those who were having challenges with life, homeless and other type of social issues. And so we want to remember him, even though that is so many, many years ago. This plan was on the books for some time now, and it's coming to fruition at this particular time. And I've seen some real nefarious things being done, trying to expose the Cardin home as if the issue just started. I say this is really bringing solutions, and we ask the community and all those who work at this institution to be a part of the solution and not the problem.
The decision was made to upgrade the 4 buildings which specifically house patients at the Cardin home, the 2 buildings for the females as well as the 2 buildings for the males, and we have actively commenced the first part of this project, which is the roof rehabilitation on the lowest female wing. We will continue with the rehabilitation of the other areas as time goes on, and we'll also enhance the walls, the flooring, the lighting, the furniture, and every single aspect that we can of the Cardin home.
Really proud for this project that is taking off and look forward to its continued progress for the betterment of all. Thank you very much.
This morning I'm pleased to be visiting the Bastia High School site with the Permanent Secretary in Education and the entire leadership of education, along with the principal and deputy principal and his manager.